Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Hinata Was a Psycho Lover, Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
People waiting for the next train were strewn across the crowded platform. Among those, a 19-year-old woman gripped her grocery bags tightly. She sneezed softly and her little nose wiggled. As she closed her eyes, a subtle scent entered her nostrils. She had no idea why, but the faint musk of the cologne seemed to envelop her. She opened her large saucer-like eyes and looked around to see who was responsible for the scent. To find out where it was coming from, she took her time walking around and sniffing the air. However, it was useless. Cigarettes and trash had replaced the odor. She had never smelled anything like that before, and a little sigh escaped her pouty lips. When the train stopped, she got on board. Darkness greeted her as the door squeaked open. After setting the groceries on the counter, Hanata entered the apartment and switched on the light. She put on a white apron after washing her hands in the sink. She hurried to work, preparing dinner, after taking a quick look at the clock. When Hanata's caregiver opened the door, she had already completed setting the table. She grinned as the aroma of hot curry hit her nostrils. "Hanata, I'm home." "Kurenai, good afternoon. How did your day at work go?" Hanata came over to her. Taking the woman's red blazer, she accompanied her to the bedroom. When Kurenai said, "Those damn children are going to be the death of me," she removed her red high-heeled shoes and sat on the edge of the bed. Picking them up, Hanata put them in the closet. Kurenai's eyes were sad as she gazed at the girl. Already, the girl had endured a great deal. Her father did not want her, so at the age of 12, she was given to Kurenai. Since then, Kurenai has made every effort to bring Hinata up to be a respectable young woman. The girl had always been mentally and physically mature for her age. She cleaned, cooked, sewn, spoke politely, was the best in her class, and had a stunning appearance. The girl appeared to be drawn from society for a girl her age, even though Hinata had everything a woman could offer. Kurenai was a little worried because the girl never talked about dating, brought home a guy, or hung out with anyone. In the following 5 years, Kurenai was getting close to her 40s and continued to be active in both her sexual life and dating life. Did Hinata ever have a crush on anyone? Perhaps it wasn't necessary these days. "Hinata," began Kurenai. Hinata smiled down at Kurenai as she turned around. "Yes? You never bring up any men? Do you have no interest in anyone?" Kurenai asked. Hinata looked innocent as she cocked her head to the side. She couldn't help but smile as she considered it. "No, I hope to find someone someday, but I'm not interested in anyone right now." "You're a stunning lady. There are plenty of attractive men out there who are willing to marry you," Kurenai remarked as she got out of bed. "I guess you will find the one at some point. Let's have some food." Kurenai and Hinata ate in silence, with Hinata trailing behind. Hinata brought a white envelope into Kurenai's room after dinner. Kurenai said, "Hinata, you don't have to do this, your money is at stake. You put a lot of effort into earning it. It's the least I can do, though. You have given me a lot of support, including paying for my education. Let me at least compensate you." As she handed her the white envelope, Hinata spoke. Kurenai took the envelope and rubbed the back of her head. "You're young, Hinata, but thank you. You shouldn't be attending school and working at the same time. All I ask is that you concentrate on building your future." "I complete my assignments on time, Kurenai, and I'm passing my classes. You don't have to worry." She was reassured by Hinata. "First thing in the morning, I have to open the bakery. I'll be up before you, then. I hope you enjoy your workday tomorrow." Before departing, Hinata gave her a wave. Kurenai gazed at the ceiling while lying on the bed. The daughter she never had was Hinata. "She'll be fine," Kurenai assured herself. She is a resilient youngster. She is, indeed. For Hinata, it was just another afternoon. In appreciation for her efforts, the bakery's baker had given her some freshly baked rolls to take home. As she considered the meal she would be preparing for Kurenai today, she grinned. Hinata's eyes widened when she smelled that same scent yesterday while she was waiting for the train. The one that made her entire body tingle. In order to detect the scent, she walked around and stealthily sniffed the air. The smell intensified, and she realized she was close. The doors opened as the train came to a stop. The smell hung in the air, and she followed it until she got on the train. The crowd pressed in on Hinata as they attempted to cram themselves into the train, but she persisted in following it. She attempted to move away from the throng. She felt someone touch her butt, and she let out a soft yelp. She staggered forward as the group pressed up against her. She thought she was going to fall to the ground, but someone held her up. "Are you okay?" That odor. It was present. It was conversing with her here. She looked up and saw a young man staring at her, which instantly paralyzed her. Hinata seemed drawn in by the amusement in his blue eyes. She extended her arms to the blue sky and felt her body descending through the clouds. "Are you okay?" the individual asked again. Hinata regained her composure. "Yeah. Thank you very much," I said, she said. She couldn't take her eyes off him, and her heart felt like it was about to burst from her chest. She wanted nothing more than to run her hands through his soft-looking blonde hair. "I'm glad," he informed her. He revealed his pearly teeth as his lips turned upward. He took hold of her hand and encircled the pole with it. "We don't need you flying with the wind." When the girl gave him a perplexed look, he laughed. To get a good smell of the stranger, Hanata would occasionally tilt her head in his direction. He gazed out the train window, seemingly oblivious. Hanata leaned in, but the train jerked and her body slammed into his. When she felt him put his arm around her, as though shielding her from the outside world, her entire world melted. He grinned down at her as she looked up at him. "You're a clumsy one, huh?" A faint laugh slipped from his mouth. "Well, this is my stop," he informed her. "Have a nice day." When Hinata felt him take his arm away from her, she nearly whimpered. As he and a few others got off the train, she fixed her gaze on his back. Kurenai gave the food a strange look before turning to Hinata, who appeared to be pouting, which was unusual for the girl. The rice was still hard, and the fish was totally burned. The fresh rolls she'd found on the kitchen counter were the only edible-looking item. "Hinata, do you feel all right?" Kurenai picked up the fish and asked. "I'm fine." She sounded dejected. "I'm going to go to bed early, Kurenai." After picking up her plate, Hinata tossed it in the garbage can. She watched as the girl closed the door to her bedroom, which was on the other side. She picked up the glass plate from the garbage can. "Could it be?" Kurenai laughed. "You've been smitten, my little Hinata." Lying on the bed, Hinata gazed up at the ceiling fan. She kept thinking about that stranger because of his perfect smile, his deep blue eyes, and the way his powerful arm encircled her. God himself carved this lovely creature. She put the pillow over her head as her heart fluttered. "I didn't even get your name." As she dozed off, she muttered. Throughout the night, Hinata tossed and turned on the bed, causing the covers to become a mess. Something was sliding up her legs, and she bit her bottom lip. She closed her eyes and attempted, but was unable, to remove whatever it was. She bit the back of her lip and let out a low groan as she sensed someone running a finger up and down her legs. When she discovered the stranger from today on top of her, her eyes widened and fluttered open. He traced his finger around the navel of her stomach while his pierced blue eyes gazed at her with hunger. He put his finger to her lips and silenced her before she could open her mouth to speak. When she felt her underwear being pulled down, she clutched the bedsheet. The sensation of his tongue sliding against her intimate area caused her to gasp a little. She tried to ignore the pleasure and covered her mouth. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, a sensation she had never experienced before. She went into a deep sleep, and her body went limp. "Hinata, you will arrive late for class." Then Kurenai stormed into her chamber. In her sleep, Hinata stirred. She jumped off the bed and threw off the covers as soon as she heard Kurenai's words. "Hurry up before you miss the 8:30 train." But Kurenai reprimanded her. "I'll see you tonight," she said as she hurried outside the room. Kurenai left, and Hinata sat with her head resting on the edge of the bed. The events of last night truly rocked her. Feeling her insides, she slid down her panties. It was a dream, she reminded herself. It was only a dream. Hinata stood where she usually did after work, but this time something was different. She thought about her dream from the previous night. She felt awful about it because it was so perverted, and it was the first time she had ever dreamed of someone doing those things to her. She was unaware that she was capable of thinking such thoughts. Hanata and the other three were the last people on the platform as the night sky swiftly drew closer. Hoping the stranger would reappear, she had missed 2 trains. She just wanted to see the young man again, even though she had that dream. But that smell hit her like a dodgeball just when she thought she was out of luck. She was startled to see the stranger standing next to her when she rolled onto her side. He looked at the shorter person next to him and grinned, sensing that someone was staring at him. "Hi," he said. "Hello." Hello," was Hinata's timid response. Thank you again for yesterday." Confused, the man blinked his eyes. "For what?" Hinata's face flushed. She thought, "He doesn't remember me." You helped me yesterday on the train," she reminded him. His side was cocked to the side. "Did I? I apologize if I can't recall." I'm just eager to get home after a long day, he informed her. My name is Hinata. She spoke without thinking. She calmed down when she realized she was overly excited. I'm Hyuga Hanata. The man with the blonde hair grinned broadly. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm glad to have met you, Hanata. The sound of pages turning reverberated throughout the room as it grew somewhat darker. One girl was having a mental breakdown because of his assignments, while the other girls were laughing in the corner of the room. In front of her, a lovely girl sat by herself, focused on her pages. She had no idea that so many heart-shaped eyes were observing her every action. She looked at the notes before her and cocked her head to the side. She kept looking at the words, concentrating. One man let out a dreamy sigh. He told his friends, just look at her, she's such a hard worker. The young girl caught the attention of the guy's friends after they had looked at him. They urged him, you should talk to her, she's always by herself. Before setting her pencil down, she scrawled something. She picked up the papers and rearranged them until they lined up exactly. Her eyes gazed at the words with a broad smile on her face. Naruto Uzumaki. She couldn't help but blush when she saw his name scrawled all over her paper. She kept thinking about the man named Uzumaki Naruto last night at the train station. They exchanged names and remained silent until he stopped. He whirled around and gave her a wave. Get home safely, Hinata. As he spoke those words, her heartstrings ached. She had a lot she wanted to say. When the train door closed, she closed her mouth after opening it. She was disappointed in herself because he was no longer there. She pouted and set the papers down on the wooden desk. She thought, I really want to see Naruto again. However, what should I say? She kept looking at the clock on the wall of the school. It was nearly 6 o'clock. She experienced a wave of anxiety as she packed her belongings. He had been taking the train at this time for the last 2 days. She's leaving now. Say something. As Hanata passed their group, the man hung his head in shame and shook his head. She wouldn't date somebody like me. It was accurate. Even though Hanata was attractive, she had never been interested in men because she couldn't connect with any suitors. However, things had changed now. She was enamored with Uzumaki Naruto and wanted to learn more about him. The platform wasn't as crowded as usual. Some high school girls were laughing among themselves while a few businessmen surrounded each other, talking about the most recent news. The train stopped in front of everyone and screeched. The train's doors opened, allowing some passengers to exit and others to board. A young man said, aren't you coming to miss? You're going to miss your train. Hanata kicked some fictitious dirt off the ground while glancing down. Her voice was soft as she said, I'm sorry, I'm waiting for somebody. The young man grinned. He hurried to the train and climbed in before the door closed, saying, I understand, take care. Hanata sighed as she watched the train depart. The next train would not arrive for another hour. Perched on the brown bench, she looked down at the staircase leading to the platform. It wasn't the person she really wanted to see, but she could see a lot of people coming down the stairs. She waited, fighting to keep her eyes open. She knew she had to return home because she had already missed 2 trains. She informed Kurenai over the phone an hour ago that she had missed the train and was awaiting the next one. While she waited for the next train, she rocked back and forth on her heels. Her heart did swell with sheer disappointment because she had high expectations of seeing Naruto again. Naruto was still absent at 9 o'clock. She reminded herself that she had tomorrow, and she was content with that small hope. Hanata gripped the plastic bag's straps firmly while attempting to drown out the sound of her heartbeat. Her heart exploded and she got butterflies in her stomach just thinking about him. She wasn't sure if it was normal or if she was creepy, but she had never in her life felt this weird need to see someone. Everything seemed to slow down and her mind shut down entirely as a familiar smell enveloped her body. Her gaze shifted to her left, then to her right, where she saw the blonde boy passing by. She quickly hid behind an older businessman after fixing her mouth to say his name. He looked at her large, saucer-like eyes, which were focused on the blonde boy, and then he sighed. What are you doing? He asked, looking at the boy with the blonde hair. He was laughing with a group of people around him. Are those his friends? She questioned herself. She looked around at the carefree young people who were talking aimlessly, watching as one girl punched her favorite blonde in a playful way. Still hiding behind the man, Hanata paid close attention to what the groups were saying. One of the girls said, remember that the assignment is due at 11:59 p.m. Naruto sneered, it's not like I'm going to do it. When do you ever finish your assignments? Why are you even in college? A man said. She heard Naruto murmur, shut up. She thought, he goes to school. She glanced at his backpack, then at the girls, then at the guy, and finally at the pink-haired girl's bag, where she saw a logo. University of Konoha. Hinata sighed with relief as the doors opened and the train screeched loudly. Are you finished, child? Hinata hurried away from the older man and made her way to the other doors, her eyes widening. I heard him murmur, damn kids. She sat down in another buggy, and as the train sped to its destination, her body jerked slightly. Taking her phone out of her purse, she looked up Konoha University online and found that it was a 45-minute train ride away. Naruto goes to school, she said with a kind smile. He was intelligent, charming, and good luck, so Kurenai must have wanted someone like him. She kept going through the school photos until her phone almost fell out of her hands. She saw Naruto sitting on the bench with a few other students, so she snapped a quick picture and cropped the other students out until only Naruto was there, grinning at her. She set the photo as her lock screen and muttered, "You're so handsome." Hanata, Kurenai said as she emerged from her bedroom, observing Hinata removing her brown shoes. You're late. It's not like you. Is everything alright? She asked anxiously. After setting the bread bag on the counter, Hinata said softly, I'm fine. Kurenai looked at her face and saw that her cheeks were flushed. Hinata glanced at her as she hummed, Did a guy cause you to be late? The idea of talking about Naruto with Kurenai made Hinata feel ashamed, so she shook her head. I was just at the college, finishing some assignments, Hinata said. She power-walked to her room and slammed the door behind her, saying, I'm going to take a shower. With a smile on her face, Kurenai said, My little Hinata is growing up. Sitting in the warm water tub, Hinata gazed at the picture of Naruto and burst out laughing, saying, He's adorable. I want to know so much about you. She said dreamily, holding the phone to her face and trying to cuddle it. Naruto. His smile gleamed even in the movie. A patrol cart zoomed down the sidewalk. Some students went in and out of the university, the sun hid behind some clouds, and the wind blew the leaves slowly. One girl saw a young woman looking at the university sign and went up to her. Hi there, the vivacious girl cried out. Hinata bowed, almost leaping out of her skin. Hello, she said, lowering her head. My name is Karen, she bowed, and the red-haired girl couldn't help but smile. Are you interested in applying to Konoha University? I apologize, Hinata said, bowing again. My name is Hinata, Hyuga Hinata. I'm not sure, she said. I'm glad to have met you. Do you want me to give you a tour? She made the offer. No, thank you, said Hinata, shaking her head. All I'm searching for is someone. Perhaps I can assist. Well, it's all right. I apologize. As she passed the girl, Hinata said, Karen, have a good day. Karen turned and saw Hinata disappear down the school's path, her smile quickly turning to a frown as she said, Stupid bitch. She crossed her arms and straightened her black frame, adding, It's always the pretty ones that have something stuck up their ass. After wandering the university for nearly 2 hours in pursuit of her mystery man, Hinata shook her head and said, Hinata, what are you doing? This is crazy, she told herself, after thinking about him all night and feeling the sudden need to meet him or at least see him. She stopped at a few pillars as she leaned against one and looked at her phone. Hinata tried to blend in with the pillars until she smelled something familiar, not as strong, but there was a faint scent in the air, and her eyes widened as she stared at the door, still teeming with students, as a wave of students broke through the double doors and stormed the building. He looked like a typical bad boy today, wearing a light denim jacket, white shirt, and faded ripped jeans that were torn where his knees were. He looked around, and Hinata wondered who he was waiting for. Her excitement was dashed when she saw the girl with the pink hair from yesterday run up to him and give him a tight embrace. Remember you promised you would buy me some bubble tea, she laughed. I understand. I am aware. Our next class begins 30 minutes from now. Let's move quickly. On her phone, Hinata wrote, Thursday schedule, 11:30 a.m. class. After putting the phone in her pocket, she walked behind them and listened to the conversation, discovering that Naruto was a charming and humorous talker, with some of the things he was telling Sakura making her laugh too. Sitting 5 seats away, she listened to their conversation with her head tilted to the side, learning that the boy detested coffee and didn't like bubble tea. Do you still have Ino's ire? Did he ask? Sakura laughed and said, Let's not talk about that bitch. That bitch is your friend. He sighed. You guys always get into an argument during this time of the month. Sakura sipped her tea and scowled at him, saying, No, we do not. Why don't you mind your own business? She said. He answered, You are my business. She thought, they're dating. Hearing him say that broke Hinata's heart. Sakura giggled but remained silent, and Naruto stood up, picked up his backpack, and said, "I'll see you in class." She waved at him and said, "Okay." Sakura got up after a while and left the cafe copyright, but Hinata sighed softly. Her first love was already taken, and there was nothing about it. Her eyes stung, and she bit down her lower lip. After only one heartbreak in her life, this one hit her in a different way. When Hinata noticed that it was almost time to go home, she looked at her phone and noticed something gaudy as she was getting up. Her heart felt like a drum as she looked at the pink phone that was resting silently on the table. The employee had his back to her, and there were very few people in the cafe copyright, so she gulped as she glanced around. Hinata hurried to her feet, picked up the phone from the table, and left the cafe copyright. Far from the cafe copyright, she hid behind a tree and stared at the pink phone, telling herself over and over again that this was wrong, that she had to return the phone, that it was over, that Naruto already had a girlfriend, and that the two would never be together. As she pushed the thoughts to the back of her mind, her hands shook and she opened the phone, pressing the home button with her thumb as the phone clicked and her heartbeat became louder. As she looked through Sakura's belongings, she chewed the back of her mouth and said, she didn't lock her phone. She clicked on the photo gallery and slid through the pictures, saying, "She's stunning, and she has pretty eyes." She couldn't help but feel depressed as she looked at the girl's jade eyes. Hanata kept scrolling through the photos until she saw one of Naruto smiling while standing on the edge of a pool, and she immediately sent the picture to her phone and to any other Naruto she could find, as she could always crop out the photos. When she was finished looking through the photos, she checked her messages. Sakura and Naruto weren't dating, so she sighed in relief as she continued to scroll through their texts. Sakura talks to a lot of people. She tilted her head to the side when she noticed a message from Lee with a heart emoji next to it. She looked through the messages and almost jumped for joy. "Thank you," she said in a whisper, wiping away tears from her eyes. After deleting the evidence that she had sent her the pictures, she promptly saved Naruto's phone number to her phone, which excited her even though she knew deep down that she would never have the courage to text him. At this point, she had 3 contacts saved. Before forcing her to leave, Hinata got up, walked past the cafe copyright, and quietly dropped the phone on the grass. A blonde girl spotted something pink on the grass an hour later, stooped to pick up the cell phone, shook her head, and stuffed it in her backpack. She muttered, "Forehead could be so careless." When Hinata returned to the main campus the next day, she was waiting outside for Naruto after riding the train 3 times, back and forth, and then she saw him get on. She was relieved that he was by himself, and she hurried after him as he entered the campus. Hanata waited on the bench outside the building, constantly checking her watch, not knowing how long his classes would last, and not wanting to leave to use the restroom for fear of missing her chance to see him. She turned her head slightly and saw her blonde man leaving with a group of male friends as the building's doors opened and a crowd of students rushed out, creating a loud commotion. "Shikamaru, you're going to get kicked out of his class if you keep falling asleep," Naruto stated. "The last person to speak should be you," one man yelled. Naruto glared at Kiba and said, "Shut up, Kiba." The man she thought was Shikamaru said in a bored voice, "I'm the best student he has." Kiba said bluntly, "Shikamaru, you're an ass." "Anyway," Kiba suggested, "I say we go get some burgers." As the group of guys passed her, Hinata hid behind her bag, and Kiba shook his head and gave the girl an awkward look. "You mean they just let anybody in here?" he muttered. Naruto looked over his shoulder and said, "Kiba, did you say something?" Kiba threw his arm over Naruto and shook his shaggy brown hair, saying, "Hey, do you recall that you promised to pay for my lunch?" Rolling his eyes, Naruto said, "I don't recall." When their voices faded into the distance, Hinata slowly put the bag down and stood up, following slowly behind them, occasionally hiding behind trees when they stopped or turning to face random girls passing by. Hinata didn't know why she was doing this, but she was attracted to him like a magnet, and his scent followed him everywhere until she ended up sitting on the back of a bus. His laughter was so innocent yet powerful that it made her heart skip a beat, and she let out a dreamy sigh. Unbeknownst to her, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he turned to speak with his friends, and she quickly looked out the window when she noticed that he had turned his head to look over his shoulder. Hinata read the Ichiraku ramen shop sign in kanji. Sitting on the wooden bench beside the restaurant, she lingered outside and typed on her phone. Naruto consumed 5 bowls of miso pork ramen today because he loves the dish. She went to her photo gallery, traced his face, and grinned as she looked at the images of Naruto that she had taken, Sakura's phone, and the school's website. When she heard them leave the little eatery, she swiveled around. "I'll see you later, gentlemen," Naruto yelled. "Why must you be so noisy?" Kiba gave the boy a fierce look. Why must you be so noisy? Naruto made fun of him, saying, "Stop talking, you dog lover." After Kiba jumped on Naruto's back, the two engaged in a playful altercation on the sidewalk. Hinata watched in wonder as Naruto gave the boy a playful punch. His blue eyes were full of innocence, and the way he smiled made her very happy. She held her stomach while the butterflies ran through it. The lazy boy reprimanded them, muttering a few expletives as he passed them. "Oi, stop playing, you two." As the weeks passed, Hinata stopped going to her classes and, at one point, even quit her job to observe Naruto's every action. She learned that the boy had a best friend named Uchiha Sasuke, that he loved ramen more than anything, that he went to school Monday through Thursday from 10 to 1:30 p.m., and that if he weren't following his schedule, he would be out with Sakura, buying her a bubble tea or hanging out with the boys. After a while, she found him on social media and bookmarked his page. He wasn't very active, but he would share memes from time to time. While listening to a conversation Kiba had with Shikamaru, Hinata also learned that he lived 30 minutes away from her by train and lived alone. Although she had not the courage to visit his home, she would often imagine what might happen if she did. Perhaps Naruto would see her and confess his attraction to her. Perhaps she would confess her love, and he would invite her in so she could cook him meals at home and love him every day until she died. She was appreciative when Kurenai took her in, though, and tried her hardest to please the woman because she understood what it was like to be alone and lonely. She pouted, "I want to see him." "Hinata, we need to talk," Kurenai said as soon as Hinata entered the apartment. "Please sit down," she said, gesturing to the empty chair. Hinata removed her shoes and walked casually over to the chair. Kurenai sounded serious and a little nervous, and she shivered a little, which Kurenai noticed. "Hinata, it's okay," Kurenai said. "All we have to do is speak." "Kurenai, what's wrong?" Hinata asked as she sat down to speak. Kurenai sighed as she gazed into her large eyes, wondering if Hinata was aware that she had the ability to win people over. "Hinata, is everything okay? Saito called me and said you stopped coming in to work and she thought something happened to you," Kurenai said, her face showing caution. "What about your classes? When your professor called, he said he wanted to check in with you to see how you were doing. He claimed that you stopped attending classes." As she looked down at her lap and played with her index fingers, Hinata said, "I'm sorry. Is everything in order? This semester was almost over, and working at Saito allowed you to gain some practical experience." After a brief pause, Hinata looked at Kurenai and said, "Kurenai, is it possible for me to transfer universities? I like going to classes there, but I would prefer to transfer to another school that has a better rating for my degree," she inquired. As she sat down, Kurenai was taken aback and concerned because this wasn't Hinata. "How did you come about this? I believed that everything was going smoothly." "They are," she muttered, "but I just want to start anew at a different university." She pressed her tips together. Kurenai couldn't understand why the girl had stopped going to school. She had been told that Hinata was the best student in her classes and that the teachers liked having her around. The university she attended had received excellent reviews, but she sighed in defeat. She couldn't be too angry with the girl because Hinata wasn't a bad kid and she didn't want to push her further. "Which school?" Hinata whispered, looking at Kurenai. "Konoha University. They look after their students, and the turnaround rate is good," she muttered. "However, the end of this semester is near. To receive the credits, why don't you finish it?" Kurenai was taken back. "No," Hinata said. "I apologize. Even if it means delaying my graduation date a bit, I just want to start over. I apologize." Kurenai said, "We can begin the process, but what about your job? You shouldn't have left Saito without saying anything." "I apologize, Kurenai," Hinata said. "I don't want to work there anymore, so please don't be angry with me." "Well, Hinata, I did tell you that you were exempt from working. To my distaste, you have been employed since you were a young person. It's time for you to relish your youth." She looked at her laps and said, "I just don't want to be a disappointment to you." "You're not a disappointment, Hinata." Kurenai's eyes widened, and she gave the girl a hug. "Saito may be a cruel person, but she seemed to really like you. Hinata, it's okay to want to hang out with your friends or even your boyfriend, but don't let them or him make you lose focus." Kurenai replied, "I'm sure she'll understand." As Hinata shoved the woman away, her face flushed uncontrollably. "Kurenai," she got up and yelled, "I don't have a boyfriend." "Now, Hinata. When I see first love, I know it." When Hinata's face became even more flushed, Kurenai grinned and said, "I won't be shocked if this boy attends Konoha University. I'm finally going to bed." Hinata hurried to her room and said, "Good night," as she stood up. After Hinata was out of sight, Kurenai sighed and said, "Just leave her alone." Hinata is deserving of some joy in her life. In a daze, Hinata sat on the bed and looked at her laptop screen. Timetable for Uzumaki Naruto classes. M&T. World History 2 o'clock PMA 3:15 p.m. Marine Anderson. Biology 10:11:45 a.m. Kabuto Yakushi. W&R. Math Statistic 2 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Matthew Collins. English 1:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Ruka Amino. Hanata gazed at the second slide after clicking the arrow. Schedule of classes for Hyuga Hanata. M&T. World History 2 o'clock PMA 3:15 p.m. Marine Anderson. Biology 10:11:45 a.m. Kabuto Yakushi. W&R. Math Statistic 2 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Matthew Collins. English 1:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Ruka Amino. She sat down and gazed at the ceiling. She had withdrawn from classes 4 weeks prior and had begun the process of transferring to Kurenai University ahead of the next semester. She found it difficult to hide things from Kurenai, such as the newsletter that would be delivered to her home, the financial aid slip, or even scholarships, and she honestly believed Kurenai had discovered it when she had asked to speak with her. Kurenai was very kind to Hinata, so she didn't like lying to her, but she couldn't bring herself to tell Kurenai what was happening or why she wanted to switch schools. She was observing him in the school library when she noticed he was on the school's webpage, and after he left, Hinata sat by the computer station he was at and looked through the web address he was on, wanting to do a little dance right then and there because he was still logged on his Ku account. It was as if God was on her side. She knew her, and Naruto was meant to be with her. She couldn't help but smile, and her cheeks burned. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Date of birth: 10 out of 10, XX. Although she was already aware of this, she was taken aback by his decision to pursue pre-medical studies given his career path. Naruto and I will be in the same classes, she said with a dreamy sigh. She woke up early and looked at her reflection in the mirror. Ever since she found out about his class schedule, it was the last time she saw him. She had to make the difficult decision to see him, and each time she left the house, she slapped herself. She had to wait even though she didn't know why she wanted to. As she hummed a gentle lullaby and combed her blackish hair, she scowled at her appearance, realizing that she was not colorful like Sakura, who screamed bubbly, but instead felt like a black and white television program. As her gaze wandered through her clothes, she took out a long skirt that hung 2 inches below her ankle and a striped long black and white shirt, which she tucked into her skirt, stared at herself in the mirror, and did a little twirl before nodding her head when she found it was good enough. She also grabbed a pink lip gloss and rolled it over her lips and dabbed a little fruity perfume on her wrist and behind her ear. It was time, so she snatched the white bag off the hooks and put on her white Converse. While some students stared at the brilliant girl and whispered to each other, others stood outside the classroom waiting for the professor to open the door. One of the girls whispered, "Nay, she's kawaii. I love her bangs. She's so adorable," muttered one guy. Unaware of the stares she was receiving, Hinata thought, "I wonder what kind of girls Naruto likes. Thinking about him makes me smile," she said. It had been so long since she had last smelled his scent that the smell of something familiar drifting down the hall suddenly made her legs weak. As he walked down the hall, Hinata chewed the bottom of her lips and watched him lean against the yellow wall, his headphones on and his eyes fixed on his phone. Something was bothering him, and he thought someone was looking at him. Hinata felt drawn in, unable to take her eyes off of him, and they kept looking into each other's eyes until the professor opened the door for the class. Hinata heard him smirk before he pushed himself off the wall and went into the classroom, leaving the two of them alone in the hallway. Unaware that she had been holding her breath for so long, Hinata exhaled deeply and gave herself a cheek pat before entering the classroom. She sat in the back and stared at Naruto, who was staring down at the table. Hinata couldn't tell if he was staring at his phone or sleeping, but she couldn't get enough of him or his messy blonde hair, which diverted the class. The crowd had caused Hinata to lose sight of Naruto, so she sat down on a bench under a tree after class, sipped the cranberry juice, and swung her feet. After a few minutes, she yelled when she felt the bench dip a little. She blushed when the person made fun of her, and her nostrils were filled with a new fragrance. "I apologize. I didn't mean to startle you, miss," he said with a smile. With a soft smile, Hinata played with her index finger and said, "It's okay, Naruto." Naruto gave her a startled look and said, "You recognize me?" Hinata deadpanned. Was she so plain that he couldn't even remember who she was? He chuckled, which startled her. "I'm just joking. Isn't that Hinata? I had no idea you came here." She said softly, "I actually transfer here after reading the reviews." "Ah, It's an okay school, Naruto said, resting on the bench. I guess biology class wasn't very interesting today. In fact, I dozed off, he smiled. That day was just the first. Her crush was talking to her, and she wished she had someone to talk to about it. Perhaps she could try asking Kurenai what she thought of it. I'm sure it'll get interesting, she said, grinning as she looked down. Nay, what time do you have classes? With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Hinata handed him a piece of paper she had taken out of her folder while she kept her gaze fixed on her laps while Naruto looked through the classes. Wow. He sang, adding, we have every class together this semester, he smiled. We do? Hinata displayed astonishment. Yes, he grinned, I can sit next to a friend now. Hinata was retracted. You think I'm your friend? Yes. Why not? He gave her the paper and said, from now on, let's sit together. We can support one another. Hinata was truly content. Despite the fact that people would approach her, she was never the outgoing type and lacked the social skills necessary to fit in. I would like that. Hinata trailed Naruto, who escorted her to their subsequent class, where she sat on his right side and he sat far back. As class began, Hinata found it difficult to concentrate because she sensed that someone was watching her. She noticed Naruto looking at her out of the corner of her eye, and he slowly turned away to stare at the work on the projector. Hinata looked at him and watched as he sucked on the pen he was holding in his mouth, and she couldn't take her eyes off of him. She felt jealous because she wanted the pen to be here with him doing those things, and after a few minutes, he put the pen on the table and fell asleep. Naruto picked up his bag after the lecture and said, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? He uttered those words. Stay safe, Naruto. Hinata nodded. The students left the classroom, but Hinata was one of the few who remained to pack her things. As she was ready to go, she noticed the black pen Naruto had left on the table, and as she looked at it, her heart pounded out of her chest. She snatched it up and held it firmly. After a long day of traveling home, Hinata slammed the door behind her. Her hand trembled as she lifted the pen into the air, feeling as though she had won a priceless possession. Her mouth watered as she recalled what Naruto had done to the pen, curious to know his taste. Her hands trembled as she slowly licked every inch of the pen after pushing the top into her mouth. She lay on her back, still sucking on the pen, and hours went by as she lay on her bed, enjoying the taste of Naruto. She was unaware of the time, but sleep soon took over. Hinata felt someone hovering over her somewhere during the night, and as she opened her eyes slowly, she saw blue eyes staring back at her, and her lips parted as she felt the pen she had been sucking on being pulled out of her mouth. If you wanted to taste me, you should have said something. A faint taste of mint mento candy entered her mouth, and she let out a soft moan as his fingers caressed her soft and delicate ivory skin. Soft lips brushed against hers, making her heart skip a beat. Something was stirring in the pits of her stomach, and she wanted more. She closed her eyes and smashed her lips against his, not knowing what she was doing because this was her first kiss, but Naruto seemed unconcerned as he deepened the kiss. They eventually parted ways, and Naruto held her close as they simply lay side by side. What are you doing here, Naruto? She plucked up the courage to inquire. He cocked his head sideways. Hinata? Hinata? Someone was shaking her. Hinata. Hinata looked around wildly as she gasped for breath. Sorry, I came to check on you since you didn't greet me. I was just worried, said Kurenai. Hinata looked around her bedroom and rubbed her eyes. Kurenai gazed at the girl with concern. Are you okay? Hinata slowly nodded her head. She muttered, I just had a dream. Kurenai grinned. Why don't we go out for something to eat? Just the two of us. Hinata looked down and said, I'm sorry, I should have cooked dinner. Kurenai patted Hinata's head and said, It's okay, Hinata. She stood up and said, Let's go. You had this in your mouth, so proceed with caution, she said, holding up the black pen. Kurenai left the room, and Hinata got out of bed. You could have choked on this, you know, Hinata said, trembling as she stared at the pen. When Hinata noticed that her lips were a little red and swollen, she almost dropped her wooden brush on the vanity, but she quickly shook her head and said, It was a dream. Something wasn't right, and there was that familiar scent still present. Kurenai observed Hinata as she slowly consumed a piece of flank beef. Kurenai began, Hinata, is everything all right? Talking to me is acceptable. Well, Hinata said, looking up and grinning, have you ever had a dream that felt real? I have, in fact. Kurenai laughed as she recalled a dream in which she ate spicy curry and woke up with a burning sensation in her mouth. How about you? It's nothing really, Hinata said, turning around quickly as her face flushed. It was simply strange. There is no reason for concern. She sipped some water and gave her a suspicious look before saying, I'm here if you ever need to speak to someone. I understand. Are you prepared for tonight's date? Hinata inquired. I am. Is Asuma involved once more? Red in the face, Kurenai said. Yes, it is. With a smile, Hinata said, I hope he treats you well. With a childish giggle, Kurenai held her cheeks and said, thank you. When Hinata saw that Naruto was still seated after class, she packed her things and gave him a quick tap on the shoulder to get his attention. Are you alright? Hinata was surprised because he usually said goodbye to her before leaving, but Naruto turned his head slightly and grinned and said, yes, I was waiting for you. He then got up and packed his belongings in the baga, more accurately, stuffed them. Why? Hinata asked. I was wondering if you would like to tag along with my friends and me to do some karaoke, he replied. Before Hinata could respond, Naruto said, it seems you don't get out as much. The two left the classroom and started down the hallway, where some students were just getting out of class and others were leaning against the school wall in anticipation of their next lesson. They're good people, I promise, he assured her. Naruto would be there, but Hinata, who wasn't much of a people person and detested being in the middle of the crowd, bit the back of her lip. Silently, she replied, sure. Naruto, Hinata said. Naruto grinned as he looked over his shoulder. Yes? She said after pausing, have you ever had a dream that seemed tangible? She did not look into his eyes. She researched it extensively because it was bothering her and discovered that some people had gone through similar experiences, such as being struck in a dream and waking up with a physical mark. As Hinata waited for Naruto to respond, there was a pregnant silence. He gave her a bright smile and said, yes. He slowed down so that Hinata could walk beside him. What did you dream about? As she reflected on her naughty dream, Hinata yelled, it's nothing, her face flushed. It must have been thrilling, because Naruto couldn't help but laugh. He smiled. He inquired, how did you do on the test? Oh, I got 100%. He said, well, I expect that out of you. You look so smart. Hinata pressed her index fingers together while glancing down at her shoes. You're smart too. Naruto exclaimed in amazement, you think so? He put his hands on the back of his head and smiled, saying, you're the first person to ever call me smart. As they passed the light bulbs, he counted them while glancing up at the ceiling. Really? Naruto glanced down at her and said, yeah, he wasn't as tall as most guys, but the girl was shorter than him. As they left the school building, the sun shone down on them. Konoha was hotter than usual. The chilly air greeted Hinata as Naruto led her to a cafe copyright. He said, would you like bubble tea? My friend loves those things, and I don't know why, he murmured. Shyly, Hinata said, no, thank you. I've never had it before. Naruto sneered. You're not missing anything, I promise, and the quantity of calories loaded up. While Naruto was ranting about bubble tea and how he thought it tasted bad, Hinata couldn't take her eyes off of him. His lips were juicy and sweet, and his eyelashes were curled in a way that would make any girl envious. Her gaze then shifted to his soft blonde hair and the way it fell over his forehead. She was unaware that Naruto had halted his conversation and was now staring at her. His lips curled slightly to form the dimples that punctured his cheeks, and while he did not fully reveal his teeth to her, the amusement was evident in the light in his eyes. Red in the cheeks, Naruto said, you're making me nervous, covering his face and turning his head shyly away. I am so sorry, Hinata said, blinking her eyes quickly and having a face that could rival the color red. Naruto was still hiding his face and staring at the ground when Hinata stood up and attempted to take his hand away from his face so that Naruto wouldn't think she was strange. I'm sorry, Nar. She saw that he was smiling when she took his hand away. He laughed and said, I'm just teasing ya. Hinata felt her legs sway and swallowed. Returning to her seat, she fiddled with her hair. Kiba cried, Naruto, you ready? He approached Naruto, longing for the timid Hyuga girl. Naruto said, yeah, I'm bringing along my friend too, as he leapt from the stool. And Kiba asked, who? Hinata, Naruto said, gesturing to the girl seated across from him. Kiba was stunned as he turned around. He felt as though someone had punched him in the face when he saw this stunning creature up close. Her lips were plump and kissable, and her eyes had a gentle, compassionate expression. The only thing he wanted to do was lean in and kiss her. Hinata lowered herself slowly from the stool and averted her shy gaze. Kiba almost cooed as she gazed at the top of her head. She was very cute and short. The girl had an air of shyness and innocence, and he wanted to embrace and shield her. Hello, said Hinata. When Kiba heard her speak, it was the cherry on top. Her voice put him in a trance, and she sounded so sweet and shy. Naruto asked with a hint of annoyance, "Can you stop eye-raping her?" "I apologize," Kiba said after being brought back to reality. "My name is Kiba," he said, bowing. "Hello, Kiba. Nice to meet you. Hanata is my name." She bowed as well. Naruto went on to say, "And she's going to join us for karaoke time." Kiba said calmly, "Nice." As Kiba led the way to the public bus stop, Hinata trailed behind Naruto, who kept looking back and occasionally grinned, making Hinata turn away. "Don't mind Kiba," he said quietly. When he sees a beautiful girl, he gets like that. He stopped in his tracks, looking at Hinata, initially perplexed, as her eyes widened slightly and she grabbed hold of his arm. "Why, you think I'm beautiful?" With a laugh, Naruto patted Hinata's head and said, "Yes, I do." Hinata was told she was beautiful a lot, but hearing it from her crush made her feel like she was on top of the world, and his words made her heart skip a beat. When they arrived at the bus stop, she released his arm. Sakura saw the girl following him and said, "Hey, Naruto, who is she?" Naruto put his arm around the girl's shoulder and said, "Oh, this is Hinata. Hinata, this is Sakura." She whispered back, hello." She knew Sakura's face was red, so she avoided making eye contact with her by focusing on the tree. Sakura grinned and said, "Hello. I hope you're not having any issues with Naruto. I am aware that he occasionally acts foolishly." "No." When Sakura abruptly jumped back, Hinata pressed her index fingers together and said, He isn't giving me any problems and he isn't an idiot. You should refrain from saying such things, Sakura." Sakura looked at Naruto, who was smiling, and then back at Hinata, who was shy and turned her head away. "I apologize, Hinata," Sakura said. "It's just a habit," Sakura remarked, rubbing her cheek. Naruto protruded his tongue and taunted, "You heard her." Sakura gave him a fierce look and clenched her fist, saying, "Shut up." Kiba looked at Hinata with a dreamy gaze, realizing that he needed a girl like her in his life, a beautiful, intelligent, shy, kind, and willing to defend him. "Hi there," an unidentified girl said as she walked up to the group of teenagers. Sakura yelled, "Ino," and rushed toward the girl, embracing her with her arms. Sakura was encircled by Ino, who then spun her around. She whispered into Ino's ear, "This is Naruto's friend, Hinata." Sakura introduced the girl, saying, "She's a little weird." As she hovered over the short girl, Ino smiled and said, "You're so adorable." Hinata said, It's a pleasure to meet you, Ino," as she drew nearer to Naruto because she didn't feel comfortable around Ino. "You're like a cute cinnabon." "Cinnabon? I like cinnamon buns," Hinata said, cocking her head to the side. The girl's innocence made Ino laugh, when Naruto said, "Stop teasing Hinata." "She's so adorable," Ino said, adding, "I'm not teasing her." They appeared to be close friends, and Hinata giggled inside that she could be a part of something so unique. The group boarded the bus, and they would occasionally converse while Hinata listened in wonder. Ino turned around and said, "Hinata, you look so familiar. What school did you attend?" "Toyama High School." No, it wasn't there, but I'm pretty sure I've seen you somewhere," Ino replied. "Your eyes look so familiar." Hinata commented, "Oh, you probably saw my sister," as she glanced down at her lap. "It most likely was. The looks are uncanny," Ino remarked as she sat down. When he pushed her with his knee, the girl looked at him and saw his smile, and Naruto noticed that the mood had changed. Her innocent and sweet aura replaced the gloomy atmosphere. As Kiba pounded the tambourine and Sakura and Ino sang a duet, Hinata burst out laughing. "Oh, Ollie Ollie Ollie, simply follow my instructions. Here, at this very moment, bang, like a dongon liner, bupanaze. Here at this very moment, burn, Butakitakus is able to ignite. Here, at this very moment, bang, like a dongon liner, bupanaze. Here at this very moment, burn." Even though the singing was awful, it had such a pleasing sound. "I'm grateful. Many thanks," Ino yelled into the microphone. However, things eventually died down as Kiba had to leave because his mother had called him, and Sakura and Ino left shortly after because Lee had a tournament, and they had given up on forcing Hinata to join them. The girl was happy to watch them. Before Hinata ventured out into the streets of downtown Konoha, she had no idea how late it was. "Are you comfortable riding the train alone?" "I have to go somewhere," Naruto said to her. Hinata uttered the words, "Oh," with regret, and Naruto raised her chin to look into her eyes. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? It's 5 minutes to the train station, Hinata replied, nodding her head. You'll notice the signs if you simply keep walking straight. Hinata turned to face the direction Naruto was indicating. All right. Naruto, be careful. He waved her away and disappeared into the throng of people. Hinata, who had discovered his residence but had not yet found the courage to visit it, swallowed deeply as she trailed behind him. Hinata, a little uneasy because it was so dark and only a few lights flickered on and off, hid behind the pole and watched him turn the corner. Hinata saw a sign that read Konoha Park and went in the opposite direction, entering the park's gate. She waited for Naruto to pass by, hiding behind some bushes, wondering who he would be waiting on. Her eyes stung, and she held her chest, thinking, maybe he had a girlfriend after all, and he was meeting her here. Her dreams were dashed when she imagined Naruto holding another woman. When Hinata heard someone passing by, she peered out of the bushes. Yes, Marco. He'll be here shortly. The voice of an unidentified man yelled over the telephone, and Hinata heard the man sitting on the bench in front of her creek. She thought, I could have sworn Naruto walked in here. A few seconds later, she was about to crawl away when she heard a familiar smell and another footstep. She cocked her head to the side and looked at the bushes to see Naruto walking down the pavement with his hands in his pockets. Hinata wondered what Naruto was doing when he stopped a few inches from the man on the phone. Wasn't he going to embrace his lover? Hold on, Marco, the man said, glancing sideways to see an unidentified figure standing there. He scowled at the odd man, saying, some ass is just standing there. What? He growled. Why is he talking to Naruto like that? Hinata asked, cautious not to make it rustle as she peered through the bushes. Marco, hold on. I'll give you a call back. This jerk will receive his A. As Hinata crawled back on the soggy grass, her eyes grew wide. To stop herself from screaming, she put her hands over her mouth. Yuki, Yuki. As the man cried out for assistance, she shielded her ears. Something hit the floor with a thud, and Hinata let out a whimper. She shook her head and prayed that the tears would stop streaming down her cheeks. When she heard, her heart stopped. Ah, hello. When Hinata heard Naruto's voice, her hands began to shake. She was shivering because there was something really unsettling about it. He laughed ominously and said, I'm sorry, B, but your friend can't come to the phone anymore. He hung up the phone, saying, Ya nay. He walked away after tossing the phone into the bushes, just missing Hinata. She waited for an hour before stumbling out of the bushes. When she saw the man lying there with his mouth open and some of his teeth missing, her heart stopped. Blood was streaming down his throat. As Hinata gazed at the horror before her, she screamed loudly. With tears in her eyes, she plucked up the courage to run out of the park. She kept checking behind her to see if anyone was pursuing her. Naruto wouldn't act in that manner. He is sweet and kind. No, it's not him. Correct? Tightly closing her eyes, she tried to remind herself that Naruto was the person she had grown to love. After entering her apartment, Hinata sobbed herself to sleep. Her thoughts were focused on the man who was dead on the floor and what Naruto had done. Perhaps she ought to have contacted the police. Maybe she ought to have prevented him. She had a lot of ideas about what she could have done differently running through her head. As Hinata gazed at the laptop screen, she tucked her large, fluffy blanket around herself. She was looking through the most recent news article to see if the body had been found in the park. She closed the laptop with a defeated sigh. She felt a sense of relief that no one had discovered the body. But because she didn't want Naruto to get into trouble, she felt disgusted at herself. Although the boy was intelligent, attractive, and kind, there was another aspect of him that she shook her head at the thought of it. Her mind wouldn't believe it, even though she kept telling herself that Naruto had a twin brother or that last night was a dream. Someone had been cold-bloodedly murdered by Naruto. Perhaps the man was expecting it? Or did he harm Naruto in some way? She had missed school and was by herself at home. One thing she couldn't do was face Naruto. He committed murder. When she recalled the noise the man made prior to his tragic death, a piece of her heart broke. Naruto's voice had a chilling quality that made her feel something else. It soon became night, and Hinata was falling asleep. Shortly after, the girl finally gave in and dozed off peacefully. She felt a powerful presence hovering over her, and she tossed and turned throughout the night when her body shivered a little. She felt a heavyweight pressing down next to her as the left side of her bed moved. She muttered, Kurenai, while she was asleep. She felt something pressing down on her chest, holding her down, and her eyes widened. F5 more minutes, she said. Her eyes were the only thing that moved while she was stuck. Her gaze strayed to the figure beside her as the moon shone through her room. She was frightened by its electric blue eyes and made an unsuccessful attempt to move. She parted her lips, but no sound emerged. The familiar voice slid a finger across her smooth skin and said, "You had me worried. Why didn't you come to school?" As it observed the girl's attempt to speak, it cocked its head innocently to the side. Sitting on the bed, the figure gazed down at Hinata. Tears formed and eventually trickled down her cheeks, leaving her silk pillows discolored. It had an evil smirk on its face and asked, "Ah, are you crying because of the man I killed?" Before kissing her forehead, it said, "Don't cry." It rubbed her hair and then took a fistful in its hand, saying, "Death is only natural." Hinata felt it attempting to tear the hair from her scalp, and she winced in agony. "Don't you like me anymore? Come on, Hinata. Now that you know the truth, are you going to abandon me?" "Stop." She let out a mental scream. "You're causing me pain. I will not reveal. I swear," she screamed repeatedly, but the words would never come out. Her gaze strayed to the slowly opening door of her bedroom. Her room was illuminated by the hallway light, and Kurenai stood by the door as if she were an angel who would deliver Hinata from this nightmare. She felt someone nudge her body and call out to her as the darkness swiftly engulfed her. "Hinata! Hinata! Hinata!" Hinata gasped for breath as she opened her eyes. With concern, Kurenai yelled, "Hinata!" Kurenai gave her a tight hug and stroked her hair, saying, "It's okay. I'm here. Are you okay?" Hinata asked, holding Kurenai close as tears fell from her eyes. She rocked back and forth with Hinata, who was crying uncontrollably, saying, There, it was only a dream." Hinata embraced Kurenai's warmth and squeezed her eyes shut. She kept telling herself, "A dream. It was only a dream." When Monday morning arrived, Hinata was perched atop a stone bench that was secured to the tree. Since the murder, she hadn't seen Naruto and had skipped classes. She was afraid of her nighttime dreams because they seemed so real. Like a startled cat, Hinata leapt from her seat and exclaimed, "Boo!" The young man couldn't contain his laughter. He said, "Ah, I'm sorry," after noticing the girl was clearly shaken. With haste, she lowered her head and manipulated her index fingers. Her cheeks flushed as his aroma mesmerized her. "It's okay," she said. He sat beside her and asked, "Where have you been?" The young man sat closer than usual to Hinata, and she held her breath. She wanted him to hold her the way he had done on the train, and she could feel his warmth radiating onto her. He said, "You've missed 2 days of classes," with a tongue click. "Were you sick?" She muttered, pressing her index fingers together, "I'm sorry, Naruto." Her laugh was nervous. "I didn't feel well enough to leave the bed," she said. He scowled. He muttered, "I was a little worried." He grinned broadly and said, "But I'm glad you're okay." Hinata was captivated by his compassionate disposition. She wanted to jump into his arms when she realized that he was concerned about her. He hummed, "Maybe we should exchange numbers?" A beat skipped in Hinata's heart. She pulled out her phone and froze. She had his number stored on her phone already. Naruto pulled his phone out of his jeans pocket and said, "Give me your phone so that I can add it." For a moment, Hinata's heart stopped. My phone." "Yeah," chuckled Naruto. "I intended to enter it for why." "It's okay," Hinata said, gripping her phone tightly. She tried to sound confident as she said, "I can do it." "Do you have any pictures in there that you don't want me to see?" asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw Hinata's face turn red, and she shook her head viciously. "I'm just teasing ya." "How much is your number?" XXXXXX9898. Naruto texted Hinata after saving it to his phone contact. "Hi there." Hinata gazed at the text message while her hands began to vibrate. Naruto. "Hi there. Are you certain you're alright?" Something in his eyes caused her legs to tremble as he asked, "You should go home if you're still feeling sick. Later, I can give you the notes." Hinata shook her head and bit her lower lip, saying, "I'll be fine, Naruto." "Hey, let's go out for ramen," he said with a smile. "After classes, just you and me." "Okay. I'm familiar with this excellent ramen spot." Hinata was ecstatic as the two spent their time together at Ichiraku, putting Naruto's memories in the back of her mind and relishing their time together. As he slurped the noodles into his mouth, Naruto smiled and said, "This is the best ramen place ever." Miso pork ramen is one of his favorite dishes. With a soft smile, Hinata said, "I already knew that when he was with Kiba and Shikamaru." The boy ate almost 5 bowls in a half hour. He watched with amusement as the girl ate his favorite ramen, Hinata holding some of her hair behind her ear as she pushed some of the noodles into her tiny mouth. He appeared to be enthralled with his date from the outside in, looking like a sick love puppy. and he kept watching her eat the ramen until something stopped him. A small plate was set between them, and Ayame smiled at Naruto before forcing her to go. Hinata looked at Naruto, who was smiling teasingly, and said, "I know you told Ino you like cinnamon rolls, so here." He then slid the plate over to her. She pushed the unfinished ramen aside and said, "You're very kind, Naruto." With a laugh, Naruto hummed, "Nay, won't you finish that?" He pointed with his wooden chopsticks to the bowl of ramen. "Yes, I will," she said resolutely, but it appeared that she was concentrating on something else because she hadn't looked at him since the cinnamon roll was put in front of her. "Hinata, I have no idea." When the girl attempted to wipe away the imaginary saliva, Naruto couldn't help but laugh and say, "I'm just teasing ya. I can see you drooling out the mouth. Have fun." Picking up the knife and fork on the paper towel, Hinata's blush deepened as she cut through the cinnamon roll, watching as the frosting slid down the blade and covered the utensils with its white gooey substance. When she put the warm food in her mouth, she was ecstatic, and Naruto watched her as if he was anticipating the big reveal, eyeing her like a ravenous animal. When the knife grazed Hinata's pale skin, she dropped the fork to the plate. Ow, and Naruto's eyes watched the teardrop of blood slide down her thin finger as she searched for a napkin. Her eyes unintentionally met Naruto's, who gazed at her fingers with hunger. He finally said, "Try to be careful next time." Naruto picked up a napkin and dabbed at the blood on her finger, saying softly, "You can be so clumsy." He took her hand in his, and Hinata was unable to take her eyes off of him. His eyes cried out for danger, but she felt herself drawn into his deep blue pools. She said, "Naruto, how are you feeling?" With a smile, Naruto remarked, "I've never felt more alive." On the train ride home, Hinata sat next to Naruto. Although she was still apprehensive about the situation, she noticed that he looked like your typical Japanese boy. She let out a small sigh, which made Naruto glance down at her. He clasped her right hand around his left, and she glanced up at him. His only action was to smile before turning to face the train door. Hinata's mind was racing with all the possible outcomes, and suddenly she no longer remembered that he was a heartless killer. She felt her hand become sweaty and numb as her heart beat out of her chest. "Did you have a good day?" did he ask. "I did," Hinata said, nodding. How about you?" "In fact, it was enjoyable." Naruto's remark, "I enjoy spending time with you," caused her to flush. "You do? And I'm not very colorful like Sakura," she muttered under her breath, stunned. "I'm not a talkative person who can hold a conversation," she said. Her eyes widened as she opened her mouth to speak. "Everyone has their own colors, Hinata," Naruto said, giving her a quick glance and grinning. He chuckled, "And I'm kind of glad you're not Sakura's color." "What color do you think I am?" Hinata asked, cocking her head to the side. After a brief moment of blinking, Naruto hummed, "White," grinning, "You're painted in white." "White," she muttered. "It's not very colorful," she scowled. "It seems like a bland color." "What color do you think I am?" "Some may think it's bland, but to me, it's such an interesting color." He grinned broadly. "A swirl of red, yellow and orange, like the color of Sakura, huh?" "No, your colors are different and they make me happy." Hinata shook her head and lowered her head. "If you'd like, I could paint you with some of my colors," Naruto said softly in her ear. The boy's laughter increased when Hinata almost shoved him over. Hinata didn't want the day to end, and his stop was drawing near, and she felt alive simply by consuming his energy. As the train came to a stop, Naruto released her hand and gazed down at Hinata, saying, "Are you okay?" "Yes." The train stopped, and a few others stood by the door. "If I could bring you home with me, I would," he said, laughing when her face flushed. "I'll see you later," he said. A few people hurried in and out as the doors opened. As he made his way through the congested streets, Naruto slipped his hands into his jeans pocket. One man jokingly remarked, well, if it isn't little Naruto," as the young boy passed him. The boy smiled and said, "Kisame, what's up?" The elderly man dusted his hands and tossed some boxes into the alleyway. "A hectic day at the fish market?" Saying, "It was," he wiped his hands on his apron. "You're going home, kid?" He laughed and continued to walk down the walkway, saying, "Yup, I had a long day. I'll see ya later," he said. He went into the one-bedroom apartment, tossed his keys on the kitchen counter that was littered with half-drunk drinking water bottles and discarded ramen cups, and stood in front of the TV and switched it on. "I have no idea who that individual was." A young man broke down when he recalled the sound his friend made while being beaten to death, he told me, while another man was standing there. "Did he say anything to you?" the news reporter asked as she consoled the sobbing man. When she posed that question, Marco's face went white. Naruto hummed and cocked his head. After flipping through a few channels, he finally settled on an Animal Kingdom documentary. Before turning on, the bathroom light made a flickering sound. As he removed his white t-shirt, a slight breeze brushed against his skin. Naruto looked up at the night sky through the open window. He extended his head and embraced the wind as it blew through his hair. His face would still astonish anyone and still convey the innocence of a boy. When Naruto noticed a stray cat meowing while sitting beneath his window, his smile widened. He put out his arms and the cat climbed up to him. "Oh, you're the little cat who's been waking me up," he said. Holding the cat in his hand, he raised it. He smiled and said, "Nay, you're a boy cat." Meow, he squinted his eyes. The cat gave him a strange look as he said, "Nay, you've had me up for the past few days. You still look young. Where's your mom?" When his fingers dug into his flesh, he attempted to break free of Naruto's hold. He hissed, "Meow." Naruto sounded hurt. "You didn't have a problem coming to me before," he said. The cat relaxed and gazed at the boy, seemingly perplexed. Meow, the feline uttered. Naruto approached the bathroom window while holding it by the nape of its neck. The cat was staring at him with naive eyes when he hovered half of it over the window. "Meow," Naruto observed as the cat continued to scream as its upper half struggled to escape the window. "Meow. Meow, meow." The window pinned the middle portion of the cat's body, causing blood to spill onto the bathroom floor. As it attempted to free itself, the cat continued to scream. Holding the cat by the neck, Naruto opened the window a little before forcefully slamming it. He kept doing this until the cat stopped making noise. He threw it to the floor and opened the window one last time. The idea of cleaning cat blood off his window made him frown. "Oh, now I have to clean this shit up," he said. When he noticed something moving in the bushes, he narrowed his eyes and peered off into the distance. Before he shut the window and went back to his living room, a tiny smile was plastered on his face. As Hinata gazed at the photo of her crush, her eyes met her screen. She swiftly read the comments that deluged her thread after a notification appeared on her screen. Subject: "What should I do after seeing my friend kill a cat?" By an unidentified. "I chose to follow my friend home tonight, and I discovered that he was killing a cat. He's a decent man, but I'm at a loss for what to do. Help me, please." According to Steph999, which cruel monster destroys a healthy cat? After what he did, how can you even call him a friend or good guy? It's obvious that this guy is a psychopath, so I advise you to unfriend him and let someone know. Momo506 states, "There's a problem with your friend. Perhaps you ought to try discussing what you witnessed with him and looking for ways to support him. Did he kill the cat for a reason?" According to Yuki87889, Momo506, "Hey, are you serious? Why should she go up to him? What's to say he wouldn't attempt her murder? Why would anyone want to kill a cat? What a fucking idiot. Drop him before he drops you, in my opinion. He is a sociopath who enjoys disparaging people who are less powerful than him." According to Anonymous, "You were following your friend home, but why? Was he aware? Why would he kill the cat in front of you if he was aware?" Blades Fury 393 states, "Anonymous, I had the same thought. This is a completely nonsensical story unless you were stalking him. But it's irrelevant. He requires assistance. How can a helpless creature be killed?" According to Konami_user, "I would also kill it, and the cat most likely had it coming. The devil himself is behind those things. I detest cats. They are incredibly annoying. Farewell to a cat that will always be missed." According to Blue Weasel, "I know he's your friend, and if you two get along well, you might want to discuss it with him. He might be going through a difficult time, and this is the only way he can release his rage. Although I'm not inclined to pass judgment, this raises some concerns. Has his behavior changed recently? Is this his initial encounter? I think you ought to speak with him." According to Anonymous, "Do you like seeing him destroy things? Did you find it entertaining to watch him murder the cat? Perhaps you do." According to iLoveTell, "Anonymous, you sick bastard, get out of here." Hinata's eyes watered as she read the comments. How could she find pleasure in witnessing Naruto's actions? Who was it she could tell? She buried her head in her pillow and tossed her phone on the bed. Why was she required to accompany Naruto to his house? Why couldn't she just let the night end quietly and leave it at that? "Hey, Hanata." When Hinata looked back, she saw Kiba sprinting toward her. "Oh, hello, Kiba," she said wearily as she greeted the boy. When he saw some dark circles under her eyes, he asked, "Are you okay?" Slowly, she nodded. She rubbed her eyes and said, I didn't get any sleep last night. Did you have a hard time falling asleep? She gave another nod. I. Hinata. When Hinata felt someone pick her up off the ground and put their arms around her waist, her heart skipped a beat. Naruto. She gave a little squeak. Kiba glanced down at the boy, who smiled as he glanced behind Hinata. Ah, Kiba. I didn't see you there, he remarked angrily. When Kiba heard a hint of agitation in Naruto's voice, he shook his head and waved to the girl before leaving, saying, I'll see you later, Hinata. How is your finger doing? Naruto put her on the ground and uttered those words. She told him, it's fine, and held up the small yellow bandage that was on her finger. Excellent. As they headed to class, he accompanied her on foot. Hey, I take it that you too are in Iruka's class? He just sent us an email stating that classes are cancelled, one person said. When Hinata pulled out her phone, she saw that Iruka had just sent an email expressing regret for missing class due to a family emergency. What ought we to do? Our next class isn't until 2:15 p.m., Hinata inquired. As he thought of something, Naruto hummed, well, it's not like our attendance is going to affect our statistic class. Would you like to come over to my place? We can hang out and ignore the statistics. His blonde hair followed as he tilted his head to the side. I understand if you don't want to, and Hinata's legs shook as she considered what Naruto would do once they were alone. His tone was so hurtful that it broke Hinata's heart. She gripped his arm and shook her head, saying, I would love to go to your place. Nay, let's hurry up and catch the next train, he said with a bright smile while holding her hand. His nervous laughter came as he pushed the door open for Hinata. It's a little messy, he said. She said, thank you, as she entered the apartment and glanced around the tiny space, her nostrils filling with Naruto's aroma, her gaze lingering on the two closed doors next to each other. Would you like something to drink? This was the first time Hinata had been invited into another friend's house, and she wasn't sure how to react. And not only was he her friend, but Naruto was also her first love and a murderer. Some water will be fine, she said, clenching the straps of her bag. Do you mind if I sit on your sofa? He yelled, go ahead, as he grabbed a chilled bottle of water from the refrigerator. He didn't have a family, Hinata realized as she glanced around his apartment, which seemed very drab with no pictures on the walls or decorations, just a yellow tint that surrounded the space. She jumped when she felt a cold hand touch her cheek, and when she looked up, she saw Naruto grinning down at her. As Naruto sat on the sofa, the cushion next to her sank, and she looked at the TV screen, seeing both her and his reflection. Naruto, she said, pausing to consider whether or not she would actually tell him what she had witnessed that evening. He looked in her direction. I appreciate you being my friend. She smiled as she looked at the white cap and said, you're so nice that I know you wouldn't hurt a fly. She wanted to think that Naruto wouldn't harm anyone because he was too selfless and kind. He took her out and became friends with her, introduced her to his friends, and. As she heard Naruto snicker, she turned her head to her left. You believe so? Hinata's voice sounded annoyed, and his hands tightened around the water bottle. Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you. You must be strong, and you could easily. In an attempt to contain his laughter, Naruto held his stomach. I know what you meant, Hinata, he said with a kind smile. Hinata sulked. That's not funny. He cupped her cheeks and looked directly into her eyes, saying, I know, but you make the cutest facial expressions when I tease ya. She relaxed her hold on the bottle and asked, you think I'm cute? Well, more like beautiful, elegant, smart, he said, drawing her closer the more reassuringly. Placing her hand on his chest, she felt his heartbeat as quickly as hers did. Hinata tried not to stutter as she said, may I use your bathroom, please? Naruto announced, second door to the right, indicating the brown door. Hinata rose and hurried to the bathroom. She recognized that the bathroom was small and had only one window. Pristine, bloodless, and spotless. As Hinata staggered in his direction, Naruto laughed. He couldn't resist letting out a little laugh. He was generally interested in the girl, and she was full of surprises. When he described her as smart, cute, and beautiful, he meant it. Indeed, she was intelligent, but he questioned whether or not she was faithful. Naruto turned to face her and said, Hinata, what are you going to major in? Culinary arts. She exclaimed, her eyes brightening. Since Kurenai let her assist her in the kitchen, she had always had a deep love for cooking. Kurenai was always working and wasn't the best cook. The woman decided to help her caregiver by preparing dinner every night because she was tired. Really? Why are you taking up biology? I'm sure it's kind of useless in your field. She hurriedly sat down beside him and exclaimed, it's just something I wanted to do. What about you? Naruto smiled and declared, I'm going to be a forensic pathologist. Hinata's eyes widened a little, and she felt as though her soul had left her body. She started to perspire icily. Forensic pathologist? She couldn't explain why her eyes met his, but the expression on his face made her stomach turn. That voice said, you know what that is, right? She had heard it before. She recognized the voice from that evening in the park. Sweat slid between her chest, her stomach turned inside out, and her throat burned. Hinata slowly nodded her head while maintaining eye contact with Naruto. I couldn't muster the courage to examine dead bodies every day. I'm surprised you're going in that field, she replied. Naruto gave a small smile, but his eyes conveyed a different message. His voice was cold as he said, they're dead. It's not like they're going to come back to life. I know, mumbled Hinata. Slowly turning around, he said, good, and picked up the controller from the coffee table. He looked over his shoulder and said, let's watch a movie, with a radiant smile. As Hinata waited for morning to come, she shifted uneasily on her bed. She was afraid of it. Her dreams. They were too real to be true. She was accustomed to night terrors. Kurenai believed she had outgrown them since she had had them until she was 12. It all seemed genuine. The scent of Naruto, his hand, his silky hair, everything. The sound of a blow against her window startled her to her feet. When she noticed the tree's branches rubbing against it, her heartbeat slowed. She wondered, was that always there? She lay back down and pulled the covers over her head as darkness blinded her. It's okay, she repeatedly reminded herself. And Naruto won't hurt me. He's nice, sweet, kind, and trustworthy. As time passed, Hinata slept soundly. Come here, kitty. Huh? Walls that are yellow. Cabinets that are brown. Someone you know. You're such a pretty kitten, Naruto. Wait, put me down. Nay. Why are you squirming? Why is he smiling at me? Why do I feel so small? Wait, did he just call me kitten? Want some milk? Purr. Wait, why am I purring? I don't look at me with those blue eyes of yours. He chuckles. Why are you glaring at me like that? Please stop staring at me like that. It makes it harder to fall out of love with you. Why are you crying? Because is this more comfortable? He smiles. That's right there, meow, meow, remain motionless. Am I in his kitchen? Meow. You really ought to clean, Naruto. What are you whining about? Nay, don't make fun of me. What a cute kitten you are. Nah, don't back away from me. Why do you have that knife in your hand? Don't make that face. It's kind of hurtful. Please, don't hurt me. Nay, why are you shaking? Do you know what this is? I'm afraid of your eyes. I promise not to harm you. You won't, much. Meow, it hurts, meow, meow. You have blood all over my countertop, Hinata. Nay, Naruto. Do you expect me to clean this mess up? What am I doing over there? The poor thing looks like she's about to croak. That's me. Naruto. Not in front of the kitten. She's crying. Why am I staring at myself that way? Why is he kissing me? Why? Do you want me to finish her for you? Go ahead. Why am I looking so joyful? Asuma hurried in with Kurenai as the doors slammed open, and Kurenai hurried to Hinata's bedside as Asuma turned on the lights. Hinata. Hinata. Are you all right? The poor girl was sweating profusely. Do I need to call for an ambulance? Asuma spoke worriedly. No, get her some water, please. With haste, Asuma fled the room. Kurenai squeezed the girl, who was sobbing uncontrollably as she held on to Kurenai, and said, Hinata, you're okay. Take a breath. Yes, exactly like that. Hinata drank a glass of water that Asuma had handed her with trepidation. What's going on? As Hinata calmed down, Kurenai sighed and gave her a hug, saying, they're night terrors. A fear of the night? Asuma's eyebrows arched. Yes, Hinata did have them in her younger years. She looked at Asuma and said, I thought it stopped when she turned 12. Do you mind sleeping alone? It's no problem, he said, rubbing the back of his head. Hinata began to scream uncontrollably as they were doing something intimate. Don't hesitate to come to me if you need help, he said. I'm concerned about Hinata, Asuma, related to last night? After setting the cup on the table, Kurenai sighed and said, she hasn't experienced those night terrors in a long time. I'm not sure what's causing them. Perhaps you ought to get expert assistance. I was kind of worried myself, Asuma suggested. I know how much she means to you, he said honestly, resting his heavy hand on her shoulder. Kurenai put her hand over his and sighed, saying, Asuma, she's already been through a lot. Her voice trailed off. I hope she didn't see him. Who? Asuma asked. It's nothing, she said, shaking her head. Kurenai had gone to join Asuma for a dinner date with some coworkers, and although she wanted to stay with Hinata, the girl assured her that she would be okay. Hinata played with a piece of white thread that protruded from her blankets. It was dull. She had just finished her assignments an hour prior, and she had no one to spend time with. Her thoughts strayed to Naruto. A college student who was attractive, vivacious, compassionate, and a murderer. She cried and said, there's something wrong with me. Why'd I still love him? Why is he on my mind all the time? She let out a loud cry, WWY? When Hinata heard her phone ring, she rubbed her eyes and cried for an hour as the thoughts raced through her head like a bullet train. Naruto. Hello. Oh, Hinata. When Naruto said, I hope I didn't wake you up, he sounded excited. With the blankets still wrapped around her, Hinata stood up and shook her head as though he could see her. And no, I was simply lying down. She kept rubbing her eyes. Well, I was a little hungry, and I was wondering if you wanted to join me for some ramen, he said with a laugh, my treat. Aside from her happiness, Hinata experienced a range of mixed emotions, including anger towards Naruto and disgust. Hinata? He dialed. Then she muttered, sure. He sounded disappointed and said, you don't sound too sure. No, yes, I am. There, I'll see you. Okay, I'll see you. After a brief shower, Hinata changed into a long white sleeve shirt and an ankle-length beige skirt. She met Naruto in front of Ichiraku, who was wearing a gray and black varsity jacket and long dark jeans. He led her into the restaurant and said, I hope it isn't too late for you to eat. And no, not all. After they took their orders in a small booth, Ayame said, I'm sorry for calling you out so late, but I didn't want to eat alone. It's okay, Hinata said, avoiding eye contact with Naruto while fiddling with the straw in her cup. Hinata, are you alright? When he saw that her eyes were red, he inquired, what made you cry? Did someone hurt you? Hinata asked, observing a worried expression in his eyes. She shook her head slowly while looking down. Are you telling me lies? She shook her head once more and kept her eyes fixed on the brown table. You refused to hang out with me? Hinata shook her head angrily as her head shot up, saying, no. She pressed her index fingers together and said, I'll love spending time with you. Is it a result of our limited time together? I'll make time just for you, he hummed amusedly, chuckling at her flushed face. You have my phone number, so just let me know, okay? He gave her a wink. Why? Why what? He asked, cocking his head to the side. Why do you treat me so well? What? Hinata asked. I don't know, but there's just something about you I like, Naruto said with a shoulder shrug. Ayame put 2 bowls of ramen in front of them to break up the momentary eye contact between the two. It was late, the trains had ceased, and the two walked out of Ichiraku holding hands. Hanata whispered, Naruto, since you bought me dinner, I can pay for a cab. Naruto was holding her hand, and she struggled to keep from fainting. Naruto said, Hinata, turning to face her, what's causing his blush? It's a little late, Naruto said, massaging his cheek, and I don't want you to have to take a taxi home by yourself. Stay the night at my house, and I'll accompany you home the following day so we can gather your belongings for class. With wide eyes, Hinata said, spent the evening with Naruto? Does that entail sharing a bed? Are you alright? You don't feel like you have a fever, he said, touching her forehead. She said, yes, I can do that, with shyness. Excellent. With a sounded, let's go, Naruto motioned down a taxi. Naruto looked at Hinata's vibrating phone on his bedside table. Kurenai Hinata was showering in the bathroom when it stopped, and he picked it up and pressed the home button. To unlock, place your finger or enter your PIN. He was illuminated by a bright light, and his eyes glistened with laughter as there were some clicking sounds. When the called ID appeared once more, he moaned. Kurenai, before turning off the phone, he waited for it to stop ringing. As soon as he heard her turn off the water, Naruto's head snapped to the door, and Hinata, dressed in a large orange t-shirt, emerged, tucking herself behind the door while Naruto's gaze swept over her body. I'll sleep on the couch while you sleep here, he said, gesturing toward the bed. He chuckled upon observing Hinata's dissatisfaction. What's the deal? Don't you want to sleep by yourself? The girl nodded, and Naruto was taken aback by her directness. I guess there's a lot of things I still don't know about her. Well, if you don't mind. He picked Hinata up and gently laid her on the bed. This evening, let's get a good night's sleep. He was hovering over her, staring into her lavender eyes. She couldn't help but nod her head in agreement while still gazing into his deep blue eyes. Good, he purred. Hinata stared at the ceiling and waited for the dreams to frighten her as they usually did, while he lay beside her and pulled the blanket over them. Are you agitated? Naruto smiled. She scowled. I can't sleep, she said. Why? Naruto asked, gazing at the ceiling as well. I have nightmares, bad ones. What are they about? He gave her a quick look. A lot. I apologize. She wept. I might keep you up all night. I don't mind, he said, turning to his side. Face the window, he ordered. After Hinata turned away from him, he put his arm around her stomach and drew her near to him, causing her body to tremble a little and her heart to skip a beat. There won't be any nightmares tonight. Okay. His tone was warm and genuine. Hinata fell asleep after melting in his arms. The sun peeked through the blinds, waking Hinata from her sleep, and her eyes fluttered open. She rolled onto her side and gave her eyes a gentle rub. When she looked directly at Naruto, who was sleeping, her breathing briefly stopped. She had momentarily lost her sense of location. Naruto's gentle features gave him such a childlike appearance. You would never have imagined a cold-blooded killer to lurk beneath that innocent childish exterior, though. Hinata's hand trembled as she slowly reached for Naruto's soft blonde hair, which was calling out to her. It wouldn't hurt to touch him, would it? She ran her fingers through his gorgeous hair and closed her eyes. It was soft and pleasant, just as she had hoped. When she opened her eyes and saw Naruto staring sheepishly at her, her breathing stopped. With haste, Hinata withdrew her hand and turned her back on him. Yes. Now death was calling to her. Hinata, I'm sorry, Naruto. But your hair looked soft. I couldn't help myself, she said in a muffled voice as she hastily pulled the blanket over her head. Her face became hot, and her fingers trembled, making the blanket shake. Hinata felt uneasy during the lengthy pause. He put his arms around Hinata's waist and laid his head on her chest just as she was ready to look at him. When he looked at her with his deep blue eyes, her heart was pounding. He immediately buried his face between her breasts as they glistened with warmth. Hinata saw his slightly flushed cheeks before he did so. Is he embarrassed? Hinata ran her hand tremblingly through Naruto's hair while it hovered over his head. He remained silent, but she could feel his muscles loosening as his hold on her waist relaxed. Since he didn't object to her touching him, she assumed she was doing something right. Naruto eventually raised his head to look into Hinata's stunning eyes before breaking into a broad smile. Are you ready? Hinata felt her body float and was unable to speak. Love. Although she was unaware of it, she learned that there were various kinds of love after meeting Naruto. Her love for Naruto was not the same as her love for Kurenai. She felt different because of him. She couldn't forget his true nature, though, despite how different he made her feel. Murderer. Why? For what reason did he enjoy killing people? Make contact. As Hinata touched the side of Naruto's left cheek with her warm fingertips, he cocked his head to the side. Then an idea struck me. She might be able to transform Naruto. How? She was aware. I'll spend more time with him. If I spend more time with him, maybe he wouldn't have this bloodlust, and he'll change. When he put his hand in hers, she let out a little yelp. Are you okay? He asked in a worried tone. She grinned and said, I'm fine, Naruto. Classes are going to start soon. He nodded as his gaze flitted to the dresser's clock. As he got out of bed, he said, you should probably get ready so we can stop to get your things. Hinata's heart stopped as she leaned up. Kurenai, Naruto, do you know where my phone is? He pointed to it and said, it's on the dresser. To Hinata's surprise, her phone was off when she picked it up. I was so caught up with Naruto that I didn't think to tell Kurenai where I was. I hope she isn't worried or upset with me. Her phone eventually turned on, and the messages and voicemail arrived on their own. 40 new voicemails, 40 unread messages Hinata swallowed. Upon reflection, how could she inform Kurenai that she was staying at a boy's house to sleep? She raised her head and jumped a little. Naruto inquired, is everything okay, Hinata? With a slight frown, he said, you seem troubled. Oh, my phone was off, and I forgot to message my caretaker. I hope I didn't cause you any problems, Naruto said, rubbing his head. I should have probably told you to reach out to let somebody know. Hinata gave a headshake. No, it's not your fault, she murmured, I should have been more responsible. Naruto gave a small laugh and said, "Well, let's get going and I'll explain the situation to her. Hopefully, she won't kick me out and ban me from seeing you." "She wouldn't do that," hinted Hinata uncertainly, as she muttered the final line, "And you're my only friend, so I wouldn't let her do that." Naruto's eyes grew a little wider. He hummed, "Oh really?" He asked her, "Am I that important to you?" Hinata nodded and looked at him. The lump in her throat was swallowed. "You are," she said. Naruto's smile grew wider, revealing his brilliant white teeth, as if the sun had just entered the room. His cheek was scratched. "That makes me happy," he said. "Let's get going," he said, giving her the clothes she had on the night before. "I don't want you to get into deeper trouble." Naruto observed the young girl standing shakily in front of the brown door. He did it for her, raising his right eyebrow. "Make a knock. Make a knock." Hinata had nearly forgotten why she or he was here when she looked up at him. When the door opened, an elderly woman gazed at the child with teary eyes. She took the little girl in her arms and gave her a firm squeeze without a word. "Sorry," Hinata muttered as she returned the hug. Kurenai only wanted to know, "Are you okay?" All that mattered was that she was all right. Yes, after releasing the girl, Kurenai was shocked to see a young-looking boy nearby Hinata. He bowed before she could respond, "I'm sorry." Saying, "No, it's my fault, Naruto," Hinata looked at him in horror. He was apologizing, but why? "I should have texted or at least called her." He repeated, "I'm sorry," this time ignoring Hinata's words. "I was too tired to take Hinata home, and I didn't want her to catch a cab by herself. Please don't be too upset with her." Since she was in charge of making sure Kurenai was safe, Hinata was shocked that Naruto would bear all the responsibility. Kurenai had something to say to the boy. As a young man, he ought to have been in charge of ensuring Hinata's safe return home, whether or not she was exhausted. However, she changed her mind. Kurenai could tell this was the young man who had Hinata smitten by the way she was acting and the way her face flushed. Kurenai said, "Come in," and moved aside. Naruto trailed behind Hinata as she entered the apartment. Tiny. Comfortable. Warm. Yes, it's a friendly apartment. The wall was covered in pictures of Kurenai and Hinata, and Naruto knew the woman loved the little girl as much as if she were her own. "I apologize, Kurenai," Hinata said as she trailed behind Kurenai into the kitchen. She lowered her gaze and gazed at her feet, saying, "Please don't be upset with me, I didn't mean to." After a brief silence, Kurenai looked at Hinata. "Hinata, I am a little upset with you, but I am glad you are safe. Please let me know where you are always." "I couldn't sleep. I went to the police and they couldn't do anything," Kurenai rasped. "Asuma even went searching for you." As Hinata processed all of the information Kurenai was providing her, her eyes began to well up. She didn't want to harm the woman because she loved her like her own mother. Kurenai would never be harmed by Hinata. Kurenai melted when she noticed the tiny teardrop forming. Kurenai patted her on the top of her head and said, "Hinata, it's okay. I'm not upset anymore. I'm just glad you're safe. That's all I ever want is for your safety, okay?" Wiping the new tears from her eyes, Hinata nodded. "Please introduce me to your friend," Kurenai said, gesturing to the boys seated on the couch. "Ah," Hinata said, glancing first at Kurenai and then at Naruto. Shyly, she drew Kurenai to Naruto, and the two sat across from him. "Kurenai," she said softly as usual, "this is Naruto. My friend and classmate. And Naruto, this is Kurenai, my caretaker." Blonde hair. Playful eyes. The ideal smile. Kurenai looked at the boy and raised an eyebrow. Bad boy clothes. Yes, she had observed such pupils at school, and they were consistently disruptive. When Naruto noticed that she was staring at him, his smile got bigger. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Kurenai." "Likewise," she said. "Hinata said you're her classmate. Do you also go to Konoha University?" Naruto gave a nod. "Yes, ma'am, that's nice. What are you majoring in?" Hinata's heart dropped to her stomach. "Forensic pathology," he calmly answered. Kurenai was taken aback. It didn't appear that the boy would pursue anything in that field. "That's a very interesting field you were going in. May I ask why?" "It wasn't always my career choice," Naruto said, stroking the back of his head. "But I've always studied books on the human body, and I guess it's just something I wanted to do," he said, shrugging his shoulders. Kurenai answered, "I see. Well, keep studying. Education is key." "Yes, ma'am," Kurenai said. "You two still have to catch the train, Hinata, so you better get ready." Hinata glanced at the wall clock and hurried to her feet. "Thank you again, Kurenai," Hinata said, Bowing, "I'll be right back, Naruto." Kurenai leaned over and looked directly into Naruto's eyes after Hinata had disappeared from view. She squinted her eyes and said, "Now you listen carefully to me," in a menacing tone. "That girl means everything to me, and I don't want you getting any ideas." Naruto listened to her while seated. Kurenai was taken aback by the gleam in his eyes. "Don't worry, Miss Kurenai. Hanata is very special to me and I would never hurt her." He laughed softly. He repeated the last line in a whisper. "I'll never hurt her." Kurenai let out a mental sigh. Even though she was unable to spot any lies, Hinata didn't have those kinds of experiences with men, and she hadn't done anything similar since she met Naruto. Hinata entered the living room and apologized for taking so long. She wore a dress with jeans and suspenders and a long-sleeved white shirt today. Rising, Naruto bowed. "Thank you for having me, Miss Kurenai." Kurenai gave a feeble smile. She gave Naruto a nod and said, "Have a nice day, Hinata. And you too, Naruto." Naruto was packing his things as classes ended. Hinata tried to keep the boy occupied during every class, and he did advise her to call him if she felt lonely. Naruto said, "I'll see you later, Hinata," and tossed his bag over his shoulder. She put her arm around his and reached for him. Her eyes were sparkling and beseeching as Naruto looked down at her. When the two were spotted by a few remaining students, they began whispering to each other. "Yes, Hinata. I want TT to spend time with you if you want to," she muttered to herself. But yet again, "You probably don't want to because we saw each other last night," she went on. Naruto proposed, "Let's go to the library and catch up on some homework." He was grinning when she looked up at him. As usual, he never made her feel like a burden and always smiled at her, which made her heart skip a beat. She said, "Oh, I'm sorry," and let go of his arm. "I didn't mean to." Naruto gave a headshake. He put his hand in hers and said, "No, it's fine." He laughed uncontrollably when he noticed Hinata's face flushed. "I like when you hold on to me," he said. Because Naruto's confession had just taken over her world, Hinata remained silent. It wasn't until she felt a poke in her cheek that she realized they were in the library. "Huh?" Naruto pouted sweetly and said, "You've been aloof for a while, Hinata. Sometimes you worry me." Whispering, "I'm sorry," Hinata said. "Let's get started." There was silence in the library, and most students made an effort to concentrate on the task at hand. In an attempt to find the answers without becoming overly preoccupied with Naruto, Hinata's gaze flicked over the pages. But she realized that she had experienced many firsts with him. She was having a study session after being invited out for the first time and staying at a friend's house. The boy was playing with his phone when she looked up quickly. Hinata yelled when he saw her staring at him, and Naruto peeped from behind his phone. Pointing to the math equation, Naruto said, "Nay, Hinata, I need help with this, can you help me?" "Sure," replied Hinata. Naruto took the vacant seat beside her and grinned. As his aroma swirled around her, Hinata swallowed the lump in her throat. "I'm not sure if I can explain it correctly." "I believe in you," he said, caressing her crown. "Yes, thank you," she replied, feeling somewhat more confident. Hinata continued to explain the issues to Naruto, who occasionally nodded to indicate that he was paying attention. "Wow, Hinata. You should be a teacher. I understood everything you said," Naruto exclaimed. "You're really smart." Hinata flushed in shame as a few of the remaining pupils turned to face the pair. Hinata told Naruto, "You should not talk so loudly." He grinned and rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry. Why is he always yelling? I told you it was him." Shikamaru was walking with Kiba and Ino when Naruto looked to his right. Kiba yelled, "Baka! We could hear you outside," and struck the boy over the head. Naruto glared at Kiba while holding his head. "I'm not that loud." Kiba countered, "Yes, you are, I'm not," was Naruto's childish reply. Ino grumbled, "You guys are going to cause us to get kicked out." "Too late," muttered Shikamaru. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave," said an older, stooped woman. She wriggled her finger in Naruto's face and remarked, "This is a library and you're disturbing the other students." With a, "We're sorry, ma'am," Ino said. Mumbling, "Let's go, guys," she said. As Hinata collected her belongings, she saw that Naruto remained motionless. Rather, he gazed at the elderly woman as she walked away deadly. She looked at him with beseeching eyes and squeezed his arm. "Nay, Naruto, let's go." He couldn't resist grinning. Sure, when they left the library, it was getting close to night, so time passed by quickly. Hinata was aware that she couldn't stay out too long in order to spare Kurenai from worrying once more. When Ino said, "Let's get some burgers," she smiled. Naruto put his arm around Hinata as she glanced up at him. "Sorry Ino, but I need to get Hinata home." "Maybe some other time," he laughed. Ino asked, looking at the two older boys, "Kiba? Shikamaru?" Kiba positioned his arms behind his head and declared, "I'm down for some burgers." He would occasionally catch a glimpse of Hinata out of the corner of his eye. Naruto remarked, "I'll see you guys later." Hinata bowed slightly and said, "Good night," in her typical gentle tone. Naruto started before her, and she hurried to catch up. Ino chuckled and remarked, "Looks like Naruto has a secret admirer." Kiba exclaimed, "Hinata doesn't like him." Instead, Ino gave a shoulder shrug. "It's not like she'll like you." Kiba's face flushed, and he shut his mouth fast. He had no intention of arguing with Ino. Why wouldn't Hinata like him, anyway? He was more attractive than the blonde fool. Not only was he taller than him, but he was also much smarter. The difference between him and Naruto was quite significant. When Hinata looked at the taller boy, he grinned and looked back at her. They were standing just outside her door after arriving at her apartment complex. Naruto smiled and said, "Well, this is your stop. I'll see you later." Hinata gave a slow nod. She looked down at her feet and asked, Will you let me know when you reach home? I just want to make sure you get home safely." Picking her head up, Naruto ran his hand down her cheek and gave her a pat on the top of her head. "I'll let you know." Hinata's heart was pounding. She hoped he would stay with her. She hadn't had any dreams about him or it attempting to harm her in a long time. It's all his fault. She felt different because of him. Was she a villain? Despite being aware of Naruto's actions, was she still a bad person? Her body seemed to be moving on its own, and the pits of her stomach knotted up. In order to get to Naruto, she walked on her tiptoes while holding onto his shirt. Hinata moved her head closer to his as the two continued to stare into each other's eyes. Hinata, when she saw Kurenai and Asuma exiting the elevator, she almost jumped. With haste, Hinata dropped Naruto's shirt and bowed. "Hello Kurenai, Asuma." Asuma's eyes widened and he snickered slightly. "Hello Hinata, and, so, this is the infamous Naruto you were talking about Kurenai," he smiled. His remark caused Kurenai to flush. "Well known?" Hinata muttered. "I tried to make a good impression with her, Asuma-sensei," Naruto said, laughing. "Sensei?" Hinata and Kurenai both spoke. "Do you know Asuma, Naruto?" Looking up at the boy, Hinata said. Naruto laughed and walked up to the man, nudging him, saying, "Yeah, he's Shikamaru's second daddy." "So, this is the woman you talk about every time we see you," Naruto said. Asuma blushed and said, "Ah, you little brat, stop talking." He ruffled Naruto's head and placed him in a headlock. Naruto smiled and said, "You know you worried Kurenai. Even though you were exhausted, you ought to have brought Hinata home," Asuma remarked more solemnly after letting him go. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, "Yes, I know, it won't happen again." "I know you won't," Asuma said, putting his hands on Naruto's shoulders and squeezing them. Naruto looked over his shoulder and said, "I'll text you when I get home, Hinata." "Bye," she managed to squeeze out. "Good night, Asuma, Kurenai." "Asuma? Why would you say that to him?" As soon as Naruto was out of earshot, Kurenai spoke. "Kurenai, he's a good kid. Believe me," Asuma assured her, "Naruto wouldn't hurt a fly, so you don't need to worry." Hinata lowered her gaze, wondering if Naruto was so skilled at tricking people or if they were unaware of his true identity. Kurenai frowned, "I suppose, but still," and looked at Hinata as she opened the apartment door. "I think she has a crush on him," Kurenai whispered in Asuma's ear. "Oh," Asuma said with a laugh, "you don't need to worry about anything." Kurenai was uncomfortable. "Kurenai, this is Hinata's first time. She's gorgeous and young. Did you not want this?" "Yes, I know, but I guess I wasn't prepared for this day." "She's in good hands," Asuma said, wrapping Kurenai in his arms, drawing her in for a tight embrace, and kissing her forehead. "Believe me." "I trust you," Kurenai said, putting her arms around him and breathing in his aroma. Kurenai whispered, "Hinata," as she rapped on the girl's bedroom door. "Kitty konnichiwa." Hello with a head tilt. Hanata opened the door and said, "Yes, Kurenai?" She stepped aside and gave her permission to enter. "Mina no ninkamono, Katie wa. Is there a relationship between Naruto and you? Last night, you two seem very close," Kurenai asked, raising an eyebrow. Ikorenbu mo wanpaka ikiwaru. Hanata's face flushed bright red. "Kurenai. It's so embarrassing to talk about," she complained. "Wasanara to Yasashi Kitty. How? Asuma says he's okay, but you know how much I worry about you and I just want to make sure he's good for you, she said, crossing her arms. I'm a woman too. How did you get to know him? It was on the train, I guess. And I discovered we were in the same classes, Hinata said, turning her head away. Yasashiku Nakao no Tsururit. He's attractive, but still, tell him no and give me a call, and I'll come get you right away if he ever asks you to do something that makes you uncomfortable. Hinata lowered her head and nodded, saying, when he isn't killing someone, Kurenai, he's a good guy. He's also my first true friend. Try him, please, Hinata begged. She quickly hugged her and said, like Asuma, I trust your words, but no one will ever be good enough for my Hinata. Instead of visiting his apartment, invite him over sometime, please, Kurenai proposed. Looking up, Hinata nodded and said, if you don't mind. Saying, I trust you, she gave Hinata a pat. Hinata followed Kurenai to the kitchen, where she found a bucket of chocolate ice cream, and shut the door behind her. Hinata timidly confessed, I do like him, Kurenai, while playing with her index finger and chewing on the underside of her lip. Kurenai nodded, looking over her shoulder, I know. How do I win his affection? I've never felt this way about anyone, Hinata muttered, fidgeting. Be yourself, Hinata, Kurenai said, leaning over the counter. Never change yourself for a man. Is it okay if I invite him over for dinner with us tomorrow night? Hinata asked, looking into her eyes and nodding. Kurenai rubbed the back of her shoulder and said, I forgot to tell you, I'll be out of town. Where are you heading? Hinata inquired. Before giving it to Hinata, Kurenai removed a scoop from the container and placed it in a tiny pink bowl. The end of the year school trip. School is out already? I had no idea. Time is passing us by, Hinata cried. As her taste buds jumped with anticipation from the cold ice cream, Kurenai closed her eyes and said, I know. With a wink at the girl, she said, but go for it, leaning over the counter. Time waits for nobody. Kurenai. Gazing down at the bowl of ice cream, Hinata uttered those words. Hinata, you're too cute for your good, the older woman said, unable to contain her laughter. But are you really that attached to this boy? Thank you, Uzumaki Spiral, for the correction. He does, Hinata said with a slow nod. He was my first true friend, and he has helped me go through a lot. And because of him, I got to know some really nice people, Hinata remarked, looking at Kurenai. I'm glad, she said with a warm smile, and Kurenai sighed. But are you sure you'll be fine here by yourself? Kurenai wanted to know. Hinata assured her, I'll be fine, enjoy your trip. If you need someone to talk to, please call me or Asuma right away. I will. Hinata sat on the edge of the bed after grabbing her phone off the dresser. She questioned whether Naruto had texted her while speaking with Kurenai. Naruto. I've returned home. Hinata couldn't resist grinning. She wanted to give Naruto a squeeze because he was so cute. Hinata. I'm happy you arrived without incident. Naruto. I'm grateful. Even so, this place is a little lonely. Hinata reread the passage. She sighed, I know how he feels. Hinata. Naruto. I understand how you feel. Hinata. If asking isn't too much, do you want to come to supper with me tomorrow? I'm going to cook. Hinata. If you choose not to, that's fine too. Simply put, I want to repay you for always buying me ramen. Naruto. Naruto. Will you allow me to sample your cuisine? Naruto. I'm all in. Hinata smiled softly while holding the phone to her face. A warm sensation filled her entire body, and she would do a backflip 3 times over if she could. Hinata. I'm so excited, Naruto. I don't. In search of something appropriate for Naruto, Hinata strolled down the grocery store aisle. As usual, she was so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to notice the attention she was receiving. She was dressed in short, loose yellow pants, white sneakers, and a loose shirt with a picture of a lemon on it. She exclaimed, "Kawaii," while sporting a disheveled ponytail. She whispered to herself, "Should I do curry or soba?" Hinata turned on her heel and was heading for the meat section when she ran into Kiba. "Ah, Kurenai always say it was safe to do curry and rice." "Hinata," he exclaimed, unexpectedly. "Ah, hello Kiba," she said with a bow. He smiled and said, "I didn't know you lived in this area." Hinata gave a nod. "I live 10 minutes away." Kiba couldn't stop swooning over the adorable girl. Hinata is the kind of person his mother would adore. Despite the fact that she was a wild thing herself, she constantly grumbled about his older sister Hana's wildness and desired a more submissive child. When Kiba didn't answer, Hinata cocked her head to the side. "Ah, Kiba. Are you feeling okay? Kiba gave a headshake. Sorry about that, he said, massaging his head. Hey Hinata. I know we don't hang out, but would you like to hang out with me sometime? Maybe? I'm going to the mall tomorrow to find a present for my mom. Would you like to come? Kiba replied with a gentle voice. Her eyes glistened as she asked, It's your mother's birthday tomorrow? Kiba gave a nod. It is. Hanata grinned. I would love to come with you. Kiba was shocked, but his excitement got the better of him, and he smiled, flashing his canines. He bowed and said, Thank you, let's exchange phone numbers. Hanata informed him, It's XXXXXX4X. He texted Hanata after adding the number to his contacts. Kiba. I am. Grinning, Hanata stored the contact on her phone. She needed to add another contact to her phone and maybe another friend as well. Kiba inquired, What time would be good for you? Hanata stated, Any time is fine. Just let me know and I'll meet you at the train station. Like a savage, Kiba nodded his head. Hi, I guess I'll see you later. Hi. Before leaving the store, Kiba gave Hanata a wave. Kiba disappeared from view as Hanata waved. His mother's birthday is tomorrow as well, she said, returning her focus to the meat. Hanata stated, I have to find the perfect meat for Naruto to consume, with a determined expression. With a slow opening, Hanata looked up at the young man. She was giddy because she had spent the entire night getting ready for this moment. Hey Hanata, said Naruto. She opened the door all the way and said, Hello, Naruto. The aroma of curry filled Naruto's nostrils as soon as he entered the apartment. Curry? Hanata gave a nod. She murmured, I should have probably asked you first, but Kurenai said you can never go wrong with curry, but I suppose you may not like curry. I'm sorry, she gave a bow. She brushed past him and turned to go into the kitchen when Naruto drew her arm and drew her to him. I'll make you something else. Naruto grinned and said, Hanata, you overthink a lot, huh? I like curry too. As Hanata looked into his eyes, the emotions she had experienced that evening seemed to overwhelm her. After giving Naruto a quick shake of her head, she led him into the dining room. He said, Can I sit next to you? Hi, she said, blushing briefly as she drew out the chair. I'll bring out your food. I can help. Before she vanished into the kitchen, she said, No, I can do it, please sit. Naruto took a seat in the chair and took a quick glance around. Hanata, did you decorate the place? She returned outside and set one plate in front of him and another in the vacant seat next to him. I did. How did you know? It looks like something you would do, it looks nice. Hanata said, Thank you, and sat down beside him. Both of them exclaimed, Itadakimasu, before ripping the chopsticks in two. As Naruto took this first bite, Hanata watched him and waited for him to speak. He kept eating the curry with rice, occasionally glancing over his shoulder to see Hanata. The girl was staring at him, and he enjoyed making fun of her. Her heart was so full of anxiety that she had hardly touched her food. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes as he asked, Hanata, aren't you going to eat? She ate the food slowly while looking down quickly. Maybe he doesn't like it. When Hanata sensed someone playing with her hair, she almost jumped. He was tucking some of the hair behind her ear, and it was Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, Hanata, you should be my chef. What do you say? The remark caused Hinata's face to flush, and she nodded. Naruto grinned from ear to ear as his eyes grew wide. Really? You would be my very own chef? She continued to gaze down at the curry chicken and said, Yes, I would cook for you every day. Hanata, you're full of surprises, Naruto said piteously. Every day you manage to surprise me and just when I think I know you. When Hanata saw the dejected expression on his face, she became alarmed. Ah, Naruto. Please don't be sad, she said, taking his hands in her own. What would you like to know about me? He gave a headshake. Naruto scooted closer to Hinata and said, I'm fine, Hinata. I like discovering things about you without you telling me. Wouldn't you agree? Hinata felt uneasy because of the way his eyes gleamed. Her voice fell silent as she said, I suppose. As he began to eat the curry, Naruto said to her, Let's keep eating. I wouldn't want your hard work to go to waste. Hinata invited him to join her on the couch after they had a quiet dinner. He inquired, How are your classes? They're okay. I have straight A's. He rubbed her head and said, It's because you're smart, Hinata. She was unable to resist pouting. What about you? How did you do on the test Iruka gave us? Leaning back, Naruto gazed up at the ceiling. I flunked it. Hinata's gaze expanded. She rolled onto her side and gazed at him, asking, Why? What happened? I was distracted by a beautiful girl, he said with a grin. Mumbling, a beautiful girl? Who? He looked at her and said, do you want to know? Her heart broke as she glanced down for a moment. Yes. He let out another sigh and kept his gaze fixed on the ceiling. You. Hanata cocked her head sideways. Me? Yeah. Maybe I should get you a paper bag to wear so you wouldn't distract me anymore, he laughed. Hanata knew she was getting flushed and wanted to cover her face. It isn't his first time calling me beautiful, but it still makes me feel happy. She reflected. Am I really beautiful to you, Naruto? He looked into her large, saucer-like eyes and remarked, the most beautiful girl in the world. Hanata looked for signs of doubt in his eyes, but she couldn't find any. He really thought she was gorgeous. And you're very handsome, she had to tell him, but it took a lot of bravery to do so. He turned to her and said, ah, you're just saying that. She muttered, why would I say such a thing just to say it? She glanced down at the distance between them and said, you have pretty eyes and your hair is soft. Really? They used to tease me about my eyes. Hinata asked, why? They're so pretty, it's like the blue sky and the river. Sometimes I feel like I can swim in them, she acknowledged. The two young adults were silent for a moment before Naruto interrupted. He laughed and said, you have a way with words, huh? Where is Kurenai? She's on a trip to Suna with her class. According to Naruto, oh, it's the end of the year trip. Wait, school is already ending? Hinata gave a nod. It's the same thing I said. He blew a whistle. So, you're by yourself tonight? She sighed and said, 3 days to be exact, are you going to manage? Since she really wanted him to stay with her, she bit the back of her mouth. To be with her in order to prevent her from having nightmares, but she was too shy to express it openly. Yes, I can. I'll stay with you until you fall asleep for the night, okay? Thank you. When he spread his arms, Hinata gave him a perplexed look. He smiled and said, come here, silly. I'm going to protect you tonight. Despite her intense blush, Hinata put her head on his chest and entered his arms. She was in complete bliss as the scent surrounded her. Hinata, can I take you out to the movies tomorrow night? Hinata raised her head and gave Naruto, who was flushed, a gentle look. Hi. Kiba approached Hinata and exclaimed, I hope I didn't make you wait. She said, no, you didn't. The pair got on the train and took seats next to each other. She kept thinking about Naruto, and last night felt like a dream. When he held her until she fell asleep, he was compassionate yet strong, and his ability to speak made her melt. Kiba inquired, are you okay, Hinata? Oh, I'm fine, she told him gently. Do you know what you're going to get your mother? I'm not sure. Probably a few perfumes. Hinata said, ah, perfumes are always nice. And maybe you can get her a bouquet. That sounds nice, observed Kiba. Thanks, you're welcome. They arrived at the mall safely after a relatively brief train ride. As they browsed the aisle and sniffed the various perfumes, Kiba inquired, do you usually buy perfume for your mother? Oh, not my mother, but my caregiver. I've been with her since I was 8, explained Hinata. Smelling the fruity scent on the white card, she pressed down on the perfume. Oh, if you don't mind me asking, where's your mom? Hinata said, I'm not sure, while she kept looking down the aisle. The last time I saw her when I was 5. Kiba said, oh, what about this one, as she picked up a bottle of diamonds. He sniffed the top and said, it smells good. He accepted a white card from Hinata. He sprayed the perfume on it, waited 3 seconds, and then sniffed it, saying, sometimes it's best to spray it on this first so when it dries you can get the actual scent. This smell nice, he said, passing her the card. Hinata grinned as she inhaled the card's scent. Ah, it does. I think your mom will like it. After saying, nay, Naruto take the picture, Sakura concluded. Naruto stood in front of them, smiling and taking the photo as she and Ino held up a peace sign. Sakura said, let me see, while attempting to seize his phone. Ino pleaded, ah, send them to me. Naruto smiled while holding the phone above Sakura's head. I'll think about it. Sakura frowned and crossed her arm. Her back was to him. I'm not going to let you ruin my day, she said. My day was already ruined when you forced me to come here. Why couldn't you invite Lee or Sasuke? Because Lee is busy and I'm not talking to Sasuke anymore. Ino inquired, what happened this time? He's just been acting very weird lately, and he takes forever to respond to my messages. Naruto smiled and said, I mean, why does it bother you? You have a boyfriend. Sakura's scowl grew deeper. Shut up. He turned to his front camera and said, let's take another picture with that pouty face of yours. He saw two familiar faces in the photo as he was taking it. The color fled his face as he swiftly zoomed in on the photo. "Let's go, I'll be back," murmured Naruto. "Where are you heading?" Ino sighed and turned to Sakura, who was still holding her arms crossed, after calling out after the blonde, who vanished into the crowd. "What's wrong?" Slipping her arm between Sakura's, Ino spoke. "He was the one who wanted to end our relationship and start hanging out with other girls. After all, it's a problem now that I'm doing the same thing." She started crying. "He's so confusing at times." "Oh, Sakura. Don't mess with him, I told you. It will be alright," Ino said, giving her friend a hug. With a playful glance, Ino said, "Nay, I have an idea." "What? How about we locate some sexy underwear for you and, accidentally, send the images to his phone?" Sakura's gaze expanded, saying, "Ino, oh, hurry up. Let's show him what he's missing," Ino said, placing a hand on her hip. "I promise that he will be envious." After giving it some thought, Sakura smiled slightly and said, "Yeah, let's do that." As she dragged Sakura to the lingerie shop, Ino laughed. He sprayed the perfume on it, waited 3 seconds, and then sniffed it after Hinata handed him a white card and said, "Sometimes it is best to spray it on this first so when it dries you can get the actual scent." "This has a pleasant scent," he gave her the card. When Hinata smelled the card, she grinned and said, "Yeah, it does. I believe your mother will enjoy it." The two kept walking through the department store, and just as Hinata was turning the corner, she ran into someone and froze, the familiar smell holding her captive. "Naruto." With joy, she said, "Ah, Hinata." Looking down at the girl, Naruto smiled and said, "I had no idea you were coming." He looked up and saw an irritated Kiba. "Kiba? Why are you here?" After giving his head a quick scratch, Kiba said, "Well, Hanata is helping me pick out a gift for my mom." "Ah, tell her I said happy birthday," Naruto smiled. "Yeah," Kiba muttered. "Hanata," Kiba said, taking the girl by the hand, "we should go to the flower shop before they close." Hanata turned to face him as Kiba dragged her to the cashier in front of him. "Ah, I'll see you tonight, Naruto," she said. "Yeah," Naruto muttered under his breath as he waved slowly and grinned. Naruto sat on the toilet in the mall restroom, trying to relax, and the idea of his hand touching Hinata's made him shudder. Kiba had been pushing his luck lately, and now he was walking on thin ice. Who the hell was Kiba to touch Hinata? Since they had been friends for years, Kiba was aware that Naruto constantly made fun of him, particularly because he was shorter. Unconcerned with who was there, Naruto balled his fist and slammed on the closed door, pounding on the bathroom door until a few holes were clearly visible and his fist turned red. He inhaled deeply after a while, and whether Hinata realized it or not, she was his. Hinata, who was nervous because it was her first time going to the movies with a friend, looked around the crowd for Naruto, who was supposed to meet her at the movie theater. Naruto had invited her last night, and she was truly delighted that he would be with her and that he wouldn't be out doing bad things. It was her fault for arriving an hour early, but she was so happy that she couldn't help but rock back and forth on her heels and wait. "Hinata!" Someone yelled. She already knew he was here and where he was, so he didn't need to call out to her. "Naruto!" she exclaimed joyfully as she swung to her right, and he took her hand before they entered. "What will we see?" "I wanted to see this new horror show," he said, gesturing to the poster. "Dread? I'm not good with horror movies," Hinata said uncertainly, her voice becoming softer. "Don't be concerned," he assured her, "I'll be here." "Okay." Before the film began, they waited in the lobby. "What do you want? Popcorn? Candy?" Naruto inquired. Food was the last thing on Hinata's mind as she considered the film, and she shook her head. Saying, "Come here," Naruto extended his hand. "Naruto, what happened to your hand?" When she noticed how red and bruised they were, she inquired anxiously, "Did you get into a fight or something? Don't tell me he killed someone, please." "Ah, I'm fine," he said, smiling as he looked over his knuckles as if they were the most fascinating thing. "I was just in an accident." How? Her eyes were watering as she stared at him. She put her arms around him and hugged him back when he said, "It's nothing to worry about, Hinata. But next time don't let Kiba touch you," he said abruptly, and Hinata looked up at him. "Okay? I don't understand, Naruto." He grinned broadly and said, "Because you're so cute and innocent." He lowered himself to her level and looked into her nearly lifeless eyes before saying impassively, "Do not let Kiba or any other man touch you." His eyes came back to life, and he grinned, "All right?" Hinata nodded slowly, his voice sounding robotic, his once blue eyes as lifeless as a faded marker. "We're about to begin filming." As he led her to the double doors, he said, "Let us go." The room started to fill up with people, and the movie screen went black before the movie started. The two went through the darkroom and found an empty seat in the back, and Hinata felt her heartbeat because she couldn't stand horror movies. She heard him say, and a roar of sound broke out. "Oh, maybe you should stop spending time watching Hello Kitty and watch more horror movies." Hinata's eyes widened as she slowly turned her head in his direction, but Naruto remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the enormous screen. Did she hear him correctly? "Well, Naruto, did you say anything? Why don't you watch the movie, Hinata?" Naruto said with a smile while keeping his gaze fixed on the screen. She gulped in silence as that voice sent a chill down her spine. Hanata clung to her seat and shivered uncontrollably because she detested blood, screaming, and jump scares, and now she was with a murderer. When Naruto entwined his fingers with hers, her body relaxed a little. "Hinata, you shouldn't be afraid," he said, almost tauntingly. "Movies like these are garbage." Then he leaned in and whispered in her ear, "It's not like it's real life," laughing as he put a gentle hand on her cheek and faced her. "Are you afraid?" With no sign of life, Hinata stared into his blue eyes, which were as cold and far away as the lobby. She was terrified that perhaps she was mistaken and that Naruto would try to harm or even kill her. No, Naruto wouldn't harm her. He always smiled when he was with her, made her feel special, and gave her all of his time and affection. Why would he go through all that trouble? She swallowed whatever she had in her throat and slowly shook her head. "I want to save you, Naruto," she squeaked, tightening her hold on his hand as she gazed into his eyes, which flickered from cold to warm. "You're full of surprises, Hinata," he said with a smile. Leaning over, he planted a kiss on her cheek. Her legs gave way and her heart skipped a beat as Hinata held her cheek and gazed at Naruto, who, shockingly, had come back to see the film. His lips were gentle against her cheeks, leaving her speechless. Her stomach churned with emotion, and she wanted him all to herself. No one else could have him. She put her arms around his arm and put her head on his shoulder, her eyes staring at the movie screen, and for the first time, she wasn't afraid of it. She was lucid. She was not scared by the screams. She was not afraid of the blood that splashed everywhere. Naruto was present. Her only need was Naruto, brown hair. Horrible. His grin. Feeling queasy, he was seated beside her. Rebelling. He was too near to be comfortable. Too near. Additionally, Naruto felt his stomach turn to knots as he gazed at the small space between Hinata and Kiba. He almost froze up in his mouth as the hems of their shirts come into contact with each other. Hinata glanced at Naruto and saw the blankness in his eyes. He saw her staring at him, and they instantly warmed up. Naruto grumbled, "I feel so childish eating at a kid's park." He picked up the dead food and moaned, "And out of all things to eat, you decide to buy some burgers." Sakura snarled, "You don't have to eat it," at him. "If you continue to eat that sodium soup, you might just die from high blood pressure," she muttered as she sat on the bench. Hinata uttered the timid words, Naruto, that isn't very nice." She spoke softly, but they could hear her. "Sakura was kind enough to invite and feed us. We should try to be grateful." Officially, their classes were over, and they would shortly begin their next semester. Sakura had made the decision to take Hinata and the rest of the crew to the park for a meal. Sakura's inclusion of Hinata filled her with gratitude and excitement. Sakura couldn't resist grinning. She only invited Hinata because Ino had brought it up, and she still thought she was strange. It was something about Hinata that made her uncomfortable. Hinata was a keen observer. She thought the girl was adorable, but she also saw how unintelligent or careless she was around other people. She didn't even think about giving the men the time of day when they swarmed at her. She continued to cling to Naruto and was constantly focused on him. Since Naruto would have told her, let alone let her know he was crushing on a girl, Sakura swiftly refuted rumors that the two were dating. He gave Hinata his signature smile and said, "I'm sorry, Hinata. I didn't mean to offend her." Kiba laughed. "There are no nutrients in ramen. That's probably why you haven't grown an inch since middle school." Sakura chuckled at the remark. She added, "I told him to eat more proteins. Naruto can be so stubborn." Ino hummed, "Kiba, you should be the last to talk. I'm pretty sure you lack somewhere Naruto isn't." Kiba's face flushed as Sakura choked on the water she was consuming. "Why don't you mind your business?" Sakura laughed like a child and said, "Nay, so it is true." "It is not," yelled Kiba. Hinata cocked her head to the side, trying to figure out why Kiba was acting so agitated. When Naruto realized this, he gave Hinata a big smile. "Oh, Ino is just saying how Kiba's dick is so small." Naruto's offensive remark and the information caused Hinata's face to flush completely. His ire was directed at Naruto. "It is not," he said. He felt his face heat up, but he was unable to meet Hinata's eyes. Naruto put his arms behind his ear and began to whistle, saying, "I'm just repeating what Ino said." He hurriedly added fuel to the fire by saying, "I'm also stronger than Kiba." Kiba gave Naruto a fierce look while slamming his hand against the tabletop. Sakura said, "Here we go," while rolling his eyes. Kiba nearly chuckled when he asked, "How can you possibly be stronger than me? If you're so strong, let's go at it. Right here, right now." Naruto shrugged his shoulder and said, "I'm sure we're too old for that, and Hinata doesn't need to see anything like that." Kiba balled his fist and looked around while Hinata looked at Naruto. The sight of the metal bars brightened his eyes. Monkey bars. Now, whoever can stay the longest win. Naruto got to his feet. "Fine, if I win, you buy me a whole month's worth of ramen." Kiba approached the monkey bar and said, "And if I win, you have to buy Akamaru's food for a whole month." Ino, timer, he insisted about. Although Hinata had never seen Kiba so agitated, she was eager to see who would win. Naturally, she was secretly cheering for Naruto. Kiba inhaled deeply while gazing at the metal bars. Hinata saw and heard all of that, which infuriated him. He needed to prove to her that he was more sustainable than that boy who loved ramen. Kiba grabbed onto the metal handle as he leapt. Since this was simple for him, he smiled at Naruto. He was able to support himself and worked out whenever he could. Kiba went from metal to metal in an attempt to flaunt himself. "I hope you're getting this." Observing the timer, Ino rolled her eyes. After 2 minutes, Sakura continued to eat the fruits Lee had given her while seated. Hanata gazed at Kiba in awe as he began to swing from handle to handle. She hadn't been permitted to visit a playground, but it wasn't anything to marvel at. She was allowed to use the swings, slide, and monkey bars, but she had only been once, twice at most. Hinata stood up beside Naruto, who was observing. She muttered, "I want to try." Naruto whispered, "I rather you not," in her ear. Sakura watched the two, glancing at Naruto. Though Hinata was unable to read his lips, he had whispered something in her ear. After giving him a quick glance, Hinata's ear was pierced by a horrible scream. Kiba held his bleeding hand after he fell off the bar. Blood leaked from a long cut mark that went deep into his right hand. Sakura and Ino covered their mouths and hurried to Kiba. They noticed a long blade screwed to the handle, and his hand had a large cut mark on it. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and drew her back just as she was ready to go check on Kiba. He entwined her fingers with his as she gazed at him in confusion. She blushed a little and stood there while Naruto went to see how his friend was doing. "Nay, you stay here, okay?" she said. Ino asked, "What sick bastard would do this? It looks like you may need some stitches." There was some blood leaking through the deep cut, exposing his flesh. Sakura was struck by a thick, sharp blade. "I'm going to report this to the police." The words, "I'll be fine," made Kiba wince in agony. Sakura pleaded, "No, let's go, Kiba. We need to get this checked." After a 20-minute ride, the group arrived at a smaller clinic and assisted Kiba inside. Having followed Naruto here a few times, Hinata eyed the clinic. He was always greeted by a younger, blonde woman who was fascinated by alcohol. He yelled at them, "You guys are acting like I can't walk," but Ino rolled her eyes. Her anger was overwhelming. "This is the third time something has happened to your hand, Baka," she exclaimed. "Whatever you're doing, you better stop, or you won't have any hands at all." Kiba gave her a fierce look. "What are you talking about?" Kiba fell to the ground as Ino rolled her eyes again. She turned to Naruto, who was approaching a brown door, and asked, "You think Dr. Tsunade is here?" He vanished behind the door after saying, "Yeah, it's Friday." Hinata went up to the boy seated on the chair and asked, Kiba, are you still in pain?" He had forgotten that the girl was here, so he jumped quickly. Why yes," he said with a cute nose scratch. Kiba was hurting. He was unaware that the blade had made a deep cut in his hand, and to make matters worse, Hinata witnessed the entire incident. She was very worried about Kiba, and her gaze was fixed on the cut mark. Why would someone act in this way? What if they hadn't been the first to use the monkey bars? She was relieved that there were no kids present because the idea made her stomach turn. After a few minutes, Naruto followed a younger woman who entered through the brown doors. Her voice sounded more irritated than worried as she asked, "Where is he?" Kiba noticed the curvaceous woman coming toward him when he looked over his shoulder. He recalled how he had once harbored feelings for the woman and would purposefully harm himself in order to get a glimpse of her. "You again?" She moaned, raising an eyebrow. What happened this time? Sakura ran up to her and said, Dr. Tsunade, look at what some sick bastard left on the monkey bars. She then showed her the blade in the Ziploc bag. Tsunade couldn't believe what she had witnessed, on the monkey bars. Ino gave a nod. Yeah, can you imagine if a child was there? Tsunade said, I'm going to call the police, and he took Sakura's bag. She said as she turned to leave, Gaki, stitch the brat up. No way. Kiba exclaimed. Tsunade swore she would never again approach the dog-loving brat and shook her head. Recalling the last incident that happened in the room, she shuddered. Naruto gave Kiba a smile. Don't worry, Kiba, I'll stitch you up real good. Hinata was amazed because she had no idea Naruto could accomplish such a feat. The girls waited in the waiting room while Kiba grudgingly followed Naruto behind the brown door. Ino shook her head, asking, who would do such a thing? As she turned to face Hinata, who had sat down, she asked, who has that type of time to do something so repulsive? I'm Noda, I'm not sure, but I'm glad Kiba is alright. Because Hinata was so adorable, Ino couldn't help but smile. You're really cute, Hinata-chan. Hinata flushed rapidly, and Sakura interrupted her before she could say anything. Hinata, what's your relationship with Naruto? Sakura was taken aback when Hinata smiled slightly and cocked her head to the side. Ino cooed as she exclaimed, he's my good friend. Her smile was beaming. With a, what the hell? Expression, Ino gazed at Sakura and asked, are you two more than friends? Noah, she said, prodding the white tiles with her index finger. She started counting the tiles after an awkward silence. Sakura put her hand on her hip and said, maybe you shouldn't spend so much time around Naruto because people are going to get the wrong impression, and that might make him upset. Before Hinata could respond, Sakura asked, do you like him? You should really think about Naruto's feelings, Hinata. It can be bothersome for him when he has to keep denying the rumors. Hinata muttered, Yuha, I didn't realize I was troublesome. I just wanted to help him. Sakura was staring at Hinata when Ino reprimanded her because she felt bad for the girl. She stood up and drew Sakura aside. What the hell, forehead? What? Complained Sakura. I'm just honest. To her distaste, Ino scowled and said, Hinata isn't troublesome to Naruto. You know how he is. He probably likes all the attention he's getting. Crowns on her flawless, tight skin were something she detested. This wasn't like Sakura at all. She knew the girl could be a bitch, especially when she was menstruating, but she didn't understand why she would come across as rude to Hinata. At this point, I don't even think it's honesty. Is there something else on your mind? She inferred that the girl was quiet, likely didn't go out much, and either didn't have many friends or was simply picky about who wanted to befriend her. Ino pig. There's something about Hinata I don't know, but she's weird. I feel there's something else behind all that cuteness. Upon hearing her best friend's speech, Ino rolled her eyes. Sakura crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks, saying, what? She's a murderer. You can't have all the guys, Sakura. I think you're a little jealous that Naruto is giving Hinata-chan all his attention. Sakura gazed at Ino with wide eyes. He's my friend, and I just want to look out for him. Sure, Ino said with an eye roll. It's quite obvious she has a crush on him, but do you think he knows? Sakura let out a defeated sigh. I hardly doubt it. Poor girl, Ino uttered regretfully. And stop being like that to her. Try to be her friend, okay? Fine, but I'm not apologizing. Singing, Hinata. Ino sat beside her and put her arm around Hinata's. You're like a marshmallow. Ino chuckled while stroking Hinata's cheek. Marshmallows are nice, Hinata said in a whisper. After glancing at Hinata, Ino burst out laughing. Sakura, who was seated across from Hinata, rolled her eyes at Ino and said, Hinata, you're so cute. Hinata-chan, do you have a phone? The phone was wrapped in a purple Hello Kitty, and she held it up. Let's share phone numbers, okay? Sakura saw Hinata's phone light up with a notification as she was giving Ino her number. When she noticed a background screen of Naruto, her eyes widened a little. Naruto approached the trio and asked, are you guys ready? Ino leapt from the seat and walked over to Kiba, asking, how's your hand, Baka? He held out his hand and said, let me see. You did a good job, Naruto. He smiled and said, yeah, I know. Years of practice, I'm hungry. Sakura scowled. She took hold of Ino and dragged her aside, asking, how can you still be hungry after witnessing such a thing? I saw it. Saw what? Ino asked, gazing at her friend strangely. Her phone. I saw it too. Sakura let out a moan. No, her background screen, it's the picture of Naruto off the school's website. Seriously. Like a crazy animal. Sakura nodded her head. I know exactly what I saw. Suppose she's stalking Naruto or obsessed with him. Ino let out a long sigh. Sakura, seriously. Hinata-chan doesn't seem like one, and you probably thought you saw Naruto. I think missing Sasuke has gotten to you. He doesn't hang around us like he used to. Sakura's fist clenched. I know what I saw. Kiba asked, are you guys ready? Yeah, Ino said as he brushed Sakura aside. Kurenai sounded, Hinata, knocking on the door. She glanced into the room and saw Hinata on the bed, lying on her stomach, holding her phone. Hinata? Hinata looked over her shoulder as the bed shifted a little. She glanced at her phone as it buzzed and said, Kurenai, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Naruto. Indeed. I'm heading to spend the day with Sasuke and Kiba. Is everything okay? Hinata asked as she rose from the bed and approached Kurenai. Yes. We haven't spent much time together, so I wanted to know if you would like to join me on a girls' outing. Hinata nodded and grinned, saying, Naruto will be fine because he will be with his friends. I'll get ready, Kurenai. Kurenai grinned back and walked into the living room. She had not been able to spend time with Hinata for a long time. She recalled Hinata taking her to a sewing class and how they used to go out and get their toes done. The girl had a talent for admitting things. Hinata deserved so much more because she was a gifted individual. Kurenai thought to herself, I wonder if she remembers any of it, though. Kurenai followed Hinata as they arrived at the mall. She questioned whether Hinata always received that much attention after noticing how some men would stare at the younger girl. Good morning. Hinata said, good morning, bowing to the nail technician. Good morning, said Kurenai. 2 pedicures, please. Right this way, the woman with the green hair said, guiding them to a pair of massage chairs. There was a strong sense of nostalgia for Kurenai as things were beginning. She questioned whether her daughter would feel the same way. How is everything with that boy Naruto going, Hinata? She looked at Hinata, who blushed slightly. Kurenai was surprised when she smiled slightly and said, he's okay. She must like this boy. Kurenai, I'm happy I got to meet Naruto. Something about her face warmed Kurenai's heart. He always calls me beautiful too. Her eyes looked at Kurenai, and she said, I don't find a trace of doubt in his eyes when he tells me that. He treats me nicely, and he's always smiling at me. However, it can occasionally be challenging to decipher his thoughts. What do you mean, Ya nay. With a nervous laugh, Hinata said, oh, it's nothing. Nay, why don't you send him a picture of your toes when it's done? Kurenai asked, looking at her with suspicion. Kurenai. She was so embarrassed that she said, I can't do that. Why not? Only your toes are affected. Hinata stared at the light lavender color being painted on her pinky toe while playing with her index finger. What if he believes I'm a pervert? Kurenai wiped her eyes and laughed uncontrollably, saying, Hinata, you're too cute for your own good. Sasuke had invited Kiba, Naruto, and Shikamaru to go fishing in Lake Hashirama, and the 3 of them waited in silence for the bite of the day. Occasionally, they would hear a plopping sound coming from the water beneath them and glance overboard. Naruto's best friend since they were 11 years old, Uchiha Sasuke, a handsome man with raven hair, said, looks like they aren't biting today. The 2 of them did almost everything together. Oh, I had a feeling this would be a good catch. Naruto turned to Sasuke, who was too preoccupied to look away from the lake, and said, your friend lied to us. Kiba said, maybe if you weren't so loud, we would be able to catch something, in a tone that was a little angrily. I didn't even say anything. Why are you acting like such a jerk? Naruto growled. The silent one, Shikamaru, who hardly spoke, looked at Kiba, perplexed. He always knew that Kiba made fun of Naruto's actions because he was obviously shorter than them, but the boy appeared to be in a bad mood. It's nothing. Kiba turned away from everyone and complained. What's wrong with him now? Sasuke muttered. If he had known that they were disturbing his tranquil afternoon, he would have simply invited Shikamaru. Oh, is this related to the events of a few days ago? Naruto said, in a gentle but playful tone. Sasuke gave Naruto the side eye and raised an eyebrow, asking, what happened? Even Shikamaru was interested in what transpired. Naruto was smiling when Kiba quickly turned around and glared at him, saying, he's just mad because Ino outed him for having a small dick in front of Hinata. Shikamaru slapped his forehead and asked, what was the reason behind Ino's statement? Sasuke asked, oh, the girl you told me about? I do not, yelled Kiba. And if that thing didn't happen, then Hinata would have known I was stronger than you. Naruto turned to face Sasuke and said, I mean, if it makes you sleep good at night, then keep on believing it. Hinata doesn't even like you, he whispered to himself. Kiba got up and asked, what was that? Sasuke exclaimed, hey, as the little boat began to rock violently. Shikamaru glared at Kiba while clinging to the boat's rim. Look, I don't feel like swimming with the fishes today, please don't. Say it again. Rolling his eyes, Naruto glanced up at Kiba, who grinned. Hinata doesn't like you. I mean, she's always on me. Plus we did sleep in the same bed together. Sasuke abruptly looked at his friend while coughing. Kiba narrowed his eyes and asked, what did you say? Naruto stood up and said, we slept in the same bed together. She doesn't like you and never will. I just want you to get it through that thick skull of yours. In an instant, Kiba was lounging at Naruto after balling his fist. You almost had it, Kurenai, Hinata said to her while she gazed at the tiny plush lemon. Hinata wanted nothing more than to hold it as its poor face cried out to her. She looked at Kurenai and grinned a little. Maybe next time, she said. Kurenai sighed and rubbed the back of her head. She had never been good at playing vending machine games, but then she had an epiphany. Kurenai nudged Hinata gently and teased, why don't you ask Naruto? Hinata flushed and covered her face immediately. Thinking of Naruto, she pouted and said, Kurenai, stop. I wonder how he's doing. What are you two doing? Yelled Shikamaru, clinging to the boat for balance. As Kiba and Naruto battled, Sasuke remained in the middle. Stop. Naruto punched him in the side of the face after Kiba leapt on him. Kiba, snarled Sasuke. But this boy struck Naruto once more without seeming to care. When Naruto kneed Kiba in the nuts, he was able to wriggle out of his weight. Naruto was able to break free as Kiba's brown eyes widened. He muttered, that was a bitch moved. He was standing on the other side of the boat when Sasuke yelled at his friend, Naruto, cut this shit out. Why? Muttered Naruto. Kiba started it. Holding his cheek, he observed Kiba's gradual rise to his feet. Kiba looked directly into Naruto's eyes and remarked, I'm sick of your arrogant demeanor. When he noticed a change in Naruto's eyes, he briefly stopped. They were gray and lifeless, rather than their usual blue, cheery hue. He looked back at Naruto, who was grinning, and shook his head. Shikamaru glared at Naruto as he crossed his arms and collapsed back into the boat's seat, saying, Ah, Kiba, you didn't have to hit me so hard. I don't understand why you get so rowdy over Hinata. Sasuke let his hands drop from the side of the boat and rubbed the center of his forehead. All of this over some stupid girl. With a sigh, Kiba took a seat across from Naruto. Sorry, he trailed off. I guess I overdid it. Everything has been a little hectic, and my hand is still bothering me since the incident. I didn't mean to take out my anger on you. Naruto smiled and said, it's okay, let's go fish. Shikamaru said, I think I'm going to give up fishing. Let's just go back. Sorry, Kiba complained, and Sasuke nodded in agreement. As the group drew back, he continued to look at Naruto occasionally, wondering if anyone else had noticed, but that smile those eyes frightened and shook Kiba, who had never seen Naruto like that, a twisted, cold, lifeless. Kiba shivered uneasily. That damn smile did something to him. Hanata gestured to the door and said, Kurenai, I'll be waiting outside. Kurenai apologized, saying, Ah, I won't be long Hinata, I know how sensitive your nose can be. It hurt, but she understood that Naruto was his own person and had his own life to live apart from killing people. It's okay, Hinata said, waving as she went outside the store and sat on the metal bench beside some plants. She pulled out her cell phone and went through her text messages, none from Naruto yet. I hope I can see him tonight, but then again, he may be tired. She looked up when she noticed a certain scent, a faint perfume that was unique to her. Ka-san. Hinata muttered as a woman with pale skin passed by, her long dark purplish hair trailing behind her. She attracted a lot of attention, and many people wondered if she was an actress or model. Hinata hurried to her feet and followed the woman as she entered a high-end fashion clothing store. Hinata was the exact replica of her mother, and if the two were standing next to each other, they might as well be twins. She studied the lovely woman who was inspecting some blouses and her eyes were watering. She still looked the same and was much happier than before. The woman was about to go, so Hinata hurried over to greet her. Oh, Ka-san, Hinata said, looking at the woman, but instead of seeing contempt and happiness, she saw disgust and shame, which was typical of Hinata since she believed her mother was incapable of feeling anything. How are you? It's been a while. She fiddled with her hair. She grinned broadly at her achievements and said, "Ah, I'm wearing my hair long, just like you. It continues to grow, but Why are you in this place?" the woman said in a whisper. "Well, we came to," she yelled. "What are you doing here, at Hanata?" She looked at Hinata in horror, her eyes watering. "Why are you here? Have you come to ruin my life again?" she exclaimed. "Stay away from me," she declared as she hurried out of the store, brushing past Hinata. The others began to whisper among themselves as they gazed at the woman and the girl. Hinata chewed the underside of her lip as her eyes began to water. It had been a long time since she had seen her, but she wasn't expecting anything different. As she hurried up the store, Hinata came to a halt. "Hanabi, let's go. Is everything okay, mother?" She put her hand on her daughter Hanabi's cheeks and shook her head. When Hinata saw how much her mother loved her younger sister, it hurt her and she fled right away. As she crept to the perfume shop, she noticed Kurenai standing there, anxiously scanning the area. Kurenai got up and said, "Hinata," to the girl. "I've been looking for you," she said, panicking when she saw the young girl's face. She took Hinata by the shoulders and looked directly into her eyes, asking, "What's the matter? Did something happen? Did someone hurt you?" "Aiya," she said, wiping away the tears as her voice broke. "Can we go home, please?" "Hinata." She looked into Kurenai's crimson eyes and begged her not to speak again. "I don't want to talk about it right now, Kurenai. Please," she said. Kurenai said, Okay, and escorted her out of the shopping center. Kiba came up to Sasuke as he was tying the bow to the log. Sasuke caught sight of the boy and continued to look over his shoulder, staring at him suspiciously. "Hey." Sasuke was extremely irritated and said, "Save it if you're here to apologize." He was supposed to have a calm day, but he made the bad decision to bring two fools along. Kiba scowled and said, "I wasn't coming to apologize. Do you find Naruto strange?" Sasuke gave an eye roll. Eating 10 bowls of ramen in the span of 30 minutes is strange and scary. Sasuke chuckled. "So, yeah. The kid is strange." "No, I mean his smile and eyes. Do you really pay attention to them?" Kiba was momentarily startled when Sasuke halted his activity and fixed him with his gaze. As he looked at the setting sun, Sasuke thought, "The blonde idiot smiles a lot and for no apparent reason at times. I wonder if he's on drugs." Kiba balled his fist because he thought he was being made fun of. Perhaps it was all in his head. "Sorry," sighed Kiba. Kiba showed Sasuke his hand and asked, "Do you think I have an infection?" Sasuke pointed to the blonde boy who was bothering poor Shikamaru, saying, "I'm not a doctor, try Naruto." "I'll pass." Sasuke gave a shoulder shrug. "If you say so, but don't cry when they have to chop off your hand." "They would not," yelled Kiba. Sasuke laughed. "They might. It looks like there's pus oozing out." Kiba gave the boy a shout of, "Naruto," and held out his hand. Naruto remarked, That looks infected," as he looked disgustingly at the wound. "And looks like you may have reopened your wound." Kiba laughed uneasily and scratched the back of his head. Naruto shook his head and let out a sigh. "At least take care of yourself like you do those damn dogs." Yeah, I know." Naruto walked up to the boy and said, "Sasuke, could you please drop us off at Tsunade's office? Kiba needs to have his hand examined before we proceed." Kiba sighed as she looked at Naruto's back. Tsunade said, "Yeah, that's infected," glancing at Kiba's hand. In a monotone, she declared, "You're an idiot." "I second that," added Naruto. Sasuke proposed, "Can we cut his hand off so we can get going? I'm hungry." The sight of Kiba glaring at Naruto made him laugh. "I second that too," he said. Kiba inquired, "Where's Shikamaru?" Sasuke crossed his arm and remarked, "He went home because he had too much foolishness today." "Naruto, I need you to take out those stitches and clean his wounds. Wait for me while I tend to another patient. I want to make sure you're doing it correctly," Tsunade replied. Naruto moaned, "It wasn't my fault, it was Kiba's." Before he left, Sasuke said, "Hurry up, I'll be waiting in the car." For some reason, Kiba felt uneasy around Naruto, and the room appeared to be getting smaller. Naruto was at the sink getting the supplies he needed to treat the wound and washing his hands. The air filtered through the open window and into the office from the orange sky. Naruto rolled toward Kiba while seated on the rolling chair. For a moment, there was silence between them. "Kiba." The slight change in Naruto's voice startled Kiba. He cleared his throat. "What?" Naruto gave him a quick glance before returning his focus to cleaning Kiba's wound. "Do you like Hinata?" he asked. Kiba remained silent for some time because he was afraid to express his feelings. Kiba's fingers tightened, and Naruto laughed when the boy jumped. You know, it's not that I mind, but wouldn't you be upset if somebody kept touching something you like? He asked. He smiled at Kiba and said, sorry, I just get excited when I do this kind of thing. Ya know. But do you like her? I mean, she is beautiful, kind, and cute, but what I like most about her is that she's determined. Naruto tossed some cotton balls that were covered in blood and pus. Unaware that he was bleeding from his wound, Kiba felt the perspiration running down his neck. Nay, start taking care of yourself, okay? You should have said something sooner, Kiba grinned. Can you answer my question? Do you like Hinata? Because I don't mind a friendly competition? Kiba averted her gaze. Shouldn't you focus on making sure my hand is okay? Why are you asking me about stupid things? Who cares if I like her or not? Rising, Naruto moved between Kiba's legs. Here, he saw the same hungry stare that he had seen on the boat. I care, Naruto said in a robotic voice while holding Kiba's cheeks. When he noticed the fear in Kiba's eyes, he grinned and swiftly released him. It's not like I have to worry about you getting with her. As Naruto worked on Kiba's hand, Kiba said nothing. He shivered a little at Naruto's touch, and the lump in his throat would not go away. Tsunade chimed in, Naruto, did you clean the wound? Naruto looked at Tsunade from where he sat. Hi. She turned to face Kiba, who had gone completely white. I didn't know he was this scary, but show me how you do, kid. Kiba went to the car where Sasuke was sleeping after he was all sutured up. He was unable to recall what had happened in that office and was in a trance. He had never seen that side of the blonde boy, and it was as if Naruto were someone else. Tsunade scowled at the idea of someone touching Naruto. It wasn't her. Gaki, I've been meaning to ask you, but what happened to your face? Did somebody punch you? She asked. Kiba and I got into a little fight earlier. She showed him his fist and said, that little brat. Nay, don't let anybody ever put their hands on you, okay? If they do, give them one of those punches in the gut I taught you. Naruto chuckled. Hi. It's going to be his first and last time. I'm leaving now, Ba-chan. Take care. Tsunade sighed as she gazed at the younger boy with concern. I remembered when he was just a little boy, Shizune, who had black hair, remarked. Time sure goes by fast, huh? I know, he's come a long way, but he can be so reckless at times. Tsunade sighed. But he's a survivor. Shizune shuffled some papers in front of her and said, I'm glad you and Jiraiya found him. It's a shame he had to witness all of that. Did the therapy work out? Tsunade posted the close sign and locked the doors to her facility. Yeah, it was an open discussion, and Naruto let me sit in, and they couldn't find anything wrong with him. Shizune hummed. How many kids were in the house? Tsunade scowled before her face turned sad. Shizune, you know it's something I don't like talking about. When they stormed the house, a prudent stench blasted through them like a water hose. The sink was piled high with food scraps, clothes, and dirty dishes. Blood spattered the walls, and there were feces everywhere. The officers couldn't believe their eyes, and it looked like something from a horror film. They scouted the area and gave each other signals. Clear, they exclaimed. Tsunade gazed horrified at the young, dead body shackled to the bedroom wall. For a while, it had been deteriorating. I need a bus, exclaimed Tsunade. When the stench got too strong, her partner Jiraiya came in and left the room. There's a body over here. One's here too. Tsunade walked out of the room and down the corridor. How many kids lived here? Jiraiya took out a little book and turned the pages. 5 kids. Tsunade let out a sigh. Nobody saw these damn kids come out to play. Why didn't they call somebody? She gritted her teeth. Even though she was accustomed to this, it always made her heart ache. How many bodies were found so far? 4. Tsunade pulled out her guna and slammed the brown door open as they came to a stop in front of it. Jiraiya covered his nose with his shirt and followed the curvy woman down the stairs as a foul stench filled their nostrils. Is anyone down here? After paying close attention, they heard a soft voice say, me. The kid witnessed a lot of things, Shizune. I don't know how he does it, and sometimes I worry about him, especially going in that field. What if it triggers him? Tsunade looked at her friend from childhood. She sat down and said, he spent 5 days with that body downstairs. He witnessed all those kids and people be murdered. With your and Jiraiya's help, he'll succeed, Shizune exclaimed. He's a good kid. As night fell, Hinata found herself daydreaming about Naruto while gazing up at the ceiling. Hinata-chana, she shook her head quickly, winced at their voices. She grinned warmly and said, maybe I'm reaching out to him. Naruto is nice, and I haven't heard anything in the news for a while. I don't own her. Squeezing her eyes shut and gripping the white comforter, Hinata said, Naruto is changing. She closed her eyes and cried silently, swallowing the lump in her throat and turning onto her side. She just wanted to sleep again, but the dream she had just had made it hard. Mama. A young Hinata, cowering in fear in the corner, stared at her mother, bewildered. Mama. When the bewildered girl went up to her mother, she screamed, get away from me. Grab. Hinata shielded her ears from her mother's cries. Mom. Like she had witnessed her do to her younger sister, Hinata rushed to console the woman, but she pushed her away and scratched the wall, pleading for a way out. When Hinata's phone rang, she opened her eyes, wiped her eyes, and hurriedly answered it, her heart thumping as his name flashed across the screen. Naruto. When she heard him laughing on the phone, she held her chest. He tried not to laugh as he said, Hinata, I didn't expect you to answer the phone so enthusiastically so early in the morning. Early? Her eyes fixed on the clock on her dresser and saw it was only 3 in the morning. Are you okay, Naruto? I apologize if I woke you up, but I just wanted to hear your voice. I'm fine now. Hinata lay down and sniffed. I apologize for not speaking to you all day. What's up, Hinata? I didn't mean to disturb your beauty sleep, he said worriedly. As though he could see her, Hinata shook her head and said, no, I'm just happy you called. Yeah, me too. Have you ever experienced rejection from a loved one, Naruto? Naruto had never loved anyone before, perhaps admired but definitely not loved, but now he was searching for an answer as the question came suddenly, and if she rejected him. I apologize for the question. Just kidding, I miss you, she blurted out, and Naruto grinned broadly as his eyes grew wide. I missed you too, Hinata-chan. Hinata grinned and looked up at the ceiling, giggling, that makes me happy. I'm happy too. Hinata couldn't resist a warm smile, pushing aside the negative thoughts and concentrating on Naruto, who made her laugh with his goofy jokes, because she didn't want to think about anything else, not him, not her, not now, but Naruto. The next morning, Hinata woke up and yawned, still a little exhausted from sleeping 3 hours earlier, but she knew she loved Naruto, sweet and caring, and he knew when to call, so she didn't mind being up most of the night. Every step she took made the floorboard creak, so she went to the bathroom to brush her teeth, her eyes red under the lid, clearly crying in her sleep, and then she sighed quietly and entered the living room where Kurenai was sipping coffee. Hinata, good morning. Kurenai smiled. She turned around and saw the girl standing there, just looking at her. Hinata? Kurenai asked, cocking her head to the side in concern as she considered yesterday and didn't want to bully the girl into talking about it. Why doesn't my mother love me, Kurenai? Why doesn't father love me? Was the abrupt question, and Kurenai was at a loss for words. Why am I unable to remain with them? Your Mothera, it wasn't the right time, and she went through some things, Kurenai said, avoiding eye contact with the girl, who had already asked this question once and still couldn't bring herself to be honest with her. However, why does she regard me as a witch and Hanabi-chan as a princess? I apologize, Hinata said, looking down. She turned on her heel and hurried to get dressed for class. I saw her at the mall yesterday. Kurenai let out a long sigh. She had been avoiding that subject with Hinata and hoped she would never see her sister or parents again. Hinata didn't need it, and if she ever found out, she wouldn't know if the girl could handle the truth. Kurenai sighed and slipped her hand through her black hair, and of all places, the mall. The money had vanished during that period, and he had stopped providing for them. She made sure Hinata had everything a growing woman needed, even if it meant putting in extra effort. Hinata was her little sunshine, and she was thankful that she had been able to secure a teaching position back in Konoha. At first, she didn't want to, but they were far from the mainland of Konoha, where the majority of the affluent and prestigious clans resided, so how in the hell did that woman end up there? Kurenai picked up the phone from the table and called Asuma, knowing that he would soon reveal his face and that she didn't want to do it alone. Hinata was silent as Naruto walked beside her. Did I talk too much last night? I apologize, Hinata muttered, shaking her head, I just had a bad dream. Once more. But I'll be fine, Hinata said, bobbling her head. However, Naruto, what happened to your face? Naruto hummed, oh, it's nothing. But would you like to discuss it? You look very cute when you do that. He whispered in her ear as she chewed the bottom of her lips, causing it to turn slightly red. She jumped and turned a few shades red, which made Naruto laugh. I love your facial reactions, Hinata, Naruto said. They're adorable, he said, pinching her cheek. Naruto, did I bother you? Hinata asked, looking at him and giving him a hug. He hugged Hinata back and said, "Not at all, Hinata. You're not going to abandon me?" She spoke in a muffled voice. "I won't." "A pledge?" He nodded as her large saucer eyes met his. "I swear, but will you explain the situation to me?" She released him and looked down at her feet. "Naruto, we need to talk," Sakura yelled. He was talking to Hinata when she caught him by the jacket hood and dragged him away. Hinata looked at Sakura and Naruto and sighed quietly in disappointment. Although they were friends, she was hesitant and found it sad that Sakura could touch Naruto so fast. She was able to touch him most of the time, either on her own initiative or because Naruto started it. She was also hurt by Sakura's easy removal of him from her. It was painful. "That was rude," Naruto remarked, rubbing the back of his head. "I was in the middle of talking to Hinata-chan." Sakura crossed her arms and cast a quick glance at Hinata, who was standing next to the flower bed, asking, "Naruto, don't you find her strange?" In an attempt to start a conversation, which she was utterly failing at, the poor girl continued to bow at the men who were passing her. Naruto rolled his eyes as he eyed the men. Sakura looked at him anxiously as he asked in an irritated tone, "What are you talking about?" She had never made Naruto sound irritated. Sakura flailed her hands in the air and exclaimed, "She's weird, Naruto. Her background picture is a picture of you taken off the school's website. That's borderline crazy." Naruto laughed. "Seriously? I feel honored. It's no laughing matter. What if she's a stalker or obsessed with you?" Sakura replied. The fact that her best friend was not taking this seriously made her frown. "Hinata-chan isn't weird. Sakura-chan probably a little naïve, but not weird." He laughed. "And I wouldn't mind having a cute stalker." Sakura moaned, "Naruto, it's not funny. Sakura-chan, stop it, okay?" Sakura was retrieved. "Wait, do you like her?" Sakura's eyes widened in shock as a faint red stain appeared on his cheeks. She was clearly upset. "So, it is true. Why didn't you tell me?" she asked. She looked down at the ground and said, "I'm your best friend. Why would you keep that secret from me? I told you right away when I found out I had a crush on Sasuke." Hinata grinned at Naruto, who had his full attention. He gave her a wink in return for her smile. The girl began to play with her index fingers after almost having a heart attack. She looked at Naruto, who was staring at her, and asked, "Why couldn't you tell me?" "Sakura, there are many things about me that you are unaware of," Naruto said, his face expressionless. This wasn't Naruto, so Sakura was taken aback. "Like what?" "Hama." He gazed up at the sky while resting a finger on his chin. "That I go around killing people for fun." Sakura twisted her face in disgust. She sighed, "That's not funny, Naruto. Why couldn't you pick somebody else? But if she makes you happy, then I'll try to be happy for you." Yeah, after giving him a shoulder pat, she left in contemplation. Naruto stumbled back to Hinata and embraced her. From what she had seen, Naruto was always touchy-feely, even with other people, and his friends, particularly Ino, shared this trait, so she was growing accustomed to it. Hinata questioned. Sakura seemed very upset. "Is she okay?" Naruto grinned and cupped her cheeks. Hinata's heartbeat accelerated as she said, She'll be okay. She's just upset because I didn't tell her my secret." He muttered to himself, "Why do girls do that? It isn't such a big deal, and when I did tell her, she didn't believe me." Naruto released his grip on her cheeks and asked, "S secret?" He gave a cute pout and said, "That was kind of insensitive, huh?" Hinata stepped on her tiptoes and took Naruto by the arm. "Can I know your secret?" Again, Naruto cupped her by the cheeks and pressed his nose to hers. "You already know, silly." Because she was too preoccupied with his lips being so close to hers and the sensation of his nose on hers, Hinata had not heard what Naruto had to say. It was adorable and very soft. The scent of Skittles filled her nostrils, and the warmth of his breath caused her legs to tremble. Did you hear me, Hinata-chan?" she asked. Playing with Hinata's long hair, he whispered in her ear, "She knows my secret." Unable to understand his words, Hinata muttered, "She knows your secret." In any case, what was he discussing? Hinata-chan. When Naruto separated from her, he saw Ino running toward them with a furious Kiba. He didn't believe what Sakura had said when Ino told him, but then he noticed how close Naruto and Hinata were. The boy always skinshiped with people, so that didn't bother him as much. However, given what transpired in the clinic, he was unable to confront him. "Ino-chan." "Kiba." The two walked over to her, and Ino embraced her tightly. Ino grinned and said, "I'm going to start calling you Marshmallow. How are you today?" Unfortunately, Naruto and she only had one class together when the new semester began. Despite her desire to spend all of her time with him, she remained dedicated to her studies. She couldn't disappoint Naruto, who admired both her intelligence and beauty. She had her objective, and he had his. Thankfully, Naruto was there for her no matter what and met up with her after class. "I'm fine. How are you, Ino?" "I'm okay, but the classes are getting a little longer," she said. Hinata inquired, "What are you going to major in?" Ino proudly put her nose in the air and said, "Botany." Ino was a goddess, so Hinata clasped her hands together and gazed at her. "You're very beautiful, Ino-chan." Ino was taken aback by that and laughed uneasily. Thank you, Hinata-chan. I don't understand why Forehead dislikes her. Hinata-chan is so cute and honest." "Oh, Kiba. How is your hand?" he whispered. "It's much better." Hinata gave a kind smile. "I'm glad to hear that. Hinata, let's get you to your next class," Naruto said while pulling Hinata along. Kiba took Ino by the arm after they had disappeared from view. Ino glared at Kiba and said, "What?" When someone put their hands on her and thought it was amusing, she detested it. "I have to talk to you about Naruto." Ino touched her hip with her hand. Hinata said, "Naruto, can I see you tonight?" Naruto had offered to get them a drink while they were at a vending machine. Naruto said, "I don't think I can tonight, Hinata," as he opened the soda can. He looked over his shoulder and noticed the sadness that appeared on her face. "Maybe tomorrow night?" he asked. Since this was the first time he had turned down her request, Hinata was shocked. "But why?" He said, "I have something else to do," without concern. She glanced down at her white flats and said, But I want to see you." Naruto patted Hinata on the top of her head and said, "I'm sorry, Hinata. Maybe some other time?" He looked at her in disbelief as she pouted and pushed his hand away. "Why can't I see you? What else do you have to do? Am I bothering you?" "Maybe I am." After putting his hand on her cheek and looking into her eyes, Naruto planted a kiss on her cheek. She had looked dreamily into his eyes without saying anything. "You're never a bother to me, Hinata. I love your company, and I promise I'll make it up to you tomorrow." "Okay," she said. "Hinata," he murmured. "Okay." Yesa." Naruto's face was broken as he said, "Oh, I don't you ever push my hands away like that. That hurt my feelings. It makes me feel like I'm bothering you." Hinata put her arms around his waist and said, "No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Naruto. I would never hurt you, and you're not a bother. It's just I saw my mother yesterday." And Hinata squeezed her eyes shut, and the tears threatened to fall. "Promise me you'll never hate me." "I can never hate you, Hinata," Naruto said, putting his arms around her and rocking her sideways. "I want to see you tomorrow night and tell me everything," Naruto said, pushing back her bangs and kissing her forehead. "All right?" she said in a whisper. "Hi." When Naruto leaned over and kissed the middle of Hinata's forehead, she closed her eyes again, clinging to him for support and wanting to be on cloud nine. "I love you," she muttered, but stopped when she said it. Hinata, did you say anything?" "No, I'm sorry," Hinata said, shoving him away with a frantic shake of her head. "It wasn't my intention to push you. Well, I've got to leave now." "Naruto, please be careful," she said as she hurried away. Looked flushed, Naruto gazed dreamily as he watched Hinata flee, saying, She's so cute. I suppose we'll cross paths tonight." Hinata tiptoed out of the room and stood behind them after noticing Kurenai standing in the kitchen and Asuma sitting on one of the stools outside her bedroom. Asuma felt someone behind him and looked over his shoulder, saying, "Oh, Hinata. Have anything planned for tonight? Are you going to meet up with Naruto?" Hinata asked, nodding as she looked at Kurenai, who looked over her shoulder. "If you don't mind," muttered Hinata. "No, just be careful and make sure he drops you home, okay?" Kurenai said, shaking her head. Hinata bowed and said, "Yes, please take care of Kurenai, Asuma." "She seems a little different," Asuma said, laughing uneasily as she watched Hinata leave the room. "Is it related to the earlier incident you told me about?" Kurenai put the pen on the counter and said nothing. Asuma looked at the woman anxiously and started crying. "Kurenai, are you okay?" Asuma rushed over to give her a back hug. "No, Asuma," Kurenai said, shaking her head. "I'm not. What should I say to her? How can I explain that her mother didn't want her for that reason? Because she was harming her mind? Because she made her think of him?" Asuma sighed and rubbed Kurenai's stomach, saying, "I know it's hard, Kurenai, but you have to tell her before she finds out another way." I know, but she doesn't deserve that kind of truth, Asuma. She dried up. Hinata doesn't deserve any of it. Please tell me he isn't. Hinata put her hands on the top of her knees and gasped. She had caught up to Naruto just as he was leaving his house, and she had been tailgating him, hiding behind the tree occasionally, and was perplexed when he didn't go to the train station. He would occasionally look over his shoulder, but he would shrug when he saw no one behind him. The night was long, and she was in stealth mode as she watched his every move. He stopped by a bar, where Sakura and Lee were waiting for him outside, and they had a few drinks before they had to end the evening because Sakura got intoxicated. Before he took the girl home, Lee promptly apologized after she angrily criticized Naruto for being a bad friend and keeping secrets from her. His best friend Sasuke then joined him, and they shared a meal. Pointing the chopsticks at Naruto, Sasuke remarked that Kiba is an idiot. Should have decked him one when he punched you in the face. Was it Kiba who caused Naruto to sustain those bruises? Hinata wondered. Yeah, but his nuts are probably still hurting, Naruto remarked as he gulped down the noodles. And I guarantee you it will be his first and last time doing something like that to me. Sasuke gave a headshake. He looked like a ghost when he came walking to the car. He laughed. Naruto deadpanned. Good. Sasuke dropped him off at the little eatery after Hinata looked at the time and saw that it was almost 10. He walked for about 10 minutes after that, looking around as if he were looking for something. As he walked into Senju Park, she gave him a close look. Senju Park was well known and had a rich past. It was constructed as a memorial to the teachers and children who perished in a fire started by a madman who was trying to prove a point. He won't murder someone here, will he? She looked around and noticed how many people were present. Hanata noticed some lightning in the distance, and the air had a faint smell of rain. While hiding behind a large oak tree, she looked at Naruto, who was pausing, trying to find someone or something. His gaze paused on a young schoolgirl sitting in a light, smoking a cigarette. Naruto came up to her as she was looking at her phone. Crawling to a different tree, Hinata observed the scene. She glared at him and said, I'm not sharing, so get lost, buddy. Pulling the white stick from her mouth, Naruto knelt down. After putting it in his mouth and taking a puff, he put it back in the girl's mouth. She smirked, amusement shining in her eyes. He sat beside her, and the two of them smoked cigarettes. Since this was regarded as an indirect kiss, Hinata chewed the back of her lips. You know, girls aren't cute when they smoke. She blew it in his face after sneering and taking a long drag. She asked with a playful smile, "What's it to you?" She stared at her phone while putting the cigarette back in her mouth. Abruptly, she sensed something seeping from her abdomen. She was initially unsure of what it was, but then she sensed a sharp object piercing deeper into her. The sight of her reflection on a butcher knife blade, with blood seeping out and leaving stains on her school shirt, caused her eyes to widen. She looked at the unidentified boy, who gave her a menacing smile in return. Hinata was about to get up and drag Naruto away when she heard. Naruto covered her mouth, and he climbed on top of her and began to stab her repeatedly. Her heart stopped when she saw people walking past them, and she stared in horror as her eyes could not leave the scene. They were unable to find a room. When Hinata heard the girl whimpering and attempting to push Naruto away, her heart broke. The girl called out, "Help!" However, it was too late. The individuals had already departed. Hinata was on the verge of fainting when the smell of blood filled her nostrils, but Naruto lifted the butcher knife, pushed it down in the middle of her chest, then removed it and sliced the girl's face to pieces. He sat on top of the girl and watched, grunting here and there, putting the knife in the middle of her chest, pushing down into her, then attempting to cut her in half, and when he was happy with the body, he stood up and threw the knife next to the girl. She watched as he stuffed his hand into his jacket pocket and left without saying anything, and then Hinata approached the girl, almost throwing herself when she saw what Naruto had done to the high school girl. He had severed pieces of her face, leaving her lips missing if she had any, and her nose split in two, exposing white cartilage behind it. The once white shirt was still smeared with the red substances leaking from the girl, and Hinata almost jumped when she heard the ringtone. She eyed the phone and saw that it showed, "Mommy." With a sinking heart, she was unsure if she should answer the phone to tell the mother where to find her daughter, but she quickly changed her mind and reached for the knife because she couldn't let Naruto get caught. She was so close to helping him, after all. Since many people were wandering the streets of Konoha, some of whom were running up and down like her, it wouldn't be so suspicious, would it? Hinata hid the knife in her sweater and fled far from the park. It hurt a little, but jail wasn't going to help Naruto. It was just a mistake, a slip-up. She couldn't be there for him, so it was inevitable. She had to be firmer with him and wouldn't take no for an answer. She turned into an alley and saw a dumpster that smelled like piss, so she threw her sweater and the knife into the dumpster. She whispered, with a little more guidance, Naruto will be better. Better, and what if he doesn't get better? He will get better. News anchor. A body is found in a Konoha park. When a jogger saw the mutilated body in the park's light at 10 in the morning, local police were called to Senju Park. As Hinata listened to what was being said, she felt sick to her stomach. Jogger. I noticed her lying there while out for my regular jog. She gestures to the body that is now covered. Before I noticed the school uniform, I assumed she was homeless or something. Oh no, murmured Kurenai. She clutched Hinata's hand and squeezed it occasionally because of something that broke her heart. This is heartbreaking. That poor mother. The news anchor was standing next to an older man with brown hair and a woman wearing a green beanie when the cameras panned in on the body before returning to her. Unknown man. We did believe that two people were having sex. We were unaware that she was being murdered. News anchor. She didn't make any calls for assistance? Unidentified man. I'm not sure. She did. A man with a stoic expression on his face is approached by the news anchor. News anchor. Is this the same suspect who has been threatening the Konoha people, chief of police? Has anyone been taken into custody? Are there any suspects? Are you even familiar with the appearance of this suspect? Police chief. Although we haven't made an arrest yet, we think the suspect is a man in his late 20s or early 30s. Kurenai sighed and switched off the TV. Kurenai tightened her grip on Hinata's hand and said, Hinata, you need to be careful out there. I don't want you to walk alone at night. Make sure somebody is there with you, or at least let Naruto walk you home, okay? Asuma gritted his teeth and announced, this isn't the first nor second victim. They need to put that monster down. Shoot him dead or something. Yes, ma'am. She slowly stood up. I have to go now. Please take care of Kurenai, Asuma. Kurenai asked, I thought you didn't have classes today? With a muttered, I'm going to the academic lab, Hinata said. I'll see you later. Asuma turned to Kurenai as she slowly closed the door. Asuma inquired, is she still upset about the incident? Kurenai's gaze lowered. I believe so. She's been acting strange, and then all of these night terrors. Maybe it was my mistake for bringing her back here. Holding her stomach, he remarked, I would never have seen you again if you hadn't returned. When are you going to tell her? Kurenai grinned and put her smaller hands over Asuma's. Soon. Leaning against the wall, Hanata slowly closed the door behind her. She scowled at the idea of Asuma saying something absurd. Naruto isn't a monster. As she slowly moved her hand to her chest, she said, he just needs better guidance and I can give that to him. As the phone vibrated in her hand, she said, I took no for an answer last time. I can't, no, not this time. Hanata, Ino. Do you have any classes today? Hanata. No, I was merely en route to the university lab. Ah, Hanata, says Ino. I've heard you're intelligent. Going to the academic center is not necessary. Why don't you visit me so we can learn more about each other? Sakura and I are there. Thinking to herself, Ino is very kind, Hinata said. Naruto's in classes right now and won't be out for a while. She grinned. I'll stop by Ino first before I go by him. Maybe she can tell me something about him I don't know. Hinata. It sounds enjoyable. Ino, thank you. Ino. Hello, hello. This is my address. I hope to see you soon. Naruto listened to his lecture and yawned. He glanced at the message displayed as the phone in his pocket vibrated. Hinata. Ino invited me to her house, Naruto. Hinata. Will you fulfill your commitment this evening? Naruto. Enjoy yourself with Ino. She can be a little friendly, so have patience with her. Naruto. In agreement. Tonight, I'll see you. Naruto. You are missed. Hinata inhaled deeply while holding the phone to her chest. Hinata. I also miss you. Ino observed Sakura's every move as she paced back and forth. Sakura, called Ino. Stop moving, she scowled. You're making my nerves bad. With a sigh, Sakura took a seat on the white fur chair. She sighed, she's crazy. That's what you always say, but listen to this. Kiba told me something strange about Naruto. I'm not sure if I believe him, but he sounded shaken up. Replied Ino. He says Naruto is the crazy one. Sakura batted her eyes and looked at Ino. Crazy for ramen. I'm just telling you what Kiba told me. He said Naruto had this crazy look and how he confronted him about liking Hinata. Sakura's head turned a little. Kiba has a thing for Hinata? Ino gave a nod. Yup. It seems that Naruto has a thing for Hinata too, and he warned Kiba not to touch her. I'm not sure when that happened, but I was shocked. Ino chuckled. Naruto wouldn't do something like that. Yeah, that doesn't sound like him at all. Kiba is weird. I bet he would say anything to make Naruto look bad, replied Sakura. She looked up at the wall clock and asked, what time is she coming here? Should be here soon. I'm not sure why you invited her here. When Ino heard her doorbell ring, she rolled her eyes and got to her feet. She smiled wildly and said, because I like her. You know, she called me beautiful. She hurried out of the room, saying, be right back. Sakura heard them coming upstairs and bit the back of her lips. As far as she was concerned, she had no faith in Hinata. She felt awful about the girl because she had rubbed her off in the wrong way. Ino opened the door slowly and let Hinata in. Hello, Sakura. Ino went back outside and said, I'm going to get some tea. Hinata, make yourself at home. Hinata noticed that Ino was a fashionista as she looked around the room. She had a slim-sized mannequin in the corner of her room, and models adorned her walls. Sakura was staring at her phone when Hinata noticed she hadn't replied. How are you, Sakura? She asked, setting her messenger bag aside as she sat down around a wooden table. Good. Brief reply. Hinata thought, I suppose she doesn't like me. When Ino returned, she set the tray in the center of the table and said, here you go, Hinata, passing her a mug of lemon tea. How have you been lately? Are classes enjoyable? Yes, indeed. Indeed, they are. I began my cooking class. Hinata retorted, there are so many varieties and most of them taste good. We're learning about the different cheeses right now. You should totally cook for me one day. With a flush and a shake of her head, Hinata said, I don't think I'm that good at cooking. With a cheeky smile, Ino said, oh, he said you made him curry chicken and how much he enjoyed it, Sakura said, raising an eyebrow and glaring at Ino. This was new to Sakura, and she gripped her phone tighter. Hinata pressed her index fingers together and said, I just wanted to do something nice for him because he's been so good to me. Hinata, you are very adorable. You must really like Naruto, don't you? I do. She muttered after chewing the underside of her lip and slowly nodding. It wouldn't be too bad to confess to Ino, would it? Hinata's admission surprised Ino, who said, I'm glad Naruto has someone like you in his life, Hinata. Ino's eyes widened. Hinata tilted her head sideways and gave Ino a quick glance. What do you mean, Ino? He's really nice and always smiling, but you know what they say about people who smile a lot, she shrugged. Someone is crying on the inside beneath that smile. Bullshit. I don't even think Naruto can get depressed, Sakura shot back. It's ramen or something that makes him happy all the time. Do you honestly believe Naruto is content all the time, Sakura? She rolled her eyes. He has lived alone for the majority of his life and has no family. Do you honestly believe he doesn't experience sadness occasionally? Blah. I know Naruto quite well, and he isn't going to let something like that affect him, Sakura said, shoving her away. How long have you known Naruto, Ino and Sakura? How did you two meet? Ino said. I met him during my 3rd year in high school through Sakura, she questioned Hinata. Hinata's heartbeat quickened and a chill went down her spine as she recalled how his powerful arms had shielded her, on the train. Wow. That's a lovely beginning to a love story, Ino crooned. I can see it now, she said, holding her hand together. Hinata stared at Ino in shock, and Ino noticed, oh shit, that's how it happened. You stumbled suddenly, and just as you thought you were going to hit the floor, he wraps his arms around you, and it's love at first sight. She was astounded. With a slow nod, Hinata acknowledged that Ino was absolutely correct. So, how did you get to Konoha College? Was it your initial decision? Sakura set her phone aside. Oh, I transferred there because the ratings were good and the tuition wasn't expensive, Hinata murmured. What makes Naruto appealing to you? Look at you, Sakura said, ignoring the glance Ino gave her. You're quiet and attractive. You can definitely find a better option, right? I heard you're the talk of the campus, and a lot of guys are attracted to you, Sakura said, flipping her pink hair. Hinata, you shouldn't focus on one guy when there are multiple men out there who are willing to give you a chance. However, I don't want a man, Hinata stated, all I want is Naruto. Sakura pleaded, but you're bothering Naruto. Sakura's accusations set Hinata on edge, and she said, well, I asked him if I was a bother and he told me no. With a somewhat aggressive tone, Ino turned to face Hinata again and said, so, she isn't a pushover after all. Are you certain he said that? She continued, I've known Naruto for a while, way longer than you, and Hinata thought she was being made fun of. Naruto doesn't really see girls as a priority, she said. Sakura grinned when she saw Hinata's expression and said, I'm his best friend, female best friend, because he gets bored easily. She grinned and said, if you understand what I mean, I know him pretty well. Sakura, a dismayed Ino said. What, just saying? She shrugged and said, I've slept with him before and I always hang out with him. Naruto is like a kid. He will discard you as soon as they grow tired of you. He only has a select group of friends because of this. Sakura, with all due respect. Hinata answered, I don't think you know who Naruto really is. Pardon me? Sakura was retrieved. I think it's really impolite of you to call him your best friend and make such an assumption. I haven't seen you call or text Naruto most of the time that I'm around him, and to be honest, he doesn't even bring you up. In addition, why are you concerned about Naruto's playmates or bothers? You have your own man to worry about, don't you? Sakura stared in disbelief as Ino covered her mouth to try to contain her laughter. Come on guys. This was supposed to be a friendly get-together, Ino managed to say. As Sakura looked at her phone, she noticed who was phoning. Ah, I got to go, she exclaimed as she jumped up and ran out. Ino grinned and took a sip of the tea. It's probably Sasuke hitting her up for a booty call. Hanata cocked her head to the side and asked, a booty call? What's that? Ino smiled as he looked at Hanata. You're full of surprises, Hanata. It's like when a guy calls you for sex. Isn't she dating Lee? Shaw, Ino said, placing her index finger to her lips. Hanata put her hand over her mouth, but that's cheating. Ino replied with a shrug. She knows what's going to happen once she gets caught. Did Naruto introduce you to Sasuke yet? No, but he talks about him from time to time. Ino gave a nod. Yeah, but don't tell anyone. That's only a secret between me, you, Naruto, Kiba, and Sasuke. Why doesn't she just go out with this Sasuke person? Oh, it's her ex-boyfriend. Hinata gazed in bewilderment. I'm not understanding, I'm sorry. It's okay, Hinata. Sasuke's a whore. I bet you she's going to run into Naruto's arms tonight or something once she finds out something she doesn't like that he's doing. It never fails to happen. Hinata went pale. Ino, has Sakura and Naruto ever they seem close? With a flat smile, Ino gazed at Hinata out of the corner of her eye. Not sure, but that's where she'll be going. Hinata got up and began to say, oh, I should get to the academic center. I'm sorry if I ruined anything between you and Sakura. Ino gave a headshake. No, not at all. I'll see you some other time, Hinata. Goodbye, Ino. Ino took out her phone and started typing as soon as the door clicked and Hinata was out of sight. It made her blood boil because she had never felt this way before. Sakura was incensed to learn that Naruto was always her first choice because he was a backup plan. How could she say such a thing when she knew more about Naruto than Sakura? Then she came to a halt and gazed at the concrete sidewalk. Lee, poor guy. Even though she didn't know him personally, she was infuriated by Sakura's cheap-faced whore behavior. Given that she was seeing someone else or had feelings for someone, why would she enter into a relationship? She was determined not to allow Sakura's adultery to taint Naruto's intelligence. She let out a quiet sigh and carried on walking to his house. Sakura had set her on fire, so she was unable to discuss Naruto. Perhaps she could learn something about him there, but she had visited his place so often that nothing unusual was there. She picked up the silver key beneath the beige mat and lifted it off the ground. There was a click, and she slowly opened the door. Hinata shivered as a blast of cold air emerged. She muttered, I don't understand how he can enjoy the cold so much. I won't be too long because Naruto's classes should be ending soon. Hinata wandered around the apartment, looking for any hint as to why Naruto liked to murder people. She looked through a few of the books on the shelf, but all she could find were textbooks for his classes or books on anatomy. Hinata let out a dejected sigh, not even a journal. As she entered his bedroom, she noticed the untidy bed. She moved slowly in the direction of her rapidly beating heart. She tingled with excitement at the intensity of his scent. When she put her knee on top of the bed, it squeaked, and before she could lay on it, another squeak came out. She took the blanket and pressed it to her nose, smelling him. She took another breath and shivered uncontrollably. Naruto was present. Here he slept. On this very bed, he slept. In an attempt to envelop herself in his aroma, Hinata rolled over and wrapped herself in the blanket. She paused because, for some reason, it aroused her. She bit her lip because she could feel something tingling down there. It was the first time she had ever had a perverted dream, and she had felt this feeling before. Her leg buckled as his tongue brushed against her entrance, forcing her to repress any pleasure. It had the same tingling sensation as now. Her hand slithered down her stomach toward her privates as her bottom lips became redder. She was shocked to discover that her panties were dripping wet when she pulled them to the side. She shuddered as an incredible surge swept through her body as her fingers slid against her entrance. She was about to repeat it when she heard the doorknob jiggling, and her head snapped up. Her face went pale, and she frantically got up from the bed and started to look around. She had to hide, right now. When she heard him set his keys on the counter and abruptly stop walking, her ears pricked up. She found it easier to move swiftly but softly to the closet after years of practice or, in a sense, without trying to annoy her mother. Hanata sat down in the close-fitting closet and gazed through the sliding door's crease. She mentally cursed herself. She was shocked that he had returned home so early as she looked at the watch on her wrist. Her heart rate increased as the floorboard squeaked beneath his feet. She closed her eyes and prayed in a whisper, "If Naruto finds me here, he'll never want to speak to me again." His smile was directed at himself. "You would be so proud of me," he said. Hinata was shocked to discover that Naruto was speaking to himself when she opened her eyes to see who he was speaking to. When he sat on the edge of the bed and took out his phone, it squeaked. He smiled sweetly, and his nose wiggled a little. His bed was more cluttered than before, he realized as he looked over his shoulder. Hinata held her breath and attempted to move farther into the closet, but she was unsuccessful. "Smells like daisies and lilacs." "Nay?" she asked. He leaned forward on the bed, but she was unable to see what he was doing. The familiar smell made his nose wiggle a little, and he grinned quietly. He picked up a long, purplish strand between his fingers after noticing it. Hinata's heart almost dropped out of her chest when she attempted to peek inside to see what she was doing. He had his eyes fixed on the closet. Hinata's heart rate increased with every step he took. She covered her mouth with her hands before swallowing her dry spit. As he stood in front of her, Hinata sensed his presence and almost squealed when she saw his fingers grip the sliding door. "I have to come up with a lie. Who am I fooling? He's going to think I'm weird and stop talking to me." When Naruto heard someone pounding like a savage animal, his head snapped to the door. When he heard his name, he rolled his eyes. "Naruto." She pondered, "It sounds like Sakura." Hinata gave one of his shoes a fierce squeeze as his footsteps sounded heavier than before. Ino had foreseen it. Sakura sobbed uncontrollably as she marched inside. Unable to understand a word the girl was saying, Naruto gazed at her strangely. His eyebrows twitched as he waited and waited. She was crying so hard that her face was red, and he inhaled deeply. Sack. "What makes him hate me?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders and Sakura glared at him while still sobbing aloud. "You knew what was going to happen," Naruto said. "We've been through a lot, you know, and he." Why?" She was exhausted, so she went into his bedroom as usual and sat on the edge of his bed with her head down. He stood by the door, his arms folded, and every now and then he glanced at the closet before turning back to her. "I love him so much," she exhaled. "Naruto." Naruto answered, "I know you do, but it isn't fair for you to do that to Lee." "I understand. Although Lee is very charming, I don't feel the same way about him as Sasuke does." "How are the other guys doing? You're playing tricks on more than just Sasuke." Sakura sighed and gave him a fierce look, saying, "I get lonely sometimes. I spend time with Sasuke and you if we are unable to hang together." She tucked some hair behind her head and said, "Lee is always so preoccupied with this training that he sometimes forgets me. Why does he have to talk to other girls? You converse with other men in the same manner. Furthermore, you two are no longer together. What he does shouldn't worry you." She put her head on Naruto's shoulder and said, "Naruto, please talk to him." Naruto sighed when he realized she was about to cry again and he grudgingly sat next to her. Something stirred in the pit of Hinata's stomach, and she almost burst into tears, wondering why Sakura had it so easy and why she could touch Naruto without even flinching. She clenched her fist so tightly that her short, round nails pierced her skin. "I'll try, but I can't make any promises," Naruto said sardonically. "I just honestly believe that you two are addicted to sex, and perhaps there isn't a connection." Dusting off his blonde hair, he said, "I don't know. Let me take you to the train station." He sighed, "I don't want you to do anything foolish." "Thank you, Naruto." She got up and said, "I'll make it up to you later." He leapt from the bed and said, That's what you always say." "I'm not kidding. Oh, I'm really worried about that girl," she said with a frown. With an arched eyebrow, Naruto said, "Which girl?" "Hinata. You ought to have listened to what she said to me. She is a true stalker. And why did you tell Ino that she prepared a meal for you rather than for me? I believe that I was your closest friend. I don't think it's fair that you've been keeping so many secrets from me." Naruto smiled and said, She's a cute stalker though, which made Sakura want to strike him. We need to actually talk about her. Perhaps you're using your penis rather than your brain to think. Look for a better girl. Huh? Naruto laughed and said, let me get you out here before the sea rages. What are you discussing? Nothing. Nothing. He ushered her out of his house and said, let's go. Hinata was angry that Naruto would allow Sakura to touch him in that manner, and she thought it was unfair that he had instructed her to keep other men away from her. She made sure to keep a safe distance from any other man in her presence, but why was he able to touch any other woman? She sat there for a while, letting out a frustrated sigh. Hinata, what are you doing here? Naruto glared at the figure standing by a nearby pole while jamming his hands into the hood of his jacket. I thought you wanted to see me tonight, he said, somewhat unexpectedly. She murmured, I wanted to see you sooner, what's that look about? He grinned. Can we go to your place? Sounded less like a question and more like a demand. Naruto followed her back to his house and played along with her, until they arrived at his apartment. The two of them remained silent. What's going on? Hinata whirled about and gave him a fierce look. She pointed to the pink wallet on the counter and asked, who was here? Sakura was here. Why? Naruto shrugged and said, she wanted to vent. With her arms folded, Hinata gazed sorrowfully at Naruto. Why is there pink hair on your shirt? Did she touch you? Yes. I was just comforting her. Why? Exclaimed Hinata abruptly. Sorry, she said, glancing at the floor. Naruto's eyes glowed with excitement as he approached Hinata and cupped her cheeks. I don't think it's fair that you allow other girls to touch you, and I'm not supposed to let any guys touch me. I try my hardest because you told me to. Do you like Sakura? Naruto laughed. No, why do you ask? She muttered. Then why is she always on you touching you? I don't like it. Maybe you shouldn't let other people touch you. Oh really? He asked with a playful smirk. Then who is allowed to touch me? Me only. Naruto smiled as his eyes grew wide. In her ears, he whispered, okay, Hinata. Hinata shook her head and shuddered. I don't think she likes me, Naruto. Oh yeah, she said something crazy like you having pictures on your phone of me? No, she angrily shook her head. Yeah, I don't. When he pressed his thumb to her full lips, she looked at him. He uttered sorrowfully, because I wouldn't mind. Yeah, he says that now. But wait until he sees them, she was thinking. Hinata, he exclaimed. What's the matter? She turned red with shame and hurriedly turned around, wiping her eyes. I just hate how she touches you and takes you away from me easily. I want to be able to touch on you and, she exclaimed. I feel like I know you better than Sakura does. Naruto lifted her up by putting his arms around her waist. He put her back down, and she turned to face him. You do know me better than Sakura. She's just self-absorbed and selfish, Hinata. Come on now. Don't be sad. I promise you I won't let Sakura have her way with me anymore since it upsets you. I don't want you to be upset with me. She bit her lip, saying, I'm not angry with you, just her. Smiling, Naruto said, Hi. Hinata held her chest as the two looked into each other's eyes. As usual, he was so alluring, and Naruto became agitated upon hearing her voice. What the hell does she want now? With a sigh, Hinata gestured toward the wallet. Naruto grinned as he glanced at it, saying, give it to her for me. He gave her the wallet. Curling a lock of hair around his finger, he grinned mischievously and said, you can make her go away for me, right Hinata? Make her go away for me? She whispered, if it's okay with you. Yes, you can get rid of anyone you don't like. Naruto. Hinata opened the door a little, and Naruto watched out of the corner of his eye. Here you go, she said in a chilly, aloof tone. Sakura gave Hinata an odd look. She looked at the wallet Hinata was shoving in her direction and asked, what are you doing here? Where is Naruto? Naruto is kind of busy right now. But Sakura saw the yellow hair walked past the door and was dumbfounded Hinata would lie. Ino always praised Hinata for being honest and sweet. But I just saw H. Hinata tilted her head to the side and asked, do you need anything else, Sakura? When Sakura saw the expression Hinata gave her, she was unable to speak. It was mocking and taunting. Nay, she said in a whisper. Her face was lifeless as she said, stop touching Naruto. Naruto could hear Hinata's words, maybe you should go home before the trains stop. Bye. He had heard her words to Sakura just a few seconds before. Sakura's eyes blinked quickly as she gazed at the closed door. What the hell just happened? Naruto was sitting in the bedroom when Hinata entered. He gave her a charming smile as he looked up at her, seemingly complimenting her on a job well done. Hinata's heart melted, and she crawled between his legs due to a powerful pull. She listened to his heartbeat while resting her head on his chest. "Naruto, are you nervous?" she asked, looking at him directly. "I always get nervous when I'm around you, Hinata," he replied. When Hinata looked into his eyes, she saw no signs of dishonesty. She muttered, "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" "It's a good thing," he answered back. Hinata pouted, and Naruto put his arms around her. "Now, tell me why you were so upset that night when I called you. Don't be like that. Tell me what's going on." She caved and said, "Fine, I don't know why my mother hates me." "Hama, what do you mean?" Hinata stood up and took a seat beside him. "I don't know why she hates me. Sometimes I believe my father hates me too, but then he gives me this look of pity." After hearing the commotion, some heads turned as a loud crash reverberated throughout the house. "Get away from me. Now," Hinata, who was 4 years old, shielded her small ears from the sharp shriek of her mother. The younger woman puffed and huffed as she fiercely gazed at her child. "Now, get," she exclaimed. The young girl staggered back and landed on her butt as she brushed past her. Haishi, an older man, came in and asked, "What's going on?" He stared at the young girl as she slowly stood up and turned to face his wife, who was suddenly trembling. She wiped her eyes and walked slowly down the hall, asking herself, "How much more do I have to suffer? How much?" "Hinata," he said in a tremulous deep voice, "what have I told you about bothering your mother?" Hinata ran up to the man and exclaimed, "Papa, I just wanted to see Mama." She smiled broadly as she looked at him and wrapped her arms as far as they would go around his leg. "Why don't you go along and play out in the garden?" he murmured, "and leave your mother alone. Do you hear me?" "Yes." Once the girl was out of his line of sight, he shuddered away after giving the order, "Now go." "I thought it was normal at first, and I was so used to it, but not anymore. It isn't normal to treat somebody like that. Kurenai doesn't treat me like that." Her face was covered in a deep frown. "I thought my mother wasn't capable of showing those kinds of affection, but that changed once my sister was born." Hinata gazed at her mother as she gazed affectionately at the infant she was holding. She resembled the tiny doll babies in her room because she was so adorable and small. When her father entered the room, she hurried to hide behind the wall and then peeked around the corner. With ease, her mother remarked, "She's cute, Haishi." She giggled softly and cooed over her daughter, who yawned, saying, "She looks just like you. Nay." Leaning over, she kissed the young girl tenderly on the nose and declared, "I love you, Hanabi." Whispering, "That really hurt me," Hinata said. She looked at Naruto, who was sitting up, and asked, "Why would she say that to Hanabi, but not me?" He opened his mouth a little to speak, but he shut it. He concluded by saying, "Well, there can be a lot of reasons why." "What reason?" "When I was in a foster home, I got treated like that because I wasn't their child," Naruto stated. "People tend to treat kids like that if they aren't theirs." Hinata's eyes grew a little wider. She shook her head, saying, "But, no, I'm the spitting image of my mama." "I doubt that, Hinata. Nobody looks as beautiful as you do," he laughed. With a sudden flush, Hinata lowered her head. She fought back tears as she said, "I was treated that way until Kurenai entered my life. She treated me like her daughter, which is why I love her so much. I just want to know why she hates me. Why did they abandon me?" "Have you asked Kurenai about it?" She gave a nod. "Yes, but she hasn't told me anything, and this is my second time asking her. I saw Mama in the mall the other day and my sister. They still look so beautiful, but she shouted at me and wished she had killed me." "Hinata, you don't need people like that in your life," Naruto remarked, encircling her with his arms and drawing her near to him. He kissed her on the side of her head and said, "I'll never leave or hate you, and you won't leave or hate me, right?" Hinata gave him a hug and shook her head. "Of course, not," she gasped. "You mean a lot to me, Naruto. You're my special person." The two embraced firmly after Naruto gave the hug back. She drew away from him and looked into his shimmering blue eyes, saying, "No matter what I do, you'll never hate me, right?" She put her hand on the right side of his cheeks and said, "I won't hate you, no matter what you do." With a feeble smile, she said, "I just want to help you." Naruto hummed, "You'll be able to help me soon enough, Hinata." Sakura yelled, "Ino," on the phone. With a sigh, the poor girl swiftly took the phone out of her ear. "What?" she exclaimed, stomach rolling. "Let me guess, it's about Hinata." Sakura exclaimed, "Yes. She's fucking crazy and delusional. Sakura, I'm going to hang up on you if you keep screaming. My ears are extremely sensitive." Ino was grinning. Sakura inhaled deeply. I went to see Naruto for comfort, and he walked me to the train station so I can go home, but I realized I left my wallet at his place. When I went there, guess who opened the door? Hinata. Ino called out. Yes, Ino, she didn't even let me, and then she lied about Naruto being busy because I saw him walking past the door. She lied. And the worst part was she told me to stop touching him. Maybe Naruto was busy, Sakura. With a dismissive tone, Ino explained. Hinata's fine. How? Please tell me what sane person takes photos offline of another person. She's fucking crazy. Sakura yelled. Naruto has never acted this way until she came into the picture. I mean, I'm his best friend and he hasn't told me anything. Why is he telling you things and not me? Naruto is acting the same way he always does. Something is wrong with you and Kiba. Ino chuckled. Naruto has always been this way. Never. You wouldn't know because you just met him in high school. I'm telling you that lunatic is corrupting his mind. He's probably thinking with his dick. Sakura laughed. I told him that. He sees some pretty girl all over him, and he decides to think with his dick instead of seeing how dangerous she is. Ino batted her eyes and said, or maybe you just hate her. I do hate her. She's fucking retarded. How am I the only one who's seeing this? Sakura continued to rant. Ino, you need to stop associating with her. I'm telling you. Hinata is nice and sweet, Sakura. Maybe you should give her a chance. Sakura gazed in disbelief at the phone. A chance? Fuck that. Did you not hear what she said to me earlier at your house? You had it coming, Sakura. You're always throwing jabs at her, and to be honest, that was a low blow. Sakura felt the tears welling up in her eyes as she bit her lip. You're supposed to be my best friend and you're not even taking my side. I am your best friend, but you sometimes take things too far. Maybe you should hop off Sasuke's dick for a while because you've been acting weird since you two started fucking one another again. Sakura yelled, fuck you, and ended the call. Ino let out a long sigh. She rolled her eyes and looked at the calendar. Either she's pregnant or crazy. A pleasant, mild breeze occasionally danced around Konoha as the afternoon skies burned brightly. On the straight road, her shadow trailed behind her, and shortly after, a smaller shadow did the same. Hanata was thinking deeply. She was curious as to why. Why was her mother like this? Perhaps she would feel more at ease if she knew. She heard a faint panting sound behind her and looked over her shoulder, but there was nothing there. As soon as Hinata heard the noise again, she turned on her heels and stopped walking. She turned and looked down as something fluffy and soft bumped into her legs. She picked up the small dog that was tailgating her as her heart grew. She cooed, "You're so adorable." The dog would occasionally lick Hinata's nose and chatter, "Arf. Where's your owner, little guy?" He wagged his tail and exclaimed, "Arf, arf." With a playful reply, "I'm not sure I understand," Hinata said. Akamaru. When Hinata looked up, she saw Kiba running in her direction. Kiba. Kiba stopped dead in his tracks, gazing at the girl in awe. With her floral button-down dress and agitated expression, she stood looking adorable. He understood Naruto's attraction to the girl. He was initially hesitant, but she drew him in like a magnet. That day at the clinic, he was so taken aback by that bastard that he nearly considered pursuing the girl. After his conversation with Ino, she simply dismissed him and burst out laughing since she couldn't imagine Naruto acting in such a manner. He did, but his other half believed that he might have been teasing. "Ah, Hanata," he said with a tense laugh. He moved closer until he was standing in front of her and said, "You found Akamaru, huh?" Hanata held the dog up to him and asked, "This is your dog, Kiba?" He took Akamaru from her and said, "Yeah, this is Akamaru. He sometimes escapes the house every time someone leaves the door open." She grinned and said, "He's adorable." Kiba gave a nod. "Hey, he is. So are you just walking around?" Hinata answered, "I needed some cinnamon. I just came from the store." "Oh, what are you making?" "Cinnamon rolls," she exclaimed, putting her hands across her chest. On the silent sidewalk, the two started to stroll side by side. "Is it for a special event?" With a quick flush, Hinata looked down. She muttered, yeah. "I wanted to make some for Naruto." Kiba let out an inward groan. "I would like to express my gratitude for." "Are you sure you like him, Hinata?" When they were facing each other, Kiba interrupted her, and Hinata gave him a sweet look. "What makes you like him? I've heard that your phone has a photo of him. Have you received it from him? Are you following him around?" When Kiba noticed Hinata taking a step back, he balled his fist. He felt a wave of sudden rage and became upset, wondering what the hell Naruto had that he didn't and what she even saw in him. She looked quickly at the concrete floor and said, Kiba, I have to go now. He caught her by the arm after something snapped inside of him. Kiba. Hinata gasped and struggled to break free from the boy's hold on her wrist, but he tightened his hold. Really, I have no idea why this is such a big deal. You could never be treated fairly by Naruto. He sunk his tiny teeth into his jeans pants and attempted to pry Kiba away from the cute girl, but unintentionally kicked Akamaru, and the poor dog fled as Akamaru ran around Kiba and began barking at the boy. Kiba. Hinata sobbed. Give me up. Hinata's eyes widened and she tried to push him away, but the boy was stronger than her, and her heartbeat quickened as he moved her closer to him and smashed his chapped mouth against her lips. His kiss was messy, and she felt the saliva running down her chin to the crease of her breast. After it was finished, she gave Kiba a startled look before slapping him. He grasped his cheek and looked into Hinata's eyes. She was dazed and her shoulders were shaking violently. Kiss. First. Kiss. It was gone. It was no longer there. Kiba, you baka. After the girl slammed her leg into his areas, he fell to the ground. Hinata ran into the apartment, slammed the door behind her louder than before, and fled into her room as the small apartment door slammed so loudly that it almost broke off its hinges. Her eyes were watering profusely, and she nearly fell when she rushed into the bathroom. Hinata grabbed the purple toothbrush from the container and started scrubbing her full lips vigorously, trying to forget that Kiba was there and that Kiba had stolen her first kiss. She brushed harder and harder until her lips burned and turned bloodshot red, and she tried to wipe away the tears that welled up in her eyes once more, but they kept coming. The kiss she prayed for every night would be taken away from her by Kiba, whom she believed to be a good friend. She had to tell Naruto about it, and he would undoubtedly be upset, but she still took the brown little bag off her back and rummaged through it until she found her phone. She dialed him after going through the contacts. Naruto. When he finally responded, she yelled his name in a hurry, Naruto. MFWMV. Hinata sniffed and wiped her eyes, saying, I was just thinking about you, Hinata. What's the matter, Hinata? You always seem to be crying when I call you or when you call me. Have you had any more nightmares? MFM. MVHF. What's that background noise, Naruto? It sounded like someone or something was banging against something, so Hinata sat on the edge of her bed and listened more intently. Oh, it's nothing, Hinata. He hummed, what's bad? I just want to see you, she said with another sniffle. Now, I'm a little busy. Yes, I'd like to see you right now. I am BU. She gave a headshake. She muttered, I want to see you now, please. A series of ideas rushed through her head. She had no right to tell him that. Perhaps Sakura was correct when she said that Naruto found her annoying. Perhaps she relied on Naruto too much. She had to inform him that he was not involved in this matter. When he said, how about I see you too, she scowled. My first kiss was stolen by Kiba, she yelled in his direction. Even the banging on the end of his phone abruptly stopped after what seemed like an eternity. What? He deadpanned. Hinata swallowed the lump in her throat as she felt a dark aura seeping its way out of her cell phone. Her heart stopped when she heard a sharp muffled scream. Hinata, what did you say just now? Kiba stole my first kiss. Hinata squeezed her eyes shut. Please let me see you. Naruto said more slowly and calmly, yes, why don't you go back to my place and I'll meet you there, okay? I'll use your spare key. Naruto laughed. How do you know I have a spare key? Hinata began tinkering with her hair as her eyes grew wide. Her voice grew softer as she said, a lucky guess, and everyone has a spare key. I just assumed you had one. She heard him smirk, I suppose. She glanced at the phone as the loud screen rang in her ears. Naruto, what is that? Hinata sensed his smile and said, oh, Sasuke and I are watching a horror movie, ya know? I want you to stay the night by me. She muttered, I don't think Kurenai would like that. He ended the call without saying anything more. Hinata, I want you to sleep with me tonight. Okay? I'll see you soon. Hinata snatched up a small bag and stuffed some wearable clothing inside. She chose to sit on the bed after her stomach did backflips. How'd I tell Kurenai that I'm spending the night over by Naruto's? She got mad last time, she exhaled. She took another breath and looked at the clock. A clicking sound came from the door, and Kurenai glanced out of the kitchen. Wiping her hands with the sink cloth, she exclaimed, oh, Hinata. You're here. Hinata said, I wanted to talk to you. As she approached the counter slowly, she noticed that she was wearing a smaller backpack. She hurried over to the girl and noticed how swollen her lips were, asking, are you going somewhere? Wait, what happened to your lips? She muttered, I tripped on the carpet. What is it you wanted to talk about, Kurenai? Kurenai looked at Hinata and saw that she had changed since the incident. Are you okay, Hinata? I've noticed you've been kind of down since the incident at the mall. Hinata's shoulders sagged forward as she looked down. She muttered, why can't you tell me? Kurenai said, regretfully, Hinata, I don't think you'll be able to handle the truth. Kurenai, I'm 20 years old. How long am I going to have to wait before somebody tells me anything? Hinata turned to look at her. Her voice was a bit louder than she had intended. Why is it so hard to tell me? It isn't fair, she said. When Hinata noticed Kurenai's face was covered in a cast, she paused and said, please just tell me, did I do something wrong? Is it that my parents aren't really my parents? Kurenai, please, I just want to know why. Hinata, if you don't tell me, I'll find them myself and ask. Kurenai breathed, fine, why don't we sit down for this? Hinata said, no, I'm sorry, Kurenai, as she looked down, I just want to know. Kurenai was aware that she had to be honest with Hinata, but was it really worth causing her pain in the process? After biting her lip, she eventually gave in. Hinata, you are your mother's child. After looking up, Hinata cocked her head to the side. With uncertainty, she reiterated, I am my mother's child. What about my father? Kurenai sat down on the stool as her knees began to give out. Hinata, it's up to you how you handle this, Buddha. She paused as she struggled with herself. Please don't blame your mother, but she's still battling these demons and has been traumatized. She truly does love you, Hinata. Given how badly she treats me, how can she love me? Why does she treat me like a filthy sea urchin and Hanabi like a king? Kurenai, you adore me. Mom doesn't. Hinata, your mother was raped by a member in the Hyuga household and gave birth to a baby girl at you, she replied with a sigh. Every time she looked at you, it reminded her of her rapist, and she couldn't deal with it, Kurenai observed, clinging tightly to Hinata as she prepared to flee. She loved you. She gave birth to you because she didn't want to part with you, but she was unable to cope. Hitomi was unable to confront her inner demons. Who? Hinata, I don't think that's important. Who raped my mother? Hinata said, yanking her hands away from Kurenai and balling her fist. I was treated poorly for something I had no control over, she yelled, shocking Kurenai. How come she didn't simply abort me? Because you were loved by her. It's not. Who sexually assaulted my mother? Yelled Hinata. My father is who? Tell me. Hinata, Kurenai, you're the only one who treated me like their own, Hinata said, sobbing and shaking her head. Please, she said, wiping away her tears, I must know. Your grandfather did. A glass was broken, and Hinata looked past Kurenai. Why doesn't my mother treat me like Hanabi, Grandpa? The older man said, Hinata, why don't you go play somewhere and stop worrying about things that don't affect you? When her grandfather passed them, Hinata, who was standing behind the pillar, saw her mother tremble uncontrollably. She had her head against the wall and a blanket wrapped around her nude body. She looks just like him, Hitomi remarked dryly. Why do you look like him? Gazing at Hinata, who was standing at the door's entrance, she inquired. Mom. With a smile, Hinata hurried to the window and said, look what I drew. She held up the paper and pointed to the stick figure with long hair, saying, this is you, and this is Papa. In front of the girl, Hitomi snatched up the paper and tore it. Whispering, he's not your father, she said. Whispering, oh, Hinata said. Abruptly, she asked, what is it you wanted to tell me, Kurenai? Hinata, it's acceptable. Toa Hinata put her arms around Kurenai and embraced her, saying, I'm fine, Kurenai. Grandfather is still roaming free, while she shipped me off as if that makes sense, but I'm fine. You're the only true mom I have, Kurenai. Kurenai put her arms around Hinata gently, surprised that the girl didn't really react the way she had expected. So, what is it you want me to tell me? Hinata withdrew herself. She comforted her by saying, oh, I can tell you some other time. Hinata grinned brightly and said, I'm fine, honestly. Kurenai gave her a quick glance before smiling softly and saying, I'm expecting, Hinata. Kurenai, Hinata whispered, her eyes widening as she gazed at Kurenai's stomach. I'm glad for you. I'm grateful. Did you have any plans for tonight? Kurenai looked at the girl who hadn't said a word. Hinata. Oh, I see. I've been invited to stay overnight by Ino. I've never had a sleepover before. I hope it's okay with you. Who is Ino? Oh, a college friend of mine. Hinata said, she's really nice. Please take Kurenai. She got up to leave, but stopped when Kurenai called out to her. Are you certain you're all right, Hinata? I'm fine, Hinata said, nodding without turning around. Mother's strange behavior can be explained by that, and it makes perfect sense. Even though it's been 20 years, she whispered to herself, I'll see you tomorrow, Kurenai. She needs time. She hurried out, slamming the door a little behind her. Kurenai looked around the room and rubbed her arm, asking herself, did I make the right decision? She spoke out loud. As the streetlights flickered on, Hinata walked aimlessly to Naruto's house, her mind focused on nothing, and she was unable to feel anything and not at this time. She attempted to take in the information, but she was still unable to understand it. After grabbing the key to open the door and lifting the map, she threw her bag on the couch and went into the kitchen, saying, I'll surprise Naruto by cooking dinner for him tonight. Hanata took out some hamburger meat from the refrigerator and cabinets and remarked, it looks like he went grocery shopping. No, she shook her head, this isn't the knife I hid. The light shone on her as she searched the refrigerator and took an onion out of one of the drawers. The drawer made a screeching sound, and Hinata rustled through the various knives there. Her eyes fell on one knife, and she took it out and examined it. Her reflection appeared, and she began to breathe heavily. Hinata, you're late. She let out a sharp yelp and dropped the knife to the ground. Her heart was pounding, and she turned to face Naruto, who appeared to have just stepped out of the shower. Her gaze swept over his entire body, and she blushed deeply. He was wearing only a towel around his waist, and water was still trickling down his neck and slithering down to his torso. Sorry, she muttered. How was the spare key located? Oh, lucky guess, she replied. I was going to cook you something before you came home. I'm hungry, Naruto said, nodding his head as his eyes glistened. He sat down on the wooden bar stool and said, I'll watch you. He smiled teasingly. As she prepared something for him to eat, Hinata turned around, feeling anxious because she could feel his eyes watching her, waiting, and observing everything she did. So, did Kiba give you a kiss today? He spoke in an unusually icy tone. She gave a nod. Did you want to be kissed by him? Naruto inquired. He stole my first kiss, she muttered, shaking her head, and I didn't want him to do that. She turned around, and he saw the tears streaming down her cheeks. That was my first kiss. I didn't know he would do that. From afar, Naruto observed. Does your first kiss hold significance for you? Hinata nodded and wiped her eyes. Did you kiss Kiba for the first time? Hinata gave him a perplexed look and said, yes. Grinning, Naruto put his head in his hands and said, did you attempt to dismiss him? When he noticed how red his lips were, he pointed to them. Yes, she said, glancing down. Naruto cocked his head and asked, were you talking to him or something? Did you approach him, or how did he see you? Why would I do that? Hinata said, shaking her head. I was on my way home when his dog came up to me. She scowled. Did you think I wanted to kiss Kiba voluntarily? When Hinata put her hand on her hip and the knife in her other hand, Naruto looked at her and licked his lips a little. No, he said flatly. You look sexy like that. Naruto smiled. Hinata turned around quickly after blushing. I would never kiss anybody, she paused, then muttered, I was saving it. For whom? She had expected the boy to be extremely distressed by the experience, but perhaps he didn't care. She looked over her shoulder and saw Naruto grinning playfully. Do you like anyone, Naruto? Yes. Fearing the answer, Hinata swallowed the dry lump in her throat and inhaled deeply. What kind of girl is she? Hama. He looked up at the sky and began, oh, and very quiet, but surprisingly she can get loud when she wants to. Hinata felt like someone was stabbing her every time he spoke, and he said, she's really smart, but naive. A shadow fell over her, and she turned to find Naruto staring down at her with seductive eyes. And she knows pretty much everything about me, yet she doesn't run away. That's what I like about her. Hinata kept her gaze on Naruto's eyes while feeling her breath catch in her throat. Do you know who I'm talking about? Hinata shook her head response. Oh, don't be silly, Hinata. He brushed his lips over hers before he gently kissed it. A familiar feeling came over her and it brought back memories that day with the pen. Naruto departed from her and stepped back. He was smiling, happily. It's you. She said, taking a deep breath before running to him, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gave him a tight hug. I love you, Naruto. Hinata stood there, dumbfounded, staring at him as he smiled maniacally, and the knife fell from her hand to the ground. I've loved you since the day we first met, she said, looking up at him. He patted her on the top of the head and said, I know. He said softly, there's no need to cry, Hinata. She whimpered, I can't help it. I'm so happy right now. Hinata embraced him, squeezing her eyes shut as she absorbed his warmth. They remained that way for a while until Naruto's stomach complained. "I apologize," he said, laughing uneasily. "Skipped meals all day." With a kind smile and a shake of her head, she said, "I'll make you something to eat right now." She hurried back into the kitchen. "Nay, Hanata," Naruto called out as he sat back on the stool and watched her go to work. He couldn't help but watch every move she made and grinned sinisterly. She grinned as she looked over her shoulder. "Yes? Do you recall that I had a variety of colors that brought you joy? Hi. Recall that I asked if you wanted to be painted with my colors? Hello. Are you still okay with me using my colors to paint you?" Looking up at the ceiling, Hinata unconsciously nodded her head and said, "Hi." Her smile was bright, and she said, "Anything from you makes me happy." As he watched Hinata return to her natural color, Naruto grinned and said, "A swirl of red, yellow, and orange is going to stain your pre-white color, Hinata." "Don't worry, it's always washable," she said naively. "I suppose you can." Hinata slept peacefully beside Naruto, who was still awake and reading the message that had just arrived on his phone while the phone's light shone on his face. "Kiba. Folks, I need your help finding Akamaru because he's disappeared once more. Ino. Once more? That dog is constantly in and out and acts like he's from the streets. Sakura. I hope you track him down. Kiba. I understand, but he's still learning, so I'm not sure why he continues to wander the streets. Sakura. The dog is weird. Do you recall when we last saw him sitting beneath that tree? Kiba. Oh, I understand. Please contact me if you locate him. Ino. Please try not to cry. Kiba, quit talking. Make me, Daddy Kiba, Ino. Kiba. Places the middle finger here. It would soon be time to test that loyalty, but first he had to deal with someone. Naruto tucked the phone under the pillow and cuddled up to Hinata, who now knew that she was his. When Mrs. Inuzuka answered the door, the little dog barked, and her chocolate eyes widened before she put her arm around the young, blonde man and said, "Thank you so much, Naruto." Akamaru began barking loudly as the hold tightened around him. Naruto laughed. "It's no problem, Mrs. Inuzuka, but I think you're hurting Akamaru. Why don't you come in?" she said, nuzzling his wet nose as she swiftly released him and embraced Akamaru. "We've missed you so much, Akamaru. I had just finished serving dinner." Naruto nodded and entered the Inuzuka home, which was still exactly as it had been a few months prior when he and Shikamaru had visited Kiba because he had the flu. Photographs of Kiba and his sister were arranged on the wall, along with a few other clinic dogs. Naruto grinned broadly at Mrs. Inuzuka, who ushered him into the kitchen. The house definitely looked the same and smelled the same like Shida, but he kept staring at her chestnut brown hair, which resembled a wild lion, and his insides felt like someone was twisting and rearranging his organs. "Look who it is." The children leapt from the table as the woman bragged and raised Akamaru in the air, causing the small dog to wag his tail. One snaggled-toothed boy rubbed Akamaru's head and said, "Oh, Kiba is going to be excited. Thanks, Naruto." With a smile on his face, Naruto asked the boy, "Where is Kiba?" "He's upstairs, I see. How about calling him down? He'll be thrilled to see him, I'm sure." Mrs. Inuzuka grinned solemnly. "Thank you," Naruto said, turning on his heels and making his way slowly up the stairs. The hallways twisted around each corner, growing darker until Naruto came to a halt in front of a dark wooden door. He noticed a sudden noise and grinned. "What?" Kiba let out an angry scream. Thud, 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 thud. "What? Are you going to invite me in or not?" Naruto asked with a bright smile and a childish laugh as the door flew open and Kiba tensed up at the sight of the blonde boy in front of him. "I thought your mother would have raised you better than this," Naruto remarked jokingly, removing Kiba from the door and letting Naruto in. "So, how long have you been cooped up here for?" Kiba muttered, "Only a few hours," and when he sat on the edge of the bed, it squealed. Naruto turned to face the wretched boy, who was obviously not getting any sleep. "Why are you here, Naruto?" He spoke quietly while maintaining eye contact with the uneven green carpet. The bed springs squeaked under Kiba's weight, and Naruto pushed him deeper into the bed until the back of his head touched the white pillow. Kiba's grip tightened around Naruto's neck, and he tried to pry him off, but he was much stronger than he let on. Kiba abruptly grabbed Naruto's arm and looked into his lifeless eyes. Air. When Naruto released his hold, he was able to breathe. "Nay, Kiba." Naruto licked his lips upon noticing the terror in Kiba's chestnut eyes. "Did you really think I wouldn't find out? Or did you think you had one up on me?" he asked, leaning closer to Kiba and placing his knee between his legs. Did you really believe you tasted her virgin lips before I did? The hand slowly tightened around Kiba's neck. I thought you would have learned something by now, but you're really starting to piss, he said mockingly as Kiba's nails dug into Naruto's tan skin, causing blood to drip from the indents. The insane smile he had on when fishing came out, and Naruto gazed at him with hunger. Me. The fuck off. His hold grew tighter with each word. After some satisfaction, Kiba gasped for air and the color returned to his face, and his teary eyes looked at his strangler, who stared at him with disgust. Kiba closed his eyes, and his head began to spin as he gasped for air. His once brown face turned sickly blue, and he tried trashing around the bed, but it was ineffective. His mind became hazy. With a smudged expression, Naruto said, "That's so fucking nasty," his gaze flitting to Kiba's crotch that pressed against his knees. Kiba, Naruto shook his head. "I know we always don't see eye to eye, but I still love ya. Ya know?" Kiba tried to object and shoved Naruto away, but he grabbed him by the wrist and pinned his arms above his head. "Don't force me to do something you'll later regret, please. Since I really, truly don't want to harm you, you know?" Still looking into Naruto's dead eyes, Kiba slowly nodded his head. "I think you're going to give me another chance, don't you?" "I said no," he said in a squeaky voice, feeling his masculinity evaporate. "I won't." He turned his head away, revealing his neck, and said, "I'll stop playing with Hinata." After releasing Kiba's arms, Naruto got up and straightened his shirt. "Well done." "Oh," Naruto said, looking over his shoulder, "I found Akamaru for you. Your mom invited me for dinner, but I don't feel like eating dog shit." He turned his back and opened the door as the life returned to his eyes and he grinned at Kiba. "He is downstairs." Kiba covered his face with his hands and lay helplessly on the bed, a lot of questions racing through his head about what had just happened, and it scared him. He hadn't intended to push himself on Hinata, but she looked so alluring that he threw caution to the wind. He took his hands off his face, but he could still see the thing that had decided to make its presence known, and he let out a loud groan before staring at the ceiling. Akamaru gave Naruto a quick pat on the head and began running in circles as he chirped as he descended the stairs. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Inuzuka, but I have to go," Akamaru said. "All right, maybe another time." With a disappointed expression on her face, the Tarzan woman said, "Ah, I really wanted you over for dinner to reward you for finding Akamaru." Naruto grinned and said, "Sounds like a death sentence." "Yeah, but Ba-chan called and needs me to the clinic. I'll be back next time, I swear." He clasped his hands together. "Yane." "I still don't like him, Ma," said Hana, who had just joined, as she gazed at the boy with the blonde hair who had left the house. "Something is wrong with that child," Hana argued. With a laugh, Mrs. Inuzuka said, "You always say that about him." "Because it's accurate. I'm surprised Akamaru hasn't since his evil presence," she said, leaning back in the wooden chair. "The kid is probably batshit crazy." The meatball landed in the middle of her mouth, where she chewed it up. "Don't blame me if Kiba winds up dead." Hana. Kiba tossed over the black hoodie jacket and went downstairs to join the family for dinner, his right eye twitching as he stared at the red mark that encircled his neck. After a few days, Hanata embraced the young man. There had been no recent killings, and she was happier than before when Naruto declared his love for her. She threw out the recent news she had received from Kurenai, and all she could think about was her blonde man. "You're such a talented chef, aren't you, Hinata?" Hinata looked at Naruto and saw that the boy appeared to be trying to conceal a smile, as the corners of his lips tugged upward and then twitched before going flat. "Yes? Do you want me to prepare a meal for you?" With a nod, Naruto said, "Yes, please." "Well, what do you want?" As though attempting to become one with Naruto, Hinata pressed her chest against him. "Well, I'm not interested in it," Naruto said, "it's for Kiba." Hinata scowled a little and added, "Akamaru is gone, again, and it's been longer than before. His grandfather gave him Akamaru right before he died," she said, flinching, "and the dog means so much to him. I want you to prepare him a burger because he enjoys them so much. In addition, he wants to express regret for his actions. He texted me not too long ago. Do you think you can do that for me?" he asked, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. "Yes, do you want me to make it now?" she asked, nodding. "Please say yes. Please give it to him for me." "Me? Naruto, I." He kissed her quickly, placing his fingers on her chin. "Please," he said, his face sad and his bottom lip quivering. "Fine. I have some fresh beef in the fridge." The beef was in a plastic bag when Hinata opened the refrigerator. She pulled it out and began making the burger. "Nay, Naruto? Are you sure this is ground beef?" It feels different. He cried, oh, it's fresh. Playfully, he grinned and said, I just grounded myself. Did you say something? Hinata asked, finding it difficult to understand what he had just said due to the sound of the beef frying. He stared at the blank TV screen and said, oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Hinata, try not to taste it, okay? Hinata nodded after giving him a quick glance. Hinata was wandering around the campus at 3 o'clock when she noticed Kiba sitting by herself on a bench. She inhaled deeply before approaching the boy. She shouldn't worry too much about Kiba, Naruto had assured her, and he vowed to never do such a thing again. Kiba. The brown boy blushed abruptly as he looked up. Kiba looked down at the bench and said, Hinata, I'm sorry I did that to you. That's the reason I called you here. Can you forgive me? Hinata sighed and sat down. Mumbling, you took something away from me I was saving, she said. But, it's okay. He tilted his head to the side, unable to understand her words. It was obvious that Naruto had kissed her before him. She set a styrofoam container in front of Kiba, who glanced at it. I made you a burger since you like them so much. Kiba opened the container as his eyes brightened. It smelled wonderful when he sniffed it. Hanata watched with delight as the boy devoured the burger while the two remained silent. He was thrilled to be eating one of his favorite foods because he had been craving it for the past few days since Akamaru vanished. To top it off, the girl he liked prepared it especially for him. With his mouth full, he asked, how did you know burgers were my favorite food? She laughed because it made her think of Naruto in some way. When he mentioned his name, Hinata grinned and said, oh, Naruto told me. He said you were down because Akamaru went missing again and he knew this would cheer you up. With uncertainty, Kiba questioned, Naruto told you that? I hope you find him, Kiba, Hinata said piteously. Akamaru is so cute. Yeah, he muttered. Me too. He kept looking at Hinata, and although he was unable to identify it, the girl appeared and behaved differently. Her innocence seemed to be gradually eroding, but she was still too beautiful. Kiba whispered, are you okay, Hinata? She smiled as she glanced at him. Yes, why do you ask? Kiba shook his head and opened his mouth a little. He ate the rest of the burger slowly, saying, it's nothing. Are you enjoying it? Naruto's hands on his shoulders almost gave him a heart attack. Naruto laughed and sat down beside Hinata. Hinata made it herself. He looked down and muttered, oh, yeah, she told me. Naruto. He was teasing him. His eyes had a playful yet patronizing expression. He wore the foolish smile as though nothing were wrong as he glanced down at Kiba. As though a week ago he hadn't attempted to strangle him in his room. He should have known he would be here, observing, but he had only texted him for Hinata because she wasn't answering her texts. When he noticed Hinata laughing, his head jerked up. Naruto kissed her while her eyes were closed. When he caught a glimpse of Naruto staring at him with deadly eyes out of the corner of his eye, his breathing briefly stopped. Hinata's face flushed as the two left. Naruto said sourly, oh yeah, Hinata and I are going out now. Thought you should know since you're a good friend. Oh, that's good, complained Kiba. I have to get to my next class. Thank you for the burger, Hinata. She grinned and said, you're welcome, Kiba. Please let me know when you find Akamaru. He turned away from them and nodded. Hope you enjoyed it. Kiba shivered and quickly left the odd couple behind. After giving Naruto a quick glance, Hinata kissed his cheek. She put her hand on his and gave it a light squeeze. I want to share some news with you, Naruto. Life. It wasn't fair, and it never will be. Kiba felt discouraged. He was failing his classes, his crush was going out with some crazy person, and Akamaru was still missing. For him, life was terrible right now, and it didn't seem fair. He rolled onto his side and gazed at the wall, which was creamy. He hadn't disclosed it to anyone, but he had trouble sleeping ever since the Naruto incident. He was still trying to understand it, and it was too embarrassing. Since they had been friends for some time, he was aware that he occasionally acted like a jerk toward the blonde boy, but Naruto never took it personally. Usually, he played along with him or laughed it off. Oddly, this Naruto was different. Kiba frowned at the idea, saying, Ino and Sakura didn't take me seriously. Who the hell should I even talk to about this? Then Hinata was out with the potential madman. When his pants began to vibrate suddenly, Kiba let out a yelp. He sighed as he glanced at the caller ID. Yes, he replied. Kiba, exclaimed Sakura. Are you home? Dryly, he replied. Yes. What do you want? Whispering, I'm sorry, she said. Kiba stood up and scratched his head back. What are you talking about? Check your Facebook Messenger. Please don't do anything stupid. After rolling his eyes, Kiba opened the app. Sakura sent him a video, which he pulled and began to watch. A few middle schoolers were walking down the street, filming everything they did. One boy pointed to something in the center of the road and said, "Nay, nay. What is that?" The group dashed over and sped toward the corpse. One poked it with a stick and said, "Aw shit. That's nasty. Who the fuck did that?" Kiba began to pant heavily as his eyes widened. His mother knocked on the door and said, "Kiba, dinner is ready." "Kiba," Sakura said in a whisper. What appeared to be half of the body of a small animal that had been cut in half, in its own blood, lay in the center of the road. The boy squinted at the blood-stained message on the road, asking, "What does it say?" He asked, "Hope you enjoyed it." "Where's the other half?" When Kiba screamed in terror, his mother flinched back. "What the hell?" exclaimed Hana as she fled her room. She rushed to her mother, who was attempting to open the door of the room, and asked, "Ka-san, is that Kiba?" As she repeatedly slammed the door, Mrs. Inuzuka yelled, "Kiba! Kiba! Open the door, right now, are you okay?" "Kiba! Kiba!" Kiba dropped the phone to the floor as his hands shook. Sakura continued to call out to him, but he was unable to hear her. Leaping from the bed, he opened the door to the room, brushed past his mother, and dominated the bathroom. Nothing came up when he pushed his finger down his throat. Mrs. Inuzuka yelled, "Kiba!" While attempting to nudge the boy away from the restroom, he continued to force himself to throw up, refusing to move. The sound of those words would not go away from his mind. It continued to hear that evil voice and pursued him.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.